Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, The Origin of Evil Spirit, The Origin of Yin Spirit, The Origin of Fire. Luo Yan picked up some rare divine minerals and took them away. He did not deliberately pursue anything, but did it casually. If he came across it, he would put it away, and if he did not, he would regard it as lack of faith. The main point is to go with the flow. Even if he is confident that if he conducts a careful search near the same divine ore, he will most likely find the second divine ore, the third divine ore, or even more divine ores, but Luo Yan is not greedy, just collecting some casually for emergency use. Seriously speaking, he doesn't really care about these external things. What he cares about most has always been things related to cultivation. Apart from this, there is nothing else to ask for. Not far away, there is a hazy white light that shines over there, turning into a flying light rain, like the rippling of the galaxy. Luo Yan approached carefully and saw a figure flying up and down in the hazy mist, as if dancing gracefully, transcending the world. He stopped to observe, and there was a kind of spiritual sublimation. It seemed that this was the most beautiful dance posture in the world, close to Taoism. Mark of the predecessors. The figure rose and fell here, brilliant and dazzling, rising in the mist, surrounded by various laws of breath, presenting a light and ethereal feeling. His aura was extraordinary and transcendent, giving Luo Yan the illusion of a fairy from the sky. It was a fairy god, not ordinary. Luo Yan approached boldly and sank his mind. Unexpectedly, the figure flying in the mist looked over here in the blink of an eye. Luo Yan frowned, with a sense of vigilance on his face, worried that it was an unknown and terrifying enemy, and he did not dare to be careless. But what he did not expect was that this mark drilled into his mind in an instant and began to manifest continuously. Flying immortal seal. When all the marks were reflected, Luo Yan's memory had an additional supreme magical power. Such an abrupt scene, like a great opportunity delivered to the door, made Luo Yan's eyes feel a little confused. I don't know what happened. This is a top-level magical power that specializes in driving the power of laws, and then suppressing them, or integrating them together. The more power of laws is integrated, the more powerful the power of the flying fairy seal will be. One seal came out and suppressed the whole world. In other words, with Luo Yan's current attainments in the law, whether it is thunder, swordsmanship, the five elements of energy, etc., this fixin seal can be released. It is a real seal for everything. However, the feeling that this fixin seal gives Luo Yan is more like a kind of confinement, a confinement method specifically for the laws of heaven and earth. With it, if he encounters the power of curse again, Luo Yan can easily seal it up and remove it from his body. This is the real use of this fixin seal. Where did this magical power inheritance come from? Luo Yan was puzzled and puzzled. If the inheritance of a supreme magical power is placed in the outside world, it is definitely a sect, a religion, and a school of magic. It cannot be taught to non-direct disciples. But such a top magical power was exposed in the fog without even a little test. This is weird no matter how you look at it. Luo Yan guessed that this magical power inheritance was most likely left here by a great man who passed by here. This is also the only reasonable explanation. Soon, Luo Yan stopped thinking about these things that happened a long time ago. After all, no matter how much you explore the past, it is difficult to figure out the specific reasons. Since there are benefits to staying, Luo Yan naturally chooses to accept it all. Passing through this area, the gray mist actually began to slowly turn white, with a hazy feeling of water vapor sublimation. Faintly, there was a sound of rushing flowing water, which seemed very intense. Directly in front of him, there appeared a river that stretched for an unknown number of miles and was dozens of feet wide. The yin energy on the river was lingering and surging, as if it was a river in the underworld. A stone was thrown into it and instantly frozen into ice chips, and then annihilated into powder. It was very terrifying. Legend has it that in some places where yin energy is strong, the origin of yin power will manifest. The river in front of us looks like a tributary, flowing to an unknown place, but in fact it is composed of real yin energy, not a stream in the ordinary sense. Luo Yan looked at the rushing river in front of him and suddenly had an irresistible greedy impulse. If what he expected was correct, a river of yin qi, which definitely contained many yin origins, was also a top-level place for enlightenment of yin laws. Enlightenment and cultivation here, the progress of the law level, I am afraid, will exceed the imagination of the world. Especially for people like Luo Yan who have extraordinary understanding, it must be even more so. Luo Yan is confident that if he can really stay here for more than 3 years, his attainments in the yin law will definitely surpass other laws by a large margin. This is the confidence he has gained from years of practice. However, such a majestic invasion of yin qi requires extremely strong strength to ensure that he is not hurt by the law. Otherwise, before Luo Yan goes deep into the long river of yin qi, he will be robbed silently. This is the horror of yin qi. Shua. The divine eye of the hexagram between Luo Yan's eyebrows bloomed with divine brilliance, and the mysterious power of destiny burst out, and the world in his eyes instantly became clear. It is very organized, like a series of crisscrossing dividing lines, very complicated. He walked along this long river of yin qi, wanting to find a few yin qi origin laws, and then take them away, and use them for future practice. Wow, a pale white stream of light flashed across the riverbed, and Luo Yan rushed forward directly, but unfortunately he gained nothing. The origin of the yin qi law was like a loach, and it instantly burrowed into the muddy bottom of the riverbed and disappeared. Luo Yan had no choice but to withdraw and fly away from this yin qi river. Because the yin law here was so intense, even he didn't dare to stay for long, otherwise he would be easily attacked by yin qi and get hurt. The origin of yin qi. Luo Yan pondered, and the rosy glow on his body bloomed, emitting a crystal clear brilliance, melting the ice residue condensed on his robe. He pondered carefully, thinking about how to capture the origin of yin qi. Although Luo Yan has not yet comprehended the yin law, the yin law nakedly placed in front of him should not be missed. After returning to the true spirit realm, there will be plenty of time to comprehend it. By then, I can cultivate one more law power, which is definitely worthwhile. Yin. At the bottom of the riverbed in front, there is a big stone with a loach about 1 foot long on it, but it has a pair of tentacles on its head. It is now lazily lying on the stone pier and taking a nap. This is the dragon loach transformed by the origin of yin, but it has transformed into the shape of other creatures. It looks lazy and weak, but it is actually very powerful. It is invincible. Found it. Luo Yan's heart was shaking wildly. He did not dare to act rashly, for fear of alerting the enemy and disturbing the origin of yin. He stood in the distance and observed carefully, but his eyes looked back and forth around, as if thinking about how to capture it. This colorful ancient world was transformed from the corpse of a member of the giant spirit clan. It itself has a very majestic spirituality. The corpse of the giant spirit clan is naturally a very rare wonder of heaven and earth. Because of the way the giant spirit clan grew, it devoured many powerful creatures and planets. The more powerful the creatures and planets are, the more they cannot do without one thing, that is, the fragments of the laws of heaven and earth and order that are free in the universe. Although this starry sky giant has completely died, the fragments of the laws have survived and have begun to evolve over the years. Some laws of heaven and earth gradually dissipate because they cannot be spiritually nourished. But some laws of heaven and earth become more and more magnificent and profound by chance. In addition, for nearly 1,000,000 years, this ancient world has been independent, lonely, and self-contained. Therefore, this has also led to the best preservation of many original laws in the colorful ancient world. Almost never picked by anyone. It is conceivable that the number of yin origins bred by a river of yin qi is so huge. If it were in the outside world, the dragon loach transformed by the yin origin alone, which is about 1 foot long, would be enough to attract the descendants of many major sects to fight for it and fight for it with all their might. Don't you see that the original finale item of the auction of Wanbao Pavilion was a piece of news about the original law, not the law itself? It can be seen from this that these yin origins are precious. Even those old people in the refining void realm will not be able to sit still when they encounter them, and will do everything they can to get them. Because this is the law of heaven and earth, it involves the most essential things in this world, so the value will naturally soar. For people of their level, it can also play a role in analogy. Not long after, Luo Yan was finally ready, and the fate of the mysterious power completely covered the breath of the power of faith, as if it did not exist in this world. He blended into the mist in the sky and kept approaching, until the last moment, his eyes were fixed, and the blue thunder suddenly exploded under his feet. With a sound of chi-la, Luo Yan swooped down. Shua. Luo Yan's hand was like a cage, performing a sky-high sealing technique to completely seal off the bottom of this Yin-Ki river. Then, a bright stream of light lit up in his palm, and a small dragon loach was pinched in his hand. Wow! The foot-long dragon loach struggled violently, and the entire river of Yin-Ki became violent and turbulent in an instant. Like a sea god rolling over, it pressed down like an overwhelming force. The sealing technique that Luo Yan used was about to lose control of the situation and let the source of Yin-Ki slip away. Seeing this, he hurriedly used the Fixin seal that he had just comprehended, using the supreme magical power to suppress it. Fixin's light surged, showing an extremely amazing power, and in an instant, the dragon loach was imprisoned, making it unable to move. It was as if this magical power existed specifically to deal with the laws of heaven and earth. This also confirmed Luo Yan's previous conjecture that the Fixin seal was born for this purpose. After finally catching it, Luo Yan left the long river of Yin-Ki and returned to the shore. At this time, the dragon loach had turned into a light gray gas, which was full of the flow of the law of Qi, and was very surging and blazing. Luo Yan observed it for a moment, then made a seal with his hands and used the power of destiny to wrap it up. Afterwards, he continued to move forward along this long river of Yin-Ki, and collected several more yin origins to ensure that he would not lack this origin in the future. In this way, whether it is used to trade with others or Luo Yan himself to comprehend the power of the law, it is a good choice. Gulp. There is a mountain in the mist, and a low sound wave sounded, bursting out with wisps of dim light, as if some terrifying creature lived in it. Luo Yan approached carefully, but was still sensed. The strange creature disappeared and fled. What a pity! Luo Yan felt a little regretful. If it was not unexpected, the creature that made its sound should also be a special creature manifested by the laws of heaven and earth. But the other party was very alert and disappeared before he approached. Luo Yan kept groping, and then found a wisp of evil spirit origin in an underground pit. The so-called evil spirit can be a person's anger or murderous intent. But in the eyes of people like Luo Yan who have peeked into the secrets of heaven, the evil spirit is more like an ominous aura. If ordinary people are infected with it, bad things will easily happen. For example, encountering a strong enemy when traveling, accidentally going astray when practicing, etc. These are ominous auras in the popular sense. Therefore, ominous means misfortune, which means bad things. This kind of dark side power and the power of faith are like two opposite forces. Luo Yan compared them carefully. He found that the origin of the evil spirit is a kind of destruction, with a sense of destruction, while the power of faith is a kind of expectation, a good wish for something. The former is to destroy, and the latter is to expect it to come true. In the future, if I meet someone I don't like, I don't have to do it myself. I just need to erode this evil spirit, and the other party will naturally be in trouble. Luo Yan's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have found a way to hide behind the scenes as a black hand. Although the origin of this evil spirit is not as strong as the power of curse and has corrosive power, it is full of uncertainty. The power of the curse is more like a magical method. If you can bear it, you will live, and if you can't bear it, you will die. Very direct. The ominous aura of the origin of evil spirits represents the good or bad luck of a person. If it is extremely bad, you will encounter all kinds of strange things. It is very possible to have a meteorite fall from the sky, be slapped to death by an old senior passing by, etc. You may die, or you may not die. But the only thing that is certain is that once you are entangled by this ominous aura, even a cultivator who has comprehended the law of emptiness can easily get into trouble unintentionally. This also made Luo Yan realize the benefits of practicing multiple methods together again. Facing different situations and different enemies, there are different methods to deal with them. This colorful ancient world is an undeveloped virgin land. Although there are countless crises and dangers, there are also great opportunities in it. What I need to do is to capture as many origin laws as possible during this period of time. Luo Yan raised his hand and collected the origin of evil spirits. He knew very well that the reason why there were so many origin laws in this place was closely related to the giant star. Because he had devoured so many lives and planets. So many that even if he died, those laws would still exist. Chapter 627, The Origin of the Five Elements, Five-Colored Earth, and Great Harvest. Boom! Luo Yan tracked down a lava mouth and saw the red liquid gurgling inside, with wisps of flames rising continuously, which made him feel extremely fearful. Because the fire law in these lava is so strong, it is much stronger than ordinary flames, and ordinary cultivators can't stand its burning at all. Luo Yan observed this lava pool for a long time, and finally he caught a ray of blazing fire. This is the origin of fire, which is the essence of fire condensed by the law of fire, and is also one of the components of all things in the world. With it, his attainments in the 5 elements of Qi will have the possibility of rapid improvement. Although I am only an incarnation, the second spiritual body is of the same origin as the main body. As long as I can take it out, I believe it won't take long for my attainments in the fire element to advance by leaps and bounds. Luo Yan put away the law of fire, feeling extremely excited, and even a smile hung in the corners of his eyes. He believed that with his own understanding, under the blessing of these 5 origin laws, he would definitely be able to quickly comprehend the truth in it, so as to achieve the goal of improving himself. You know, although this wisp of fire law belongs to the category of the 5 elements, basically any small world has it. But after all, it is a free benefit. How can he not feel happy? At the same time, this also shows that in this colorful ancient world, the origin of the 5 elements is not hidden, but everywhere. As long as you look carefully, you will definitely be able to find other 5 elements laws. This is definitely an amazing fortune, which can improve Luo Yan's attainments in the 5 elements law again. It just proves the saying that if you plant willows unintentionally, willows will grow into shades, but if you cultivate trees carefully, they will not live. Luo Yan's main body, who is far away in the 5 elements sect, has spent so much time to comprehend the 5 elements law, but he has not gained as fast as the second spirit body has ventured into the secret realm. This is really beyond his expectation. After this wisp of the origin of fire was taken away, Luo Yan left the magma mouth. Because for him, whether it is the origin of evil spirit, the origin of yin, the origin of fire, etc., only one strand is enough. The law of origin is also a law after all, belonging to the essence of the law of heaven and earth, which needs to be understood, not learned by clapping your hands. The threshold of understanding is there. For people with high understanding, a strand is enough to break through the surface. For people with low understanding talent, even if there are 10 strands, it will be useless. If you are not qualified, you can't glimpse the avenue, and you can't glimpse the avenue, regardless of the number of the law of origin. Next, you only need to find the remaining 4 law of origin in the 5 elements, and I will have the foundation for breaking through to the realm of transformation. Luo Yan strode out of the underground cave without looking back. Although this colorful ancient world is full of crises, and it is easy to lose your life if you are not careful, at the same time, this also makes the treasures in this world best preserved. Few people will compete with him or rob him. After all, those who can safely survive those crises are either powerful Mahayana masters or the pride of a sect. For such beings, ordinary things are definitely hard to catch their eye. Hey, there is a dark-colored grass with 9 inverted triangle leaves, and each leaf contains the texture of the great Dao. From a distance, it looks like a Dao law is manifesting. This is. Luo Yan walked forward to observe carefully and let the biochip search. Soon, the name of this strange grass was found by the biochip, yin containing 9-leafed grass. This is a legendary yin key treasure, which has a miraculous effect on people who practice the yin law. Each leaf is equivalent to a Bodhi leaf, which can allow people to instantly realize the Tao when they comprehend the yin key law. When used together with the origin of yin, it is really precious. Not inferior to the legendary Buddhist holy object, Bodhi leaf. Luo Yan didn't think about it, and quickly made a move and grabbed it forward. Wow! A burst of bright light flashed, and Luo Yan's forward movement became stiff, as if he was blocked by some special force. He was still half a beat late, and was submerged into the stone wall by the hidden 9-leaf grass and ran away. It disappeared. Fortunately, Luo Yan still caught a leaf in his hand. He looked at the smooth stone wall in front of him and had the urge to destroy it. Then, Luo Yan quickly let it go. He was indeed obsessed. After all, it was a spiritual creature of heaven and earth. It was normal for it to have a strong ability to escape. If Luo Yan had not practiced the power of destiny, he would not have had the opportunity to get close to this great grass. Because such a strange thing is most sensitive to the changes in the key between heaven and earth, and can even detect the movement hundreds of miles away. Many times, even ordinary creatures have not reacted, and it has already escaped. Therefore, fortunately, Luo Yan comprehended the power of destiny. If it were another power, he would never have gained so much. Even if this ancient world is a dangerous place and there are no creatures in the conventional sense, it is a feng shui treasure land for those strange things in the field of laws to survive. Luo Yan sighed. Normal creatures have life and self-needs, but these strange things in heaven and earth are different. They are nurtured by heaven and earth. The environment that ordinary creatures see as bad is, in their eyes, a safe place, the most comfortable. Shui, the light of escape under Luo Yan's feet is dazzling, and his figure flies away in an instant. He began to look for the remaining 4 5-element origins according to the mysterious energy in the eyes of the hexagram god. If he could master these 5 origins in advance, Luo Yan would not have to compete with fellow monks. After all, the number of origin laws is rare, and it often takes hundreds or even thousands of years for a trace of origin law to condense. In the 5 elements sect, the number of monks is huge, and there are too many monks and too little porridge. Every time the origin law is obtained, a group of people need to fight and rob. It is really stressful. Along the way, Luo Yan also encountered many rare divine minds and yin-ki spiritual objects. These divine objects were exposed outside and manifested on the ground, and no one cared. Seeing this, Luo Yan took these treasures away very decisively, and never left any treasure he had seen. The origin of gold and the origin of earth Luo Yan explored all the way, and then he found 2 more origins of laws, and collected them all in an instant. It can be said that the progress was rapid. It was only a matter of time before the remaining wood and water origins were found. Because the 5 elements of heaven and earth are the basis for building a world, any independent and complete world of Hengshi must have these 5 laws. It's just that the origin laws of many worlds are not obvious and not easy to be discovered. But now, judging from the situation of this colorful ancient world, since Luo Yan has captured 3 5-element laws, the remaining 2 origin laws are naturally no problem. Bang! 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 When Luo Yan was groping towards a high mountain, a strange sound came from not far away, with a great pressure, making the whole world tremble and buzz. This is a huge figure, comparable to a mountain, and even the fog can't hinder his majestic figure. The mountain is in front, the figure is surging, and the breath is magnificent. Earth Spirit. Luo Yan was surprised. He had seen many regular 5-element spirits, and they were everywhere on the 5-finger mountain. Several of them had a close relationship with Luo Yan. When practicing, they would actively gather the 5-element energy to speed up his practice. In a sense, even Xiao Yuner herself was a wood essence. But Luo Yan had never seen such a huge law spirit in front of him, even in the 5-element sect. His first thought was to suppress it, but after comparing his own strength with that of the opponent, Luo Yan wisely chose to turn a blind eye. The earth power of this level of heaven and earth spirits was magnificent, majestic, and huge, and it was not something that ordinary people could contend with. A casual slap could shatter the opponent's body and explode his soul, which was almost unsolvable. It was impossible to stop it. At least, with Luo Yan's current law attainments, he would never be the opponent of this guy. Therefore, such a huge earth spirit must be rare in the world, and it was a rare great fortune. But if you can't seize the fortune will become a disaster. Luo Yan drove the mysterious power of fate, isolated all his own ki, and merged with the surrounding fog. Under his observation, this huge earth spirit, like an ancient god and demon, released a tsunami-like surging wave, shaking the world. Then, it also drilled into the soil and disappeared. It seemed that in the moment just now, this big guy also sensed other strange breaths and chose to escape. What a pity. Luo Yan walked out of the fog and said softly. He came to the place where the earth spirit disappeared last, and then looked around. Huh? But what Luo Yan didn't expect was that he suddenly sensed a hidden key fluctuation, which seemed to be hovering nearby. He instantly escaped into the soil and chased after the fluctuation. Finally, Luo Yan found an underground river, in which there was the water source he had been looking for a long time. Collect. Luo Yan made hand gestures, and the fate power in his palm spread out, like a galaxy rolling down, with countless patterns, collecting the water element. At this moment, a smile inevitably emerged on his face. After continuous attacks, he has now captured 4 5-element origins. Now, only the last one is missing to collect the 5 5-element origin laws. Once the last 5-element law is gathered, Luo Yan may be able to take his 5-element attainments to a higher level before the Immortal Fate Conference begins. There will also be a significant improvement in strength. Although his second spiritual body is composed of pure fate power, in some special cases, the high attainments in the 5 elements may give him a kind of analogy. Similar to the example of one law, all laws are available. Luo Yan smacked his lips twice, and the fate power in his eyes reappeared, and the 4 mysterious power coins kept spinning and tumbling up and down. Faintly, there was a mysterious force of destiny rumbling, emitting an invisible light of magic, covering the 4-5 elements. The blank area was the wood element. Go! Luo Yan shouted softly, and the marks between his hands kept changing. Large pieces of destiny runes rushed into the void, drilled into nothingness, and spread in all directions. With a crackling sound, the invisible wave spread through many regions with him as the center, as if to search every inch of this colorful ancient world. Half an hour later, Luo Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and he saw a picture. In the picture, there was a piece of colorful mud, deposited underground, withered and motionless. In the mud, there was a piece of black rotten wood, surrounded by faint light, as if it was no different from black charcoal, and it couldn't be more ordinary. When Luo Yan saw this scene, his eyes lit up instantly, and then he whispered, "Found it!" Swish! Under Luo Yan's feet, there was a cyan thunder rippling, blooming with a brilliant divine light similar to the sun, and disappeared here in an instant. His escape light was extremely fast, and the void was trembling. He released the maximum speed, and he didn't even care about hiding his own breath, wanting to capture the last ray of the 5 elements in the first time. Once these 5 origin laws are collected, Luo Yan's strength will definitely be greatly improved. It is not impossible to even challenge the ordinary cultivators in the God Transformation realm. Of course, the cultivators in the God Transformation realm in Luo Yan's eyes refer to the core descendants of the top sects, not ordinary practitioners in the outside world. The gap between the two is huge, like the difference between clouds and mud, and there is no comparison at all. Buzz! Luo Yan finally arrived at this land, and once again restrained his aura. The mysterious light of destiny on his body was blazing, shining in this world, and then his figure completely disappeared without a trace. Deep underground, the colorful mud released a hazy spiritual light. Even if it was buried in the mud, it could not block the dazzling light. 5-colored Su soil. Luo Yan recognized the origin of this colorful mud, and even the legendary earth-based wonder. Any spiritual medicine planted on it would have a medicinal effect and growth rate several times that of spiritual medicines of the same grade. It was an excellent mud for cultivating spiritual medicines and was extremely precious. Buzz! Luo Yan did not dare to be careless and directly used the fixin seal to imprison this piece of land. Endless lines spread underground, as if isolating the entire world. Sure enough, at the last moment, the wood element origin hidden in the rotten wood sensed something was wrong and wanted to slip away. Unfortunately, it was imprisoned by the order seal of the fixin seal. With a pop, the wood element origin and the 5-colored Su soil were all collected by Luo Yan. Luo Yan let out a long breath. Although he did not encounter top treasures like the immortal finger bone, with so many imprints of the origin laws in his hands, this trip was still a complete success. Moreover, even the Mahayana masters of the Wanbao Pavilion would not care about such origin laws. Because at their level, ordinary spiritual objects in the world, in their eyes, are no different from wild fruits on the roadside. Therefore, this is completely Luo Yan's own thing. Naturally, he can take it away if he wants. Chapter 628 Ancient Immortal Seal, Law Fragments. According to the time, there should be only a few days left before the 1-month deadline. In the remaining few days, I'll just walk around and see if I can find more origin laws. Luo Yan said to himself. After he took away the 5-colored Su soil, he left here. Then he randomly found a direction and began to search aimlessly. After watching those relief images, Luo Yan had a certain understanding of this colorful ancient world. The unknown mystery is the most terrifying. When the mysterious veil was revealed, he naturally no longer felt heartbroken and could face it calmly. During this period, Luo Yan had encountered many indescribable terrifying creatures, in human form, beast form, and various forms. So that his body was blown up many times. Whenever he encountered it, Luo Yan would inevitably be unable to avoid it, and it was a dead end. Fortunately, with the power of faith, he could find a way to recover even if he suffered serious injuries. After his observation, he found that those terrifying creatures were actually a kind of unknown mysterious energy. The consciousness of its creatures is also the obsession imprint left by the predecessors, not the real autonomous consciousness. At the same time, the grandeur of this colorful ancient world also allowed Luo Yan to see many legendary substances. This plays a vital role in broadening his horizons and improving the breadth of his thinking. Even a dead and silent place can breed unimaginable terrifying creatures and various natural treasures. In such a place without external interference, A piece of soil that may be accidentally stepped on or a stone kicked may be some kind of legendary rare substance. Although in the eyes of outsiders, this colorful ancient world is extremely dangerous and you will die if you are not careful. But for people like Luo Yan, as long as you're careful and avoid those terrifying creatures, this colorful ancient world can be said to be full of opportunities and amazing luck. Even if he is not short of cultivation resources, he will be moved by it and want to possess everything he sees. In these last few days, Luo Yan encountered a strange place again. Judging from the location of the giant's corpse, this should be its brain area, but in the colorful ancient world, it is no different from an ordinary land. This is a very hazy place, filled with various law fragments. There are at least nearly 100 laws. So many law fragments gathered in one place, which shocked Luo Yan. Is this a place where the Great Way is manifested? How can there be so many laws? You know, although the law of the Great Way seems to be everywhere, it is generally not truly manifested in front of people. For example, the earth, wind, rain, clouds, fire and other materials that everyone can see with the naked eye are close to the front, but there is no abnormal aura. Ordinary cultivators can't tell them apart at all. If we continue to push forward, these basic materials that constitute a world are actually part of the 5 elements law. But before fully mastering a great law, cultivators below the realm of true immortals basically can't see through these basic materials. This is a bit like two mortals staying in an inn at the same time. Although they know each other's existence, they can't see each other. This is the same reason. All cultivators in the true spirit realm know that the mud under their feet, the spiritual energy they breathe, the white clouds they see, etc., are all part of the laws of heaven and earth. But the problem is that these laws of the Great Way have never been manifested, and few people can see through them directly. The current situation is beyond Luo Yan's expectations. There are a lot of law fragments here, and it seems that they can be caught with just one hand. It's like picking the moon with your hand, and it's unimaginable to see it. Can these law fragments be used? If I can catch all these law fragments, how powerful will I be? Luo Yan's eyes lit up and his breathing became rapid. The ready-made law fragments are in front of him. If he can take them all as his own, doesn't it mean that he doesn't have to bother to comprehend them anymore? After all, with the ready-made laws in front of him, it's like an open book exam. Can't you just copy the answers? Thinking of this, Luo Yan slowly approached and touched the hazy land of the Great Way, feeling excited. Ahead, there was a mysterious vortex spinning, like a water vortex, but different, making people unable to help but indulge in it. Buzz, a ray of the law of thunder was raging not far away, crackling, the sound was endless, the electric light was blazing, and there was endless silver light shining. Luo Yan touched this fragment of the law, sensed it with his heart, and then wanted to capture it. Snap, an arc of electricity rushed through, spewing out endless lightning. Suddenly, a big explosion occurred in this area, the thunder was resounding, and the fog was filled with electric light, which was very terrifying. Luo Yan's own body was also blown apart in an instant, leaving no trace. After waiting for about an incense stick of time, Luo Yan condensed the incarnation of faith again, and then appeared in front of this ray of the law of thunder. At this time, his face was hesitant, his eyes were full of fear, staring at the arc not far away, and he didn't dare to go forward to capture it. It was really too strong, he couldn't even get close, it was as tragic as a moth flying into a flame. How can this be called a fragment of law? It is clearly the imprint of a powerful person before his death. Luo Yan's face turned black. He miscalculated after all. At this moment, he completely understood the difference between the fragment of law and the origin of law. The origin of law is bred by heaven and earth, and is a kind of naturally manifested Dao core, which allows people to comprehend this law and improve. But the fragment of law is different. This is a kind of personal aura stripped from other creatures, and it belongs to the part of the powerful person. Moreover, the stripped fragment of law will carry the strong personal characteristics of the original owner. In short, when Luo Yan comprehends the origin of law, he does not need any preparation, and can comprehend it directly. But if he wants to comprehend the fragment of law, he needs to subdue the imprint of the previous owner in the fragment of law first, and then he is qualified to continue comprehending. Moreover, the Dao in that fragment of law only represents the law attainments of its original owner, not the complete Dao law. By then, it is very likely that many characteristics will appear, such as moistening all things, tolerance, destruction, and ravaging everything. But the fragments of the laws that he comprehended only had 1 or 2 characteristics, which were very incomplete. But the owner of the fragments of the laws in this area before him was most likely the product of the giant spirit's swallowing. A law orb can still exist for hundreds of thousands of years even without the original owner. It is conceivable how powerful such a person was when he was alive. It is absolutely beyond Luo Yan's imagination. Therefore, he is not worried at all about the completeness of the avenue of such a fragment of the law. No, I'm still a little unwilling to leave like this. Luo Yan's eyes were trance, and his sight glanced elsewhere. He cast his eyes on a wisp of the law of wind, and a large amount of fate power surged out of himself, wanting to resist it. Luo Yan's idea was very simple. As long as he could hold on for a moment, he would use the fate power to isolate everything, and then drive the surging power of faith to suppress it. In this way, this wisp of law orb became a rootless duckweed. Consuming a wisp, the great power will be reduced a little, and one day he will be able to taste his wish. Using this method, he didn't believe that he couldn't suppress it. Unfortunately, Luo Yan still miscalculated. The moment he approached the wind law, there was no strange vision, nor did any earth-shattering magic appear. Just a tall figure flashed by, and he was crushed into powder. As fragile as a bubble, it exploded with a pop. Luo Yan didn't want to give up such a great opportunity, and glanced at the 5 elements law next to him. Puff! His body was crushed again, still with the mark of the predecessor, and he couldn't even see the other party's face. Those majestic auras rushed, and Luo Yan's body disappeared between heaven and earth like an invincible god of war. It was really terrifying. Afterwards, he tried again dozens of times, but the ending was the same every time. Either he was crushed or he was on the way to being crushed. Oh, what a pity. Luo Yan stood here, and for a moment he was a little worried. The opportunity in this vague place really makes people itch. Even he can't ignore it. He has an impulse to take it for himself and take all these law fragments away. Unfortunately, the gap between his own strength and the original owners of these law imprints is really a bit big. It's so big that it's almost like a free gift. If you touch it, you will die. Even if you use all your fate power and the power of faith, it's still useless. You can't shake the other party's imprint at all. So many law fragments, if I can take them all away, even a few of them, it will make my next law road easier. Luo Yan showed regret. If I didn't see these law fragments, it would be fine. There is nothing to regret. But after seeing them, there is a feeling of disappointment that one can only return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Luo Yan exerted his fate power, his body glowed, and the third eye between his eyebrows continued to manifest, as if he was looking for the weakest among these imprints. See if there is a chance to pick up leaks. Unfortunately, the fate power that had been invincible in the past was ineffective in this land. Or rather, those great imprints did not give him the opportunity to perform magic at all. This was not beyond Luo Yan's expectations. After all, the owners of those law fragments were too powerful and far beyond his ability to fight. On the left side, there was a crack of nothingness, which filled the void, and the law fragments next to it were all far away. Seeing this, Luo Yan drooled with envy. This was the law of space. It was placed in front of him, and he could only see it, but could not take it into his own hands, which made him feel extremely heartbroken. Luo Yan tried again and rushed towards the law fragment with his head held high. With a clang, his body turned into flying ash and dissipated. This time, he was destroyed before he even saw the imprint body in the law fragment. Obviously, the imprint trace of the law of space was too powerful. With Luo Yan's current cultivation level, it was a luxury to want to get close. This also cut off his fantasy from another level. Moreover, when Luo Yan chose to revive again after an instant of time, those space cracks seemed to have self-awareness, as if they knew that he was not really dead yet, and they spread towards him again. This really scared Luo Yan, and he hurriedly used Thunder Escape to leave. This ghost place is really dangerous. He didn't get any benefits, but his faith power was consumed countless times. If it were more than 10 years ago, he would definitely be heartbroken. Fortunately, the members of the True Cultivation Tower have become stronger and stronger over the years, which has led to the current situation of wanton spending. Luo Yan thought about it. It was a rare opportunity to encounter so many law fragments. It would be a pity if he didn't try them one by one. So, with a fluke mentality, he began to test those law fragments one by one. I don't believe it. So many law imprints are all at the peak. Don't leave me any chance. Luo Yan muttered in a low voice. He carefully identified and separated the law fragments that he had tried before, and then tried them one by one in a nearly suicidal way. When he touched dozens of law fragments, but they were all crushed without exception, so that he himself had no hope. Luo Yan saw a vortex, releasing a soft light like hazy starlight, and bursting out a faint chanting sound. He continued to sink into his mind without hesitation. This time, he was ground into dust again. But not long after, Luo Yan was resurrected with a happy face, because he used the fate power to block half a breath of time. What exactly does this situation mean? He naturally knows very well. Swish. 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 At this moment, Luo Yan didn't care about saving the power of faith, and began to rush into this starlight frantically. He only needed a little time to adapt to all of this, and then catch this law fragment. Buzz! In order to suppress this law fragment, Luo Yan did not hesitate to use all the 9 kinds of law power mastered by his body. At this moment, the most blazing golden light emerged in this area. He seemed like a blue sun god, standing between heaven and earth. Dang! After countless erasures and reunions, Luo Yan's body finally saw the original owner of the mark, who turned out to be a vague figure. It seemed like a beautiful fairy from ancient times. Then, he began to use the power of fate and the power of faith to resist repeatedly. Then he consumed the brand illusion in the law fragment bit by bit. The power of fate was in front, isolating the law fragment from the outside world, and the power of faith was behind, constantly suicidal consumption. Although it was a bit rogue, it was extremely useful. In the end, the figure was erased. In other words, the obsession mark never resisted from beginning to end, allowing Luo Yan to do it here. A sad breath emanated from his whole body. Chapter 629, Ancient Starry Sky Scripture, Starry Avenue. The ancient fairy was in front, and Luo Yan was behind, constantly using the power of faith to offset the terrifying brand mark. This progress was very slow and consumed a lot of energy. If the female fairy made any unusual moves, Luo Yan would die without a burial place. At that time, all efforts would fail. But what surprised Luo Yan was that the female fairy never made any move, but just looked at him quietly. It seemed that she was looking at an ant with disdain in her eyes. But even an ant can destroy a tree and a mountain after continuous gnawing. Therefore, the female fairy's obsession was still shaken by Luo Yan's perseverance. As she lay dying, a sigh echoed in Luo Yan's ears. The world is vast, there are countless strong people, and I am just a bigger ant in the realm of cultivation. Why are you so persistent? Later, have you ever felt despair? It's the kind of despair that has the energy to spare, but can only watch. Luo Yan savored the last words of obsession of this brand, and the mystery of his own destiny emerged. The Sign Dharma image in the sea of consciousness leaped into the sea of stars and looked into the distance. At this moment, it seemed that some great power blessed him and made him different. Under Luo Yan's gaze, the Sign Dharma image seemed to be able to penetrate the obstacles of space and time, and see the beautiful figure hundreds of thousands of years ago. This is a white-clothed fairy with a delicate face and a graceful figure, as if she were a fairy above the 9 heavens, with an extraordinary temperament, an ethereal breath, and a peerless elegance. It seemed that all the beauty in the world was manifested in her. To do something knowing it is impossible and to be willing to die is to be upright. No matter how many difficulties there are, no matter how high the mountains are, a bird can flap its wings and travel 30,000 miles to cross them. Although the sea is vast, there is a god named Kui who can swallow a bucket of seawater every day. Over time, there will be a day when the sea dries up. The so-called despair is that you are not strong enough. The Sign Dharma image murmured. This passage seemed to carry some kind of mysterious magic, penetrating the void, passing through countless spaces, and coming to that time and space. The female fairy, who was originally as dead as ashes, seemed to have felt something, and suddenly looked up and looked into the void. Her star-like eyes stared at all this for a long time, and she suddenly laughed. At this moment, the world was full of flowers and stars. The white-clothed female fairy opened her red lips slightly, and her slender fingers lightly tapped. The jade-green finger seemed to be able to penetrate the void and point at the brow of the Sign Dharma image. I'll look forward to the day you said, and I will bring my law to prove that what you said is true. The human body imprint dissipated, and Luo Yan also collected the fragment of the law. After a long time, 2 pieces of information emerged in his mind, the Great Starry Avenue and the Ancient Starry Sky Scripture. I actually got the inheritance of a supreme scripture. Luo Yan was surprised. This was really beyond his expectation. The power of the beautiful female fairy is beyond doubt. After hundreds of thousands of years, her Daoseal obsession still remains in this world, and can be passed down from generation to generation, which already shows her power. No one who can be called immortal is easy to deal with. This is a consensus since ancient times. The only thing that surprised Luo Yan was that she actually gave up resistance when facing the attack of Gu Zhi of the giant spirit clan. She was desperate and thought she would die. So much so that after hundreds of thousands of years, the obsession of this ancient female fairy still exists. How could an ancient immortal of the immortal level have such a weak heart? Luo Yan was confused, his eyes full of puzzlement. That was a powerful immortal god, and his heart was as fragile as a flower bud, which was simply horrifying. At the same time, Luo Yan once again realized the power of the giant spirits. The creatures of this tribe feed on the ancient stars of life, strengthen themselves, and can fight immortal gods when they become adults. The hundreds of origins of the laws in front of them are the most powerful proof. Giant spirits, Luo Yan whispered. To be honest, at this moment, he was really moved by the inheritance of the giant spirits. Think about it, that is a powerful inheritance that even immortal gods are afraid of, which is enough to show the horror of the giant spirits. As for feeding on the ancient stars of life, it is actually nothing. The universe is so big and vast, and there are ancient stars of life being born and destroyed all the time. There are many creatures like the giant spirits, and star beasts that feed on stars. But only the giant spirits were suppressed by the immortal court of the earthly immortal world. Luo Yan guessed that this was probably because the creatures of this tribe were too powerful and affected the rule of the immortal court. As for the matter of eating planets, the number of planets in the entire universe is too numerous to count. Even if the giant spirits are allowed to devour, how many can they devour? Therefore, you can never just look at the surface of anything. Otherwise, their vision will inevitably be blinded. Luo Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Whether to accept this inheritance depends on the future situation. If the normal road is blocked and the road is restricted, then what's wrong with being an enemy of the whole world? Afterwards, Luo Yan put his mind on the ancient starry sky scripture. This is a supreme inheritance used in conjunction with the Star Avenue. As long as you are in this universe, you can attract the starlight above the 9 heavens to bless yourself. It is very mysterious. Under the starlight, the great power is inexhaustible, and your own power is endless. Therefore, the rank of this scripture inheritance is very high. It is the first one that Luo Yan has obtained, a true immortal level scripture. Although the process and results are very unexpected and dramatic, even Luo Yan himself feels that everything seems a little too smooth. When accepting this inheritance, there is a natural coincidence. It seems that the beautiful fairy is waiting for him, waiting for the day when Luo Yan appears. But the scripture of the true immortal level is destined to be powerful and extraordinary. Therefore, even if Luo Yan has some doubts, there is no reason to let go of this scripture inheritance. The 1-month period is coming soon, and there is no time to explore this ancient world. Luo Yan sorted out his harvest, then looked at the sky, and his figure turned into a stream of light and dissipated. After he left, the many law fragments in this foggy land disappeared in an instant. It seems that the previous emergence was really waiting for Luo Yan to come. Among them, the silhouette of a beautiful female cultivator appeared above the mist, quietly watching the distant green figure, her eyes as soft as water waves. As if bidding farewell, swoosh, Luo Yan's escape light was very fast, stepping on the green thunder, and it took less than 2 hours to fly out of this ancient world. The colorful stream of light when coming here was extremely terrifying and extremely dangerous. When going back, it seemed extremely easy and simple, and he was familiar with the road. Luo Yan passed through many obstacles and came to the outside of this colorful ancient world. Looking back, he could see the planet behind him that was full of colorful glittering. Various lights were dazzling, and gorgeous to the extreme. It was very beautiful. After my strength has made great progress, I will think of a way next time and come by myself. Luo Yan turned around and flew towards the place agreed in advance. When he came under the starry sky, he saw more than 10 figures standing here. Each of them was very powerful and had a terrifying aura. They were the top geniuses of a clan or a state, and could be respected in their generation. They seemed to have finished their exploration and were waiting here. Another Taoist friend who came out before the 1-month deadline. It seems that this Taoist brother is quite capable. Not far away, a girl in white clothes like snow smiled softly, emitting a soft halo all over her body, like shining stars, as bright as jade. It is rumored that she is the saint of a certain major sect. Fairy Bhiksha is right. Anyone who can stay in that ghost place for a month is extraordinary. Next to him, a young man with a voluptuous figure echoed, his eyes full of pride. This trip to the mysterious ancient world is definitely a touchstone to test the strength of the younger generation. From the hundreds of majestic figures before, to only a dozen people now, it can be seen how difficult this trip to the ancient world is. Luo Yan quietly fell aside, without any intention of talking, just nodded to several of his fellow practitioners who were smiling, and responded with kindness. Not long after, a young man with black hair and divine light appeared. The moment he appeared, everyone looked over. It was the strong man who performed the big and small Ruai magical powers. Previously, with his example, the cultivators saw the magic of the ancient magical powers and realized the power of this fellow cultivator. The young man showed joy, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot from that world. A few hours later, several figures flew out from the colorful ancient world one after another, including the ancient moon saint who was as powerful as a small sun. No matter where he went, people like him were destined to be core figures, so powerful that no one dared to question. Even so, there were no more than 20 cultivators who could come out of that place. You know, being invited by Wanbao Pavilion shows how powerful they are, and they are definitely the best of the younger generation. There are still only so many people who can successfully avoid the danger of the colorful ancient world. It is conceivable that the place is strange and dangerous. The probability of survival for ordinary cultivators who step into it is almost zero. Okay, time is up. I will send you back first. A magnificent ancient voice echoed in the ears of everyone. It was the venerable Zhuan Songzi. At this time, he had no intention of talking to many young cultivators, nor did he ask the cultivators about any gains. Luo Yan and others' eyes went dark, and a pair of big hands grabbed them in the palm of their hands, then drilled into a void passage and disappeared here. Along the way, there was a slight shock sound, and a dazzling light burst out, as if it had been hit by some terrible impact. However, Luo Yan and others did not worry at all, because there were many dangers in the void cracks, and such a situation was normal. Wow! Through this illusory big hand, you can see the hazy and blurred streamers outside, as if you have arrived at a Jedi filled with chaotic fog. However, the Mahayana Venerable's escape light was extremely fast. It took only 20 days for them to return to the true spirit realm. At this time, the host Zhuan Kongzi appeared again on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. My dear friends, it's time to fulfill the agreement between us. Hearing this, Luo Yan and others were well prepared. They directly put the divine materials and unknown treasures they brought out into storage bags and threw them over. On someone else's territory, and in front of a cultivator of the upper three realms, no one would choose to hide private things. This is the stupidest thing to do. Never underestimate the power of a venerable of the upper three realms. This is a rule that everyone knows. Therefore, when Elder Zhuan Kongzi sensed the aura of the many juniors in front of him and found that no one was hiding private things, a smile appeared on his old face. It's good to understand the rules and know what's interesting, so that everyone will have a light on their faces. With his cultivation level, he naturally felt that many of these young juniors present had captured the origin law. Among them, some people even captured dozens of strands of the origin of the law. But for Zhuan Kongzi, those things belong to the realm of laws and have nothing to do with the ancient immortal inheritance, so there is no need to check them. My dear friends, there is still half a year before the start of the Immortal Fate Conference. During this period, you can choose to stay in my Wanbao Pavilion. Because of your help this time, my Wanbao Pavilion has decided to privately give you a treasure purchase quota of 10 million drops of essence each. And, from now on, you are all VIPs of my Wanbao Pavilion, and you have the right to ask the Wanbao Pavilion branches in every place to meet any of your personal needs and give you the maximum discount of 30%. Luo Yan and others waved their hands and left soon. Obviously, this so-called treasure and the treasure purchase quota of 10 million drops of essence have limited appeal to people like them. However, the token representing the VIP of Wanbao Pavilion is somewhat useful. In some places, it is also a good use to mobilize the power of Wanbao Pavilion and help them collect some intelligence information in advance. Luo Yan returned to the quiet room and saw the Monkey King lying on the sideboard, looking like he couldn't sit still for a long time. But even so, he did not leave Luo Yan's second spiritual body. Back? Is that place dangerous? The moment he saw Luo Yan appear, the Monkey King's golden pupils lit up instantly, and then asked curiously. Luo Yan shook his head and did not tell him about the colorful ancient world, because the monkey was just bored, so he asked this question. Here, take it. Luo Yan threw the token representing the VIP of one Bao pavilion over, and then said softly, there are 10 million drops of essence in it. You can use it to buy anything you want. Next, I need to retreat for a while and wait for the opening of the Immortal Fate Conference. You can wander around this so ancient city and find someone to fight, but it's best not to hurt the other person's life. This is the ancient Zhuan realm, not the territory of my 5 elements sect. I can only help you a little. So, don't cause a big disaster, otherwise you will have to escape back, Luo Yan explained carefully. As he spoke, his body of faith began to slowly dissipate, and his true spirit returned to his second spiritual body. Chapter 630, Ancient and Modern Laws, born with the help of the brand. In an instant, bright lights lit up, and the aura of various laws became fierce. Those were the original laws brought back from that colorful ancient world. Not only are there many, but they are also dazzling. The second spirit body opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing these origin laws into its stomach, and its body glowed faintly. Then I'll go out. I've been here for 3 months, and I'm almost bored. The Monkey King took the token in his hand and left without looking back. Monkeys are naturally active and can't calm down. It's rare to be able to wait here for 3 months. If he wasn't worried that Luo Yan would be hurt, he would have run away long ago. The Monkey King even thought about whether he should carry Luo Yan's second spirit body and go to the city to have a good time. But at this moment, the Taoist in green suddenly came back. After the Monkey King left the quiet room, Luo Yan waved his hand and summoned those origin laws again. The origin of evil spirits, the origin of yin, the origin of the 5 elements, the origin of the avenue of stars. All of them are the gains of his trip, which can be said to be a great harvest. During this trip to the colorful ancient world, a total of 8 kinds of origin laws were harvested, totaling 22 strands. Among them, the origin of yin had the largest number, with as many as 6 strands. The rest of the origin laws basically had 2 or 3 strands, only the origin of the stars had only 1 strand. Luo Yan spread his hands, feeling the blazing dao of these origin laws, as if all kinds of laws were manifested in front of him. At this moment, he looked at these laws of heaven and earth, and his eyes flickered with thoughts. It seemed that he was weighing something. There was only the last 6 months left before the Immortal Fate Conference. In such a short time, it was obviously impossible to fully comprehend these 8 origin laws. There was no time. If he wanted to improve his strength in a short period of time, Luo Yan needed to choose carefully and not blindly comprehend. Luo Yan knew very well that even if the origin of the Tao was in front, it would be almost impossible to comprehend the origin of evil spirits, the origin of yin and many other origin laws without decades of effort. Because the law is about gradual progress, and if you comprehend it, you comprehend it. If you have never understood it, you have never understood it. Even if you take shortcuts, it is not as simple as you think. You can learn it by clapping your hands. Therefore, Luo Yan thought about it and set his sights on the ancient starry sky scripture. After all, this is a divine art, a Taoist method, and there are traces to follow. Luo Yan also wanted to see what the difference is between the so-called true immortal level ancient scripture and the normal great magical arts. They are also in the field of law, so why can they be superior to the treasure art of the town religion? If you can figure this out and learn this ancient starry sky scripture, maybe it will play an unexpected role in the Immortal Fate Conference. To be honest, the gathering of so many human geniuses gave Luo Yan a sense of urgency. He felt that among his peers, his strength was at most second-rate. Only by relying on the special power of destiny could he squeeze into the first-rate level, but it did not include the battle of magic. After an hour, the inheritance scripture in Luo Yan's mind turned into a book, which he took in his hand and studied carefully. There is a thing that is mixed and formed before the heaven and earth. It is invisible, dark and lonely, and its sound is not heard. I force it to be named and called it Tao. The wind rises and the clouds steam, the thunder roars and the rain falls, and it responds to infinity. It has been carved and polished, but it returns to its original simplicity. Suddenly, it cannot be represented. Suddenly, it is not bent. Deep and dark, it should be invisible. Luo Yan read it while letting the biochip record it, so as to improve the database of the Tao scriptures. One day, he will be able to create a scripture of his own. Luo Yan carefully observed and realized that the scriptures at the level of true immortals are indeed unique, and they are not just as simple as expounding a law of the Tao. For example, the five-color divine light is to gather the power of the five elements of heaven and earth together, and then reach a level of qualitative change. The ancient scripture of the starry sky is different. It not only expounds the starry sky, but also the manifestation of the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. It is the basis for the operation of this world and its foundation. The so-called starry sky avenue needs to illuminate the heavens, give glory to all things, illuminate the boundless void. The world is immortal, and oneself will last forever. This is the core of the true immortal scripture. To practice the ancient starry sky scripture, you need to start with a blue dharmakaya in the sea of consciousness. Let it become a star, shine with divine light, and illuminate the 10 directions. In simple terms, it is to let Luo Yan himself become a star and shine. This is a different path from the normal visualization method, that is, the current 840 million psychic particles. If you want to practice, you must abandon the current visualization method and specialize in the ancient immortal method. Luo Yan was not interested in this and had no idea of switching to other methods. The methods of the ancient times were almost all like this, with obvious scriptures and divine arts, domineering, self-centered, and no tolerance for others. For example, the true dragon treasure technique, after practicing to the end, can make the practitioner really become a dragon. The Kingin treasure technique can turn a cultivator into a Kingin. It is rumored that some creators of supreme magic can even die, but as long as there are enough people practicing this method and can reach a certain height, then, this great creature can be revived. In this way, it can achieve immortality. This is the tyranny and drawbacks of those ancient magics. Those who learn from me will eventually become another me. Therefore, such scripture treasures are powerful, but it is easy for practitioners to lose themselves and become another person. This is also the fundamental reason why the magic treasures of the ancient times were gradually abandoned by many practitioners and then withdrew from the stage. After all, for those practitioners who pursue the great way, no one would be willing to become one of the incarnations of some great existence, even if such a method can reach an unimaginable height. The same is true for this ancient starry sky scripture. Not only does Luo Yan need to turn into a star, but he also needs to observe the origin of the stars before he can fully master it. Now, in Luo Yan's hands, the origin of the stars is available, but he is not ready to follow this true immortal scripture completely. If you say you are not afraid of the law of the ancient times, that would be a lie. But if you dare not even touch an ancient law of the true immortal level in front of you, it would be a bit of a waste. Therefore, Luo Yan decided to find a way to make simple adjustments. So, in the following time, Luo Yan began to retreat and devote himself to this scripture. If you want to modify the ancient immortal law, you must first understand and figure out the principles of this ancient law before you are qualified to change it. This is an inevitable process. In this process, Luo Yan did not break up the green dharma in his mind, but borrowed this true immortal secret method to make his dharma body glow. Replace the stars with the dharma, and become an existence that reflects the heavens. Luo Yan constantly pondered the true immortal scripture, understood its meaning, understood its rhyme, compared it repeatedly, and evolved the Dao rune. Of course, with the origin of the stars in hand, Luo Yan's only difficulty is how to make his dharma body glow without turning into a star. This is also the biggest difficulty encountered in changing this ancient immortal method. You know, this light is not a light in the ordinary sense, but a kind of Tao, a light of Tao that shines in the hearts of all living beings. Even if the darkness is boundless, only the light of Tao will last forever. Luo Yan began to try constantly and make small modifications to this true immortal scripture. But after trying many times, he found it difficult to do. But Luo Yan did not give up. He used the comparison function of the biochip to directly disassemble those starry sky runes one by one and understand their meaning. Then he reorganized them according to his own ideas. There are many difficulties encountered in this process, because the stars in the ancient starry sky scripture only need to condense in the sea of consciousness, from nothing to something, and slowly grow. Like a blank piece of paper, painting it will. And what Luo Yan wants to do is to make some fine-tuning on the basis of the portrait painting that has already been made. This difficulty is directly magnified dozens of times and becomes extremely difficult. Luo Yan spent more than 10 days to disassemble all the true immortal scriptures. Each starry sky rune has its corresponding general meaning. At this point, he began to condense the starry sky runes, spreading them into a sea of consciousness, wrapping his dharma body. It was also difficult to do this, because the starry sky scripture was incompatible with the secret visualization method that Luo Yan practiced, and the two were like fire and water. After the simulation reminder of the biochip and Luo Yan's own continuous attempts, on the 27th day of practicing this true immortal treasure technique, he finally found a critical point that allowed the power between the two to not interfere with each other. At this moment, Luo Yan's sea of consciousness underwent a terrifying change. Countless starlight seemed to come from another world, overflowing, endless, and pulling down. His body was glowing from the inside out, as if it was completely boiling, as dazzling as the stars at night. Luo Yan closed his eyes and immersed himself in this evolution. The runes on his body piled up one by one, drawing a net of heaven and earth, floating in the quiet room. In the sea of consciousness, the Cyan Dharma body stood under the sea of stars, looking up, and the body of Tao burst out with infinite light, as if the stars were burning, standing upright, and the divine brilliance was shocking. Yin. The Cyan Dharma body turned into the morning star, and the divine light released was as majestic as the vast sea, spreading outward and lighting up the starry sky. Luo Yan took out the star source, and while concentrating on comprehending, he immersed himself in the condensation of the starry sky scriptures. At this moment, his whole body was as white as jade, and there was a mysterious God in his body chanting scriptures, and the sound of Tao never stopped. Finally, when all the ancient starry sky scriptures condensed, Luo Yan could actually feel the power of the stars far away in the sea of stars out of thin air. Moreover, an amazing change came from his body, like the rebirth of a seedling. This was a gradual and extremely long process, which lasted for several months before it gradually calmed down. When all the starry sky runes merged into the sea of consciousness and gathered on the body of the Dharmakaya, Luo Yan also ushered in the ultimate change. Dang! With a light sound, it seemed that the stars above the 9 heavens were shining, all of which were changed by Luo Yan's changes. At this moment, the great power of the stars in the sky blessed his body, and Luo Yan seemed like a god. The divine clouds blooming from his body could shine with the sun and the moon, reflecting all the true spirits in the world. Countless starlight dots made his body crystal clear, as if it were 5-colored glass. After a long time, those bright starlights gradually disappeared, and all kinds of strange phenomena disappeared, allowing Luo Yan to return to his original appearance. What a powerful force! Luo Yan stood up, with starry runes flashing in his eyes, both blazing and surging. He opened his palm, then clenched his 5 fingers, and the moment he closed them, a star appeared in his bright white fist, as if he could shatter the world with one punch. Luo Yan felt a very powerful force, which made his body sublime again. The starlight in the sky blessed him. That supreme power seemed endless and would never be exhausted. Starlight is a kind of energy. To some extent, it is another powerful energy that is not inferior to spiritual energy. Compared with spiritual energy, the scope of application of starlight seems to be wider. Luo Yan could feel that in the void, the blazing starlight that fell from the sky was really endless and vast like the sea. Luo Yan put his hands together, and a sea of stars rose and fell in his palms, with countless stars lingering in between. This invisible sea of stars is very heavy, so heavy that every ray is comparable to a mountain. It seems that it is light and fluttering, which is enough to suppress any enemy. Even Luo Yan himself, feeling this vast and majestic breath, has a kind of frightening feeling, unable to resist. At this moment, Luo Yan thought of the reincarnation of the immortal he had met before, Li. Li was like this at the beginning. He was not as fairy-like as imagined, but his gestures could give people a great pressure, and he was almost invincible. Because to fight against that kind of existence is to fight against this world. As long as your strength fails to break through the limit and reach an extreme, you can never be the opponent of such a person. Now that Luo Yan has mastered this ancient fairy-level scripture, he really understands where the gap between him and those top peers is. Luo Yan cultivates himself, while those people cultivate this world. At any time, they can borrow the power of this world to help them suppress their opponents. This is definitely a very good path. Perhaps after the true fairyland, those who cultivate themselves can become extremely powerful, and they are a universe with unlimited power. But at the moment, the power released by the ancient scripture of the starry sky is far greater than the general Taoism. Luo Yan felt it with his heart, and finally found that even if the sword, thunder, 5 elements and other powers were all integrated into one, the magnificent energy that erupted in a short period of time is still not as powerful as the power of the ancient scripture of the starry sky. Is this the power of the ancient magic? Luo Yan pondered. Although it has many drawbacks, it is still really powerful. After careful comparison, he found that the ancient magic was like a typical case, attracting subsequent practitioners to participate. If the strength of the preacher is beyond imagination, the power of this magic will attract more people to practice, thus allowing the Taoists who lived hundreds of thousands of years ago to revive again. Chapter 631, The Fire Monkey, one of the 10 divine monkeys. Although there are very few beings in the Divine Tree Valley that can manifest their divine powers through Taoism, they have indeed appeared before and caused great unrest. After all, no one had expected that it was nothing more than practicing a magical power, but he would even sacrifice his life. Of course, those ancient magical powers in ancient times are more like commodities that can be copied in large quantities. Later learners only need to follow the example and practice step by step to achieve a few successes of the preacher, or even a similar effect. This is like an unlimited copy. How powerful the predecessor's method is, the successors can walk the same path. If it weren't for the big change later, I'm afraid that the current practice world would be full of such a face. Like the 5-color divine light mastered by Luo Yan, as long as he wants, he can pass on his experience to the next generation. Then, the next generation can rely on this memory to achieve a rapid understanding. No wonder there were so many immortals and gods in ancient times. 100 days to build the foundation, 3 years to form the golden elixir, 10 years to form the primordial infant, and 100 years to become a god. Luo Yan whispered. In that period, not only was there a myriad of laws competing, but it was also an extremely glorious era. Countless human cultivators, since their birth, their future paths have been arranged. Just follow the orders of the elders, and you can become a powerful cultivator in a very short time. So at that time, the struggle for the orthodoxy was the mainstream of the ancient cultivators. The so-called law is not passed on to the 6 ears not only represents the secrecy of the cultivation method, but also means that as long as you enter my door, you can replicate the cultivation path of the preacher and then become another preacher. It is precisely because of all the things that are superimposed together that the prosperity of the ancient times has been created. There are so many cultivators that it is difficult to count, even immortals and gods are common. Now, Luo Yan has also practiced this ancient starry sky scripture, although he is not sure whether there is still the mark of the female fairy in this ancient immortal method. But at least at this moment, he thinks he is qualified to compete with those top geniuses. If the ancient immortal mark can really revive on Luo Yan, he will not feel panic, but will feel surprise, and then study the secrets inside. If it can be thoroughly studied, doesn't it mean that Luo Yan himself has the opportunity to achieve immortality for hundreds of thousands of years and then revive again? Therefore, Luo Yan is happy to hear such rumors. As long as the female fairy dares to show the mark on him, he dares to slice her, and then study the root cause of her revival day and night. In the following month, Luo Yan continued to seriously comprehend and study the strangeness of this ancient starry sky scripture, and integrate it to the extent that he can suppress all enemies. When there was only 1 month left before the Immortal Fate Conference, he stopped his retreat and no longer comprehended any origin laws. In the last little time, he decided to come out to see the changes outside and whether there would be any accidents. When Luo Yan came out of the Wanbao Pavilion, the divine mineral treasures that had been given out before were also sent back intact by the people of the Wanbao Pavilion. Obviously, after careful examination by those old monsters, it was determined that these treasures were just things in the mortal world and had nothing to do with the immortals they imagined. Are we going to leave here and go to the Illusion City? The Monkey King asked curiously. He had not spent this period of time in the Lingzhou ancient city in vain, so he was naturally very clear about some news. For example, the venue of this Immortal Fate Conference was announced not long ago, and the Monkey King got the news at the first time. Therefore, many people began to rush to the Illusion City. However, the Monkey King at this time seemed a little absent-minded, as if he had something on his mind. Well, there is not much time left before the Immortal Fate Conference begins. If we arrive earlier, it will be convenient to find out more information. Luo Yan explained. Luo Yan glanced at the pale golden monkey and could clearly sense his messy heart, as if he had something to say. But he did not show it. If he did not say it, Luo Yan would not ask, and continued to do his own thing. It is said that this time's Illusion Ancient City is a newly built ancient city, and no one knows what is in that city. There is no news, as if a city suddenly popped up. But there is no doubt that this must be related to the Earth Immortal Alliance. The steward of one Bayo pavilion also gave Luo Yan a piece of information for free, that is, once entering the illusory ancient city, it means that the assessment of the Earth Immortal Alliance has begun. The Immortal Fate Conference has also officially begun. At that time, you must be extremely careful. Luo Yan thought of this and said to the Monkey King beside him, after we arrive at the illusory city, don't leave my side. I have a hunch that there will be a lot of tricks in that ancient city. The Monkey King was puzzled, and his golden pupils looked at the Taoist in green clothes on the side. He didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded. Anyway, at that time, he only needs to make his body smaller and sit cross-legged on this guy's shoulders. Whatever tricks there are outside, it has nothing to do with him. At this time, the Monkey King opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he stopped. Chila. Luo Yan ignored him, and green lightning appeared under his feet. After a few steps, he disappeared in the city. During the Immortal Fate Conference, the teleportation arrays of many cities near the center of the ancient mysterious domain were all closed and not open to any living creatures. This was mainly to prevent outsiders from causing trouble and then taking the opportunity to run away. Once the teleportation array was closed, if any living creature dared to cause trouble again, as long as the matter was exposed, they would be wanted. Then they were suppressed by iron and blood. After all, there were a lot of people who came to participate in the Immortal Fate Conference this time, and there were all kinds of people. Even the direct bloodline of the demonic path and the Shura under the ground came. If such a group of lawless guys were not restricted, I am afraid they would cause a huge mess in the ancient mysterious domain. With the bloodthirstiness and brutality of those guys, it is definitely not a random talk to devour the living creatures of a city. Even so, when Luo Yan and his friends left the city, they could still see the spiritual power fluctuations gushing out from the horizon from time to time. A series of colorful streamers were blazing and filled the entire sky. Obviously, those people did not dare to cause trouble in the city, so they moved their positions outside, and the frequency of fighting increased sharply. And there were more than a few people like this. Hey, they are fighting again. The Monkey King glanced at the distance, and then laughed. It seems that you have been looking for people to fight in the past few months. Luo Yan's tone was flat, but meaningful. This king is just exchanging Taoism with them, which is not a real fight. The Monkey King disagreed, but looked proud. It is not a secret that he likes to join in the fun and fight with others. He has long been accustomed to it. But this king did find something interesting. The Monkey King hesitated for a long time, looked at the Linkso ancient city behind him, and it had become a phantom. He decided to speak out what was in his heart. If he didn't speak out, they would really leave. Hearing this, Luo Yan did not continue to ask, but hurried on his way. Hey, aren't you curious about what's going on? Seeing that the Taoist in green clothes didn't fall for it, the Monkey King got anxious and shouted. A smile flashed in Luo Yan's eyes, but he still didn't mean to ask. Instead, the green lightning became faster. From the moment the monkey spoke, he realized something was wrong. The hesitant look either caused trouble or asked him for something. No matter which one it was, Luo Yan didn't want to listen. This monkey was powerful, but he was also good at causing trouble. Asking him for something was definitely not a good thing. Wait a minute, Taoist. Although this is my private matter, I still hope you can listen. The Monkey King flew to the front and stopped Luo Yan from leaving. His furry face looked particularly serious at this moment, without any of his usual impetuousness. Interesting, you monkey got into trouble. Luo Yan stopped and looked at the pale golden Monkey King in front of him. It's not me, it's a fellow tribesman I just met. The Monkey King explained. Now, even Luo Yan felt a little curious. It's only been a few months since we last met, and this monkey actually met a tribesman? It's like this, my tribesman needs to do something big these days. According to the original plan, I thought you would continue to retreat, so I would go to help on my own. But now you're out of retreat, I've thought about it and decided to tell you. If it's possible, I still need you to help me plan whether this thing can be accomplished. Soon, the Monkey King told the whole story of this matter. It turned out that there was a big forest here, called Shenshu Valley, which has a vast territory and hundreds of fairy mountains and blessed places in the ancient Zhuan domain. The Linkso ancient city where they were before was actually the territory of Shenshu Valley. In this vast land, apart from those top-level sects, few forces can suppress such a large sect. Even though the ancient Zhuan domain is vast and boundless, there are countless forces of all sizes. But with the strength of Shenshu Valley, It can at least be ranked in the top 100. There are several Mahayana ancestors in the sect, which is extremely powerful. But such a large force was provoked by the fellow tribesman mentioned by the Monkey King. And he made a harsh statement, set up a ring, and let the younger generation of disciples come to challenge, and he was determined to pick a fairy mountain under the Shenshu Valley. Luo Yan didn't know anything about the personal grudges here, but in the face of such a big force, someone openly slapped his face. Just think about it, you know that the people involved here are definitely not simple. How do you want me to help you? Luo Yan asked. The Monkey King was stunned, and wanted him to call the elders in the sect to take charge, but it was not easy to say it out loud. Because the Monkey King knew that although the background of the Taoist in green was also extraordinary, the sect he belonged to was far overseas. It would be difficult to intervene in the affairs of the inland of the Middle-earth. If the Taoist in green were asked to fight, it would obviously be unrealistic. Because this guy's apparent strength is not as strong as his own, if he wants to fight, he probably can't help much. Interesting. Seeing the Monkey King scratching his head, Luo Yan guessed that he probably didn't even think about how to help that fellow tribesman. Later, after Luo Yan's repeated inquiries, he found that the fellow tribesman mentioned by the Monkey King was actually a hybrid of the human race and the demon race. Seriously speaking, the so-called fellow tribesman actually only had half monkey demon blood. It was just that the mother of a human cultivator was a disciple of the God Tree Valley, and then was discovered by the people of the God Tree Valley, and then the couple was broken up. And the female cultivator, who was combined with the monkey demon, was thrown into the underground hell and suppressed for 1,000 years. In Luo Yan's eyes, this was a little monkey who avenged his mother, and then attracted the sympathy of the Monkey King next to him, and wanted to help. After all, from the root, they are of the same race, and as a Monkey King, how can he see his own people being bullied? So, when you saw the little monkey setting up the ring, you wanted to volunteer and wanted to help? Luo Yan asked softly. The Monkey King nodded, with an embarrassed look on his face. Soon, under the guidance of the Monkey King, Luo Yan came to a so-called fairy mountain. In fact, it is a mountain that is wrapped in clouds and mist all year round. Its terrain is open and continuous, and it is very majestic. In front of the mountain gate of the God Tree Valley, there are many figures gathered. Looking around, there are at least tens of thousands of people. Obviously, these are all people who received the news and rushed over to join in the fun. In front, there is a monkey with a snow-white body, but the hair is not as luxuriant as the Monkey King. Its breath is strong, and there is a blazing fire essence condensed around its body, suspended in the air, looking down at the mountain gate in front. Listen up, you idiots inside. I'm setting up a ring here to accept challenges from anyone of my age. You can come together or alone, I'm not afraid of any of you. If I can defeat all of you, I'll let my mother go. The white monkey roared, his aura terrifying and frightening. 5 colored flames condensed on his side, the law of fire surged and majestic, even the void was burned and twisted. The blood of the fire monkey. Luo Yan observed for a while, and then gave a conclusion. If he was not mistaken, the white monkey in the field should have the blood of the ancient god monkey, the fire monkey. According to legend, this is one of the world-confused monkeys comparable to Waziki and Huayan. It is a god among the monkeys. No wonder the Monkey King is willing to help. It turns out that this monkey is not an ordinary monkey demon. The fire monkey is born with supernatural power, never feeds on mortals, but relies on swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun and the moon to condense itself. The monkeys of this lineage mastered the ultimate power of fire, and their flames could burn everything. In contrast, there is also a water-attributed divine monkey called Shenshu, which is equally powerful. Both of them are among the 10 great divine monkeys. Chapter 632, Robbery is everywhere, and we are trapped in it. You monkey demon, don't go too far. If you disturb my cultivation at the mountain gate, I will suppress you in the nether prison for 10,000 years. In front of the mountain gate of the God Tree Valley, a white-haired but energetic old man appeared out of thin air. He looked like a real old immortal. But at this moment, his momentum was as strong as a rainbow, and there was a terrible electric light in his eyes, staring at the front. You old man, you can try it. The white monkey king bared his teeth and challenged. At this moment, he was fearless, and there was a terrifying blazing aura around him, like a fiery red sun, burning in all directions. The elder of the God Tree Valley was silent for a moment and ignored the monkey demon, because the gap between the two sides was too big, and he didn't take it seriously at all. Therefore, he turned his gaze to the void, his face full of solemnity. You have been here for so long, are you still not going to show up? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve me to show up? With a humming sound, an illusory white monkey appeared in the void, covering the entire sky and making the world dark. In this instant, there was an infinite divine light shining on the world, and the sun, moon and stars dimmed. It was as if the energy of the entire world was sucked away by the monkey face. This was a very terrifying scene. The moment the monkey face appeared, it froze the cultivators below, as if there was some supreme power suppressing everything. In an instant, the divine light of this world shone, the aura was overwhelming, and there was a feeling of being in the wind and rain. Boom! Suddenly, the great saint of the fire monkey clan opened his mouth and shouted, and a blazing bloodlight emerged. It was a series of complex demon patterns, which turned into stars in the sky and suppressed the front. Bang! Such a huge momentum, comparable to thunder, caused many strong men's minds to become blank. The seemingly light shout caused the body of the elder of the God Tree Valley to explode quietly, just like a stone falling into the water. Clearly visible. Just a light shout, but it actually caused the Dao body of a strong man to explode unconsciously, and even the sky and the earth dimmed. It turned into a black light. Not far away, many onlookers saw it and all felt a chill. They came to watch the fun, thinking that it was a fight between peers, but they never thought that it would lead to such a strong man. You monkey demon, dare to offend my sect, you are looking for death. The elder of the God Tree Valley hidden in this mountain could no longer bear it, and then he made a move. A pagoda flew out, blooming with thousands of rays of light, reaching the sky and the earth, suppressing the universe, and suppressing the monkey face. In a short moment, the dim world became as bright as day, both bright and dazzling. The pagoda's rays of light were so bright that they covered the whole world, shaking the endless mountains. What can a mere treasure do to me? The fire monkey demon saint on the horizon was disdainful. His figure gradually emerged from the void, standing above the 9 heavens, like an ancient god, overlooking the world. His mighty power shone through the infinite world, and his brilliance was terrifying. 2 golden lights burst out from the pupils of the fire monkey great saint, like 2 rays of starlight, directly sending the pagoda flying. You bunch of trash are no match for this saint. Where is the old Taoist priest King Su? Why doesn't he come out? Are you afraid of this saint? The illusory monkey face laughed loudly, and then suddenly stopped. After this, everyone knew that this great saint was so powerful that no ordinary cultivator could defeat him. Among the demons, demon beasts whose cultivation realm is lower than the god transformation realm are called demons. The god transformation stage and the ruins refining stage are called kings. The great demons in the upper 3 realms can be regarded as demon saints. Of course, there are also demon kings or ghost kings in the conventional sense, which are not judged by the realm of cultivation. Instead, the one with the strongest bloodline in a tribe, or the strongest among a group of monsters, can also be called a king. But this kind of king is rarely recognized by the outside world. In the outside world, people still like to use the realm of cultivation to judge everything. Don't you Shenshu Valley claim to be a famous and righteous sect and look down on demons and monsters? Today, my child has set up a ring here to let the younger generation of your Shenshu Valley see who is the real genius. Of course, you can also try to challenge this saint. The phantom in the sky spoke, and its momentum was rumbling, and the divine light shone in all directions, making people dare not look directly at it. Luo Yan, who had watched this farce throughout, turned his head and winked at the Monkey King, as if to say, "Isn't it that my own relatives have come forward? Why are you running to join in the fun?" Even the Monkey King himself felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. He thought he was going to rush forward to fight, but he was afraid that his fellow tribesmen would be bullied, so he volunteered to come and help. He also pulled over the Taoist in green, who was also a disciple of a top sect. The purpose was to be able to help a little at some critical moments. Unexpectedly, the scene happening now was completely different from what the Monkey King had imagined. Will this fight continue? Luo Yan glanced at the Monkey King and did not mention the topic of leaving. Since he was already here, he was not in a hurry, so he just watched this farce. In front of him, in front of the mountain gate of the God Tree Valley, an old man appeared out of thin air. The moment he appeared, the whole noisy world quieted down, with a breath of naturalness. "Master King Su, you still appear." At this moment, the white monkey above the 9 heavens roared. "Yuan Yu, 800 years have passed. You have cultivated to the demon saint realm, But you are still so irritable. A cultivator should calm his mind and not be disturbed by the outside world, so that he can go further. The old man sighed, as if he was concerned about the other party. Obviously, a long time ago, there was a past between them that was not known to outsiders. Damn Taoist, if you hadn't forcibly separated Mengru and me, how could it have come to this? Today, this saint will not only trample the face of your God Tree Valley on the ground, but also smash the mountain behind you to pieces. The demon saint of the Fire Monkey clan roared, with a strong resentment in his tone. His roar shook the sky and released infinite light, dyeing the void bloody, venting down and invading the old Taoist. Alice, you monkey are obsessed. The union between the human race and the demon race will be punished by heaven. This is for your own good. Taoist Kingsu sighed, revealing a compassionate breath. With a whoosh, a stream of Taoist light boiled and drowned out the roar. You old Taoist, stop pretending. If you hadn't thrown Mengru into the netherworld and suppressed her for 1,000 years, she wouldn't have died. Now that Mengru is dead, you, the God Tree Valley, will be buried with her. The demon saint of the Fire Monkey clan roared wildly, with a kind of catharsis, and the rosy glow all over his body ignited the 9 heavens. Alice, you monkey head is still stubborn. It seems that I can only take you down today. The eyes of the old Taoist Kingsu were a little turbid, and the tone seemed flat. Buzz! The old Taoist priest waved his sleeves, and a black and white array diagram suddenly rushed into the sky. Circles of black and white stripes gathered at an astonishing speed, and then condensed in the center of the sky, covering the demon saint. Ha ha ha! You're just in time. Do you still think that this saint is the demon king from 800 years ago? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Old Taoist priest, I will kill you today. Feeling the majestic spiritual power gushing out from the black and white array diagram, the demon saint of the Fire Monkey clan roared, and used the law of heaven and earth, turning into a white giant and tearing the void. The old Taoist Kingsu of the God Tree Valley changed his handprints, and the black and white array diagram merged into a large millstone. Countless colorful Taoist lights of fireflies shot out and continued to shoot in all directions. Those beams swept across the sky with a breath of destroying everything, tearing everything apart. The two sides soon fought together, fighting above the 9 heavens, and the spiritual power fluctuations shook the world, as if the sun was destroyed and the world was about to end. The blood-colored and black and white auras intertwined, gushing out like a tide, filling the void, covering the mountains, and the majestic momentum made the people below unable to raise their heads. These were two unimaginable powers of heaven and earth, as if the existence above the heavens were fighting. Such a scene, such a vast momentum, shocked the cultivators who came from afar. This is the power of the great cultivators of the upper 3 realms, comparable to the power of the world-destroying gods, which makes people unable to resist it all. Below, the White Monkey King with the blood of the beaked fire monkey was also constantly provoking. How could the younger generation of disciples of the God Tree Valley sit idly by and watch such an act of being beaten to the door? So they began to fight back. There was even an old guy in the refining void realm who wanted to secretly take action, openly bullying the weak with his big, and was ready to suppress the Monkey King in the God Transformation realm in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was blocked by a blood-colored rune. Obviously, this was a 6th-level demon secretly taking action to protect the blood of the beaked fire monkey. The onlookers could see that the White Monkey King, facing the endless stream of disciples from the God Tree Valley, used the most blazing fire method to burn the void. Even though he was under siege, he remained fearless and attacked his opponents frantically on the stage. He fought one by one, and a group by a group, with a strong momentum to defeat all enemies. But the God Tree Valley was a big force after all. Even if this was just a branch, there were more than 100,000 powerful disciples in the sect. It was a foolish dream for a mere monkey that could drive fire to challenge their mountain gate. Soon, disciples from the God Tree Valley who were good at water methods and the law of confinement appeared. The White Fire Monkey King was no longer as cool and unrestrained as before, and he encountered a crisis. Such a situation directly made a certain pale golden monkey jump up and down, and took out a black gold stick to rush forward to help. Wait! There's something wrong with the outbreak of this battle. I guess there's something else going on. The water is deep. If you join the battle, Luo Yan wanted to say a lot of truths, and then point out the risks involved, to stop the golden monkey from joining the battle. But when he saw the fighting spirit in the eyes of the Monkey King, and the vague murderous aura, he took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. So Luo Yan changed his words and said, If something unexpected happens, take out the identity jade card that I gave you. Then, if you're lucky, you may be able to save your life." The Monkey King was puzzled and looked at the Taoist in green in front of him, not understanding what he meant by this. But Luo Yan did not explain, but just sighed. The Monkey King hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Dang! A black gold stick swept across the ring, smashing down the area, revealing a large blank space. Another golden monkey also jumped up, and the white monkey and the other one fought against the attack of the disciples of the God Tree Valley. Bang! 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 Under the gaze of countless people, the two monkeys attacked from close range, while the other attacked from a distance. One held a stick, while the other released a flame method. The combined offensive of the two monkeys was earth-shattering and swept across the entire mountain range. In just a few breaths, hundreds of Shenshu Valley disciples in the transformation realm died tragically at the hands of the two monkeys. "Is this the calamity?" Luo Yan whispered. At this moment, he was suspended in midair, with a fate power blazing, and the hexagram divine eye between his eyebrows opened. Luo Yan could see that the aura of the Monkey King had changed instantly. It was originally a plain white, but now it had turned gray. Gray with black. This was very similar to the source of the evil spirit that Luo Yan had collected before. Gray and black were the regular colors of the manifestation of ominous aura. This meant that although the battle was still going on, the final outcome was actually predictable. The three monkeys would most likely lose. Luo Yan had mastered the fate power, so his perspective on things would naturally be different from that of ordinary cultivators. In his eyes, this battle seemed very strange, and the Monkey King was involved, which made it even more so. The so-called helping the same race was not tenable at all. Because the pale golden monkey was the Monkey King that Luo Yan brought out from the little true dragon realm, and he was a high and free existence. But now, because of a beaked fire monkey that he had only known for a few months, he put himself in danger. This is really a bit absurd. Luo Yan didn't believe that a Monkey King who could see through the Baybird Island and see that someone was pouring spiritual power into the place where mortals drink water, and realized that there was another black hand behind the scenes, so he remained calm and secretly tested him. He couldn't see through that once he participated in this war, he would inevitably attract the counterattack of the God Tree Valley, and the final outcome was unpredictable, so as to cause big trouble. Being able to make such a move shows that the mind of this Golden Monkey King has been replaced by emotions. This is equivalent to asking a cultivator who is good at Taoism to fight a sword cultivator in close combat. It is not only unexpected, but also seems stupid. Interesting, since coming to this ancient Zuanayu, this monkey seems to have lost his brain and is no longer sensitive to danger. Is it caused by the ominous aura? Or is it some other reason? It's nothing more than being in seclusion for half a year, and the fortune of this Monkey King has changed greatly. Luo Yan murmured. At this moment, he had a clearer understanding of the fortune of the creatures in the dark. Many times, some small things can cause a big reaction. Luo Yan didn't know whether the monkey in front of him acted subjectively or was guided by some secret. Chapter 633, The Monkey King Plots to Escape from Control. At this moment, in Luo Yan's eyes, although the Monkey King's behavior seems strange, it is not incomprehensible. It is normal for warlike monkeys to come forward to help when they see their fellow tribesmen in trouble. However, those gray fortunes represent that this fierce battle may encounter unexpected situations. Sure enough, Luo Yan guessed correctly, and this fierce battle soon ushered in a reversal. Although the two monkeys on the arena not far away showed their divine power, they joined forces to beat the younger generation of Shenshu Valley so hard that they dared not easily show up, shocking the whole audience. But above the 9 heavens, the so-called upper third realm Beak Fire Monkey Demon Saint encountered big trouble. Originally, this Demon Saint had beaten the old Taoist King Subak again and again, and was about to lose. At this time, a huge green palm suddenly appeared, towering above the clouds, like a god pressing down. Buzz! Endless divine light flowed, with a terrible majesty, unmatched order and law, suppressing the Beak Fire Monkey Demon Saint. Open the door for me, the Saint. The white monkey stood upright, and its roar echoed between the heaven and earth, with unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, endless starlight exploded, an unimaginable power gushed out from its body, and blood-colored demonic texts rumbled one after another. Facing an enemy more powerful than the Taoist King Su, he remained unyielding, and the will to fight in his heart surged, wanting to compete with him. But the giant palm that held up the sky was not affected at all, with a metallic texture, bursting out unimaginable divine power. Wow! The giant palm was surrounded by boundless order runes, and the entire starry sky was trembling. The humming sound became louder, and the rune light was blazing, as if it had the breath of life, suppressing it downward. At this moment, the wide giant hand seemed to have life, invading all directions. Suppress. The strong man of the God Tree Valley shouted softly. Above the void, there seemed to be an unparalleled existence that spanned the universe, releasing infinite power. Roar. The demon saint of the fire monkey clan crossed under the starry sky, baring his teeth and roaring wildly, with an unyielding spirit, his whole body surging with blood and energy, and his might was like the undulating sea of clouds. He kept spitting out blood-colored flames to attack the monstrous giant palm. But under the interference of those order runes, the flames that originally burned everything rarely made any progress. The giant palm continued to press down, and the divine light that shook the sky and the earth was extremely gorgeous. At this moment, the wide giant monkey suffered unimaginable pressure, as if a star fell on its head, making the onlookers feel palpitations and want to lie down. This is the gap between the great cultivators of the upper three realms. Although the white demon monkey is the bloodline of the fire monkey, one of the ancient divine monkeys, and his strength is earth-shaking. But there is still a big gap when facing the real old generation great power. It seems that a light palm can suppress the arrogant demon saint of the demon clan. Break it for me. The demon saint of the fire monkey clan was furious, his blood was surging like a tidal sea, his pupils were completely materialized, turned into two red rays of light, flashing divine brilliance. The terrifying might came from the 9 heavens, as if the ancient gods appeared in the world. The boundless demon texts were everywhere, piercing through all obstacles, and the 10 directions of heaven and earth were trembling. Buzz! The bloody demon texts were dense and turned into a ball of chaotic divine fire, burning nothingness, distorting space, dazzling and gorgeous, rushing forward. The divine fire and the giant palm slammed together, like two stars colliding. The boundless runes and demon texts eroded each other, and the flames filled the whole world. Even the creatures below felt an unknown burning sensation coming from their souls, making people's scalps numb and trembling. The two kinds of light were constantly fighting, and in a blink of an eye, they were deadlocked for dozens of breaths, and the monstrous divine fire also spread for dozens of breaths. As a result, the creatures below did not dare to stay for long, and could only stay away from this mountain range. In the end, the two attacks all dissipated, as if they had fought a draw. The demon saint of the fire monkey clan was very strong. Considering the long lifespan of the demon clan, even the young one was terrifying. But he was able to compete with the older generation and did not give in. It is conceivable how powerful the creatures of this clan are. Stubborn. A cold snort sounded, and invisible ripples rippled in the void, shaking all directions. The old phantom appeared, towering above the clouds. He stretched out his right hand again, opened his lips slightly, and a low chanting sound rang out. The law aura on his body was strong. Suddenly, a pale giant hand emerged, with order runes lingering on it, and there was an aura that imprisoned all laws. This is a forbidden treasure technique, just like the hand of God, with the power to suppress all laws. Roar. The demon saint of the fire monkey clan roared, and bloodlight shone all over his body. Behind him, a shadow of a peerless fierce ape appeared, filling the sky and earth, raising his head and roaring wildly, looking down on the galaxy. This fierce ape is the legendary fire monkey. Although his face is blurred, his domineering power has the magnificent power to shatter the stars. If you practice this innate magical power to the extreme, you can summon the real fire monkey god and demon to appear. At that time, you will have the qualification to be invincible in the world. With a bang, the two collided again, and the rippling waves made everyone's soul begin to ache. At this time, the onlookers couldn't do it even if they wanted to stay away, and could only tremble below. Begging that kind of blazing offensive will not fall on their heads. The two figures in the void are very powerful, but this time, it was the fire monkey demon saint who lost. Because the one who used that giant hand was an old monster who had survived a great calamity and several small calamities. In today's true spirit realm, if a Mahayana master does not appear, this level of calamity crossing master can be called the strongest in the world. So, after the two powers were deadlocked for a while, the shadow of the beaked fire monkey and the divine fires born from chaos were slowly absorbed by the restraint of the order rune. And the white giant monkey, under the suppression of this surging power, could not even maintain the law of heaven and earth. He was trapped in an instant, like an ant in the palm of his hand, and could be crushed to death at will. Little monkey demon, you have repeatedly violated my God Tree Valley and slaughtered my disciples. Today, I will grant you death. The old shadow spoke indifferently, with the ultimate divine brilliance in his eyes and a murderous intent. He urged the wide giant palm to swoop down from the 3 levels of soul, mind, and body to suppress the fire monkey. In such a critical situation, even the 2 monkey kings below stopped attacking, with worried eyes. Judging from the current situation, the ending seems not so good. But at this moment, another chuckle sounded. Old man, it is not a good habit to bully the weak. Suddenly, a black monkey appeared in the sky and smashed the order runes with a slap. The divine power is unmatched, as if it has reached the extreme of the human world. At the same time, there are several other majestic auras hidden in the dark, with a posture of sweeping the battle array. 4 more monkeys. Is my Shenshu Valley poking the monkey's nest today? But it doesn't matter, let's suppress it together. The old man floating in the clouds spoke, his eyes still calm. Brothers, stop watching the show and suppress all these monkeys. As soon as these words came out, a series of figures with deep breath appeared in the distant sky. Although their faces looked extremely old, they all had colorful rays of light on their bodies, and the runes were like the sea, which was very powerful. After all, this is the territory of Shenshu Valley. When encountering foreign enemies, many masters in the sect will naturally rush to help very quickly. The elders of Shenshu Valley and other places are all rushing here. At this moment, the breath in the sky seems both sacred and intimidating. So, the upper 3 realms of Shenshu Valley confronted the 5-beaked fire monkey demon saints here, ready to take action, and were determined to fight here. The 2 sides were deadlocked for a long time, and finally did not fight. After all, if a big melee broke out between the strong men of their level, it would definitely be earth-shattering. And then a series of unpredictable consequences were brought about. It is obviously not worth it to start a war for a dead female disciple and a relationship. In the end, they still controlled the turmoil to the struggle of the younger generation. Life and death are determined by fate, and the battle depends on oneself. Afterwards, the turmoil gradually subsided, and the few fire monkey demon saints disappeared. Next, it returned to the scene of the younger generation fighting again. The 2 monkeys, one gold and one white, showed their divine power and defeated the disciples of Shenshu Valley one by one. But this time, the 2 monkeys were not as cruel as before, and spared the lives of the challengers as much as possible. Even so, there were still hundreds of great cultivators in the God Transformation realm whose bodies were blown up. This day, this was the stage for the 2 monkey kings, with their surging power and terrifying aura. It was like becoming a synonym for invincibility. Suddenly, Luo Yan sensed that his fortune had some ups and downs, and a wisp of gray air came over. His eyes half narrowed, and the hexagram divine eye between his eyebrows opened and closed, looking at the wisp of gray air. In the end, he found that the source of this wisp of gray air was actually from the Monkey King. Luo Yan closed his eyes and sensed. After a long time, he smiled and murmured softly, "So that's what happened. Interesting, you actually want to get me for free. Is it because I'm too good to you? That you even dare to plot against me?" In just a moment, Luo Yan made a decision. He wanted to see what the monkey was trying to do. As for leaving now, that was impossible and not in Luo Yan's choice at all. Although he understood the true meaning of temporarily avoiding the sharp edge, sometimes, he really couldn't retreat. Because this represents his Tao. Luo Yan stood there calmly, watching the battle and the 2 monkey kings fighting fiercely there. Not long after, a majestic divine thought echoed in Luo Yan's ears. "I heard from my junior that it was you, a human kid, who brought him out of that demon world." As soon as the voice fell, a surge of huge force came, and the scene in front of Luo Yan changed instantly, as if he had moved in the void and came to an illusory place. There are green mountains and waters here, and fruit trees everywhere, like a paradise. Several towering mountains rose straight into the clouds, as if they could break through the clouds and reach the other side of the heaven. In front of them, there were 5 monkeys' mental incarnations. They were looking at this sight at the moment, with fierce light in their eyes, as if they were peerless beasts, full of evil spirit. Just the terrifying aura alone made people feel scalp tingling and soul trembling. Junior has met several great saints. Luo Yan looked up, ignoring the terrifying pressure that permeated the surroundings, and bowed respectfully. He didn't take this so-called show of power to heart. "Huh? You, a young man of the human race, are worthy of coming from that ancient sect. You really have some skills." On the stage, a fire monkey demon saint said in surprise. "You know, they are all demon saints equivalent to the upper three realms of the human race. The pressure is extremely strong, far beyond the ability of ordinary people to resist. When ordinary cultivators see them, they will not say that they are trembling with fear, but at least they will be uneasy and unable to stand up." But the young man in front of him, facing such a majestic mental pressure, seemed to be fine. It must be said that the descendants of this top-level sect are indeed extraordinary. "Do you know why we are looking for you?" one of the demon saints asked. Luo Yan knew it well, but he did not show it on his face, and seemed a little confused. "Please tell me, seniors." He knew very well that in front of such a high-level demon, his mood could not have the slightest ups and downs. Otherwise, it would be captured in the first time. Then find out what he was thinking. This is the horror of the upper three realms. Even if the demon cultivators take the path of the flesh and rarely work on the spiritual level, their cultivation realm is there. As long as these demon saints want to, they can sense the fluctuations of the thoughts of low-level cultivators, which is normal. Fortunately, this is not the first time Luo Yan has met such a top-level power, so he naturally knows how to deal with it. Facing such a strong man, not having any extreme thoughts is the best way to deal with it. At this moment, Luo Yan's mind was empty, and he didn't think about anything. Even these demon saints, who could sense Luo Yan's thoughts, could only feel indifference and blankness. This just fits the characteristics of the disciples of the top sects. They are neither humble nor arrogant, open and fearless. "Your friend is our junior. He will not participate in this immortal fate conference. He will go back to the mountain with us to receive inheritance," said a demon saint. Luo Yan's expression did not change, thinking that he really came for the Monkey King. He even guessed that the mastermind behind all this was actually the Golden Monkey. First, he instigated him to come here to watch the battle, and then he established a relationship with the Fire Monkey, which led to these demon saints. This is Luo Yan's subjective guess, but it is very likely to be a true fact. Luo Yan thought about it and raised his own question: "If I can accept a better inheritance, I will naturally agree. However, I don't know how long my friend will be away. Please give me an approximate time, because I still care about him very much." Hearing this, one of the demon saints became impatient and waved his hand. A divine light rippled and blew Luo Yan away hundreds of meters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, The Betrayer Must Die. Kill the Monkey King with your own hands. We didn't ask for your consent, we are just explaining a fact to you, a young human. As for how long it will take, that's not your concern. A demon saint spoke, with a domineering and bloody aura, not giving Luo Yan any chance to refuse. He started to put pressure directly, without any tone of negotiation. He even attacked Luo Yan casually, not caring at all whether there was suspicion of bullying the weak. "Hand over the method of the curse seal, and then you can leave on your own. Since you didn't abuse my junior, we won't hold you responsible for carving the curse seal. They are the demon race, how can they allow their descendants to be marked with a human race? Even if there is nothing wrong with the seal, it looks like a location mark. But for the Fire Monkey clan, this is a huge shame. Naturally, they cannot tolerate such a thing. In the eyes of these 5 demon saints, the human boy in front of them is an ant that can be crushed to death at will. Even if he has good potential and a strong background, it cannot be transformed into strength. Therefore, in the eyes of these demon saints, they never took this young man in green seriously. What is there to discuss with an ant? Just use force to suppress it. They don't believe that a small cultivator of the 3rd level is still qualified to resist these demon saints? Seniors, you are joking. It took me a lot of energy to bring him out of the demon world. At least, for the Monkey King, I am his savior. Luo Yan patted his robe and said slowly. Even if he was casually slapped away, he didn't care. After all, the strength of the 2 sides was very different. Even if the cultivation realm of the seniors is very high and the strength is strong, you can't be unreasonable. You a human kid, you are looking for death. Just as Luo Yan was about to continue speaking, another demon saint interrupted him directly and shouted loudly. His eyes revealed a ferocious bloodthirstiness. With a casual move, he sucked Luo Yan in with a snap sound, and then held him in his hand. Then, the hairy big hand exerted a little force, and Luo Yan's body showed signs of cracking up and down. It seemed that in the next moment, he would explode into countless pieces like a porcelain bottle. This saint asks you, do you want to hand it over or not? The eyes of this demon saint were full of indifference, with a cold murderous intent. He pinched Luo Yan's neck with his big hand, and then slowly exerted force. In an instant, the cracks on Luo Yan's body became more and more, and it seemed that he was on the verge of breaking. The demon race is different from the human race. They have always believed in the strength in their hands. They are unwilling and don't like to bargain with others. Naturally, they don't feel very cold about Luo Yan's behavior. Therefore, even though Luo Yan's second spiritual body was refined by a rare treasure, the 5-key mixed yuan pearl, his physical body is extremely powerful, not inferior to ordinary spiritual weapons. But even so, he still couldn't escape the fate of being crushed all over. Hey, I can't die. Luo Yan panted, his face flushed, and he squeezed out these few words with all his strength. Not only himself, but also the 5 demon saints present, all knew that the young man in green clothes in front of him was actually an incarnation, not the real body. It is absolutely unrealistic to use such a spiritual body to threaten a disciple of a great sect to surrender. You, a human kid, are quite courageous. The demon saint of the fire monkey threw Luo Yan to the ground again, like throwing a dead dog. Tell me, what do you want to remove the curse seal? Or do you need any natural treasures? We can give them to you. Seeing that the young human in front of him didn't care about the life or death of this spiritual body at all, the great saint of the fire monkey offered a condition. Although they were powerful demon saints, they still felt a little tricky when facing this kind of magic seal method, specially engraved on the soul. This is not to say that they cannot forcefully untie the tight band on the Monkey King's forehead, but that there is no need to do so, because there are certain risks. After all, the curse seal arranged by Luo Yan, the power connected to the Monkey King's soul, is a special method condensed by using the sealing evil array plus the power of fate, the power of faith, the power of the 5 elements and other powers. For such a special method, even if they are the great saint of the demon clan, they are not absolutely sure that they can remove the tight band without alarming Luo Yan, the original owner. You know, the demon clan is different from the human race. The human race generally focuses on Taoism and the laws of heaven and earth. The demon clan tempers the demon body and hones its innate magical powers. For these special levels of energy laws, the demon clan is naturally not at an advantage. So there was this negotiation. Although in the eyes of Luo Yan, the person involved, this is not like a negotiation, but more like a forced pressure. I come from an ancient sect, so I don't lack resources for cultivation. It's actually very simple to ask me to untie that tight band. Can I meet that good friend? I just want to have a few words with him, Luo Yan said. He wanted to see the monkey for the last time, so that he could give an explanation to his main body. In addition, Luo Yan still had a little bit of luck in his heart, and didn't think that this was done by the monkey. Is this what you, a young human, want? It's really simple. We are not unreasonable people. Then I will satisfy you. The fire monkey demon saint above replied. They looked at each other and felt that this condition was normal. After all, this human cultivator had a very good relationship with their tribe member, and could let the other party act at will. With such behavior in the past, it means that this human boy is not without any merits. It's okay to meet him, but don't forget the agreement with us. In fact, the several fire monkey demon saints presented not insist that Luo Yan himself remove the curse seal method. After all, they are several demon saints with infinite power and monstrous means. If they can't get what they want from the young human beings in front of them, they will directly take action and forcibly remove the tight hoop. The reason why Luo Yan was detained here is because the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it, not to mention that the person who tied the bell is right under his nose. It is convenient and there is no danger. For the safety of the Monkey King, several demon saints did not personally remove the tight hoop spell right away. Because the Monkey King's bloodline is very special and of great importance, if a little negligence causes some irreversible consequences, it is obviously not feasible. As the great saints of the Fire Monkey clan, they naturally don't want to see their descendants encounter any level of crisis. At the same time, they are also very sure that it is nothing more than a small human cultivator in the middle third realm. How can he escape the 5-finger mountain of several great saints? Soon, a monkey with a golden body, a sharp breath, and hair and beard came here. He was full of violent aura, very intimidating, obviously the residual power left after the fierce battle with the disciples of Shenshu Valley. Well fought. Luo Yan greeted with a smile. He did not question anything, nor did he ask anything, just like a normal conversation. The pale golden Monkey King came over, glanced at the 5 great saints above, and then glanced at the Taoist in green in front of him. In just a moment, the Monkey King knew what was going on. In other words, he contacted the so-called fellow tribesman for this moment. No matter how good the Taoist in green was to him, the tight hoop on his head still made him feel uncomfortable. He was the Monkey King, born free, and did not want to be bound by anything. Naturally, he wanted to escape from Luo Yan's control. This is nature. At this moment, the Monkey King was even prepared to be scolded, because his life was indeed saved by the person in front of him. But when he saw the Taoist in green in front of him, he still looked calm and smiling. Somehow, the Monkey King did not dare to look Luo Yan in the eye. He felt guilty, uneasy, and ashamed. At this moment, the furry face of the Monkey King was full of complex colors. He could only shift his sight to avoid the gaze of the person in front of him. It seems that you have made your so-called right choice. Luo Yan was silent for a long time, then sighed and said softly. Although he had predicted this scene in advance through the divine eyes of Guoxiang before, he still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. Because he saved this monkey with his own hands, this was a life-saving grace. And, except for the tight hoop, Luo Yan never restrained the Monkey King, giving him enough freedom. Over the past few decades, the relationship between the two is not good friends, but definitely a trustworthy partner. But now the Monkey King wants to use someone else's hand to force Luo Yan to give in and let him give him freedom. To be honest, if the Monkey King directly proposed it to his face, Luo Yan would not care about anything. After all, yearning for himself is the foundation of every living being. But Luo Yan hates the feeling of being threatened and forced to do things. This is a betrayal from the people around him. You monkey, if you want to leave me, why don't you tell me directly? You know, with the character of the original body, he took you away from the demon world just for your blood. Once he gets the blood, he won't care anymore. Hearing such a whisper, the shame in the eyes of the Monkey King became even stronger. What the man in front of him said was right. Since the beginning, the other party has never treated him badly, nor has he assigned him any difficult tasks. He even saved his life and taught him how to gather the power of faith. All these things, one by one, show that the Taoist in green has never let him down. Brother Luo. The Monkey King called Luo Yan's name for the first time, but unfortunately the second spirit body waved his hand to stop him. It's a pity that I'm not the original body. The second spirit body smiled. The Monkey King was surprised by such laughter and looked up. If you do something wrong, you will always be punished. What's more, you are betrayed by the people around you. The original body has a very generous heart and can accommodate the next planet. What it pursues is a world of Taoism, letting nature take its course, and not fighting or competing. But I'm different. I'm the second spiritual body. I'm narrow-minded, I hold grudges, and I hate being betrayed by the people around me. Luo Yan whispered softly. The Taoist in green in front of him showed a warm smile as bright as the sun. The Monkey King, who knew the other person's character well, was stunned, and then suddenly startled. An extreme sense of danger came, making his scalp numb and his soul tremble. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Explode. The second spiritual body said silently with an extremely weird smile on his face. Little beast, you dare. The several demon saints above also noticed something was wrong, and they shouted one after another. The endless blood and energy echoed in this illusory space, bursting with a blazing light, as if a group of gods appeared on the earth. At this time, the Monkey King didn't even have time to react, and he felt that he had lost consciousness in an instant. In the eyes of the demon saints, the soul of the descendant of their bloodline, whom they coveted and had high hopes for, was instantly attacked by some kind of huge force. Without even a moment's resistance, it was broken into pieces and exploded. At this moment, the soul exploded without a trace, and it could be said to be fragmented. In other words, the Monkey King died, and died completely. And he died under their noses. Such a scene is tantamount to a naked slap in their faces. This saint will eat you. A beaked fire monkey demon saint roared, extremely angry, opened his bloody mouth, and bit towards the second spirit body. At this moment, the entire illusory hall trembled, and the blood-colored aura enveloped this space, turning it into a cage. A huge mouth bit down, and even the laws of heaven and earth were bound by some great power, and everything was fixed. In an instant, Luo Yan's figure could not move. However, something surprising happened. The huge mouth bit down and swallowed the young human, but he was unharmed. He was clearly just a junior cultivator in the middle third realm, but he could resist the devouring of their demon clan great saint? This was weird no matter how you thought about it. At this moment, an invisible ripple rippled in Luo Yan's second spiritual body, and a dark breath bloomed. This aura was very terrifying. The moment it was released, he could escape from the encirclement of the 5 fire monkey demon saints. There was an extremely dark breath bursting out, like a candlelight in the dark night was extinguished, and it was instantly peaceful. Wow! Endless darkness flooded this void and broke the illusory space, showing the top of the God Tree Valley. Then, this darkness continued to spread around, and in a blink of an eye, it enveloped this world. Such an amazing scene shocked even the elders of the God Tree Valley. Did they reconcile with those monkeys? How could the aura of the great power of the crossing tribulation stage appear again? The many creatures below were even more uneasy, because this darkness was indiscriminate and enveloped everyone's heart. At this moment, their consciousness, eyes, spiritual power, and all means of external perception were completely useless. In an instant, this place turned into a dark realm, without light, without the breath of life, bringing fear to countless people. Chapter 635, The Ghost Tribe, Venerable Play Ghost. Domineering. Interesting. When did the disciple I taught actually attract 5 great demons of the demon saint realm to join forces to target him? Since you are shameless and openly bully the weak, don't blame me for killing you. What's more, you are targeting the future seedlings of my sect. In the darkness, a long voice sounded, as if some dark creature sighed there. The moment this person spoke, the hearts of the cultivators began to beat. Every word fell on the hearts of the people, as if it was a thunderbolt, making people pale. Faintly, there was a corrosive breath, and the aura of life passing away emerged, making people feel uneasy. Perhaps it is because my sect has been active in the open sea for a long time and rarely takes action inland, which makes you so unscrupulous. So, are you 5 monkeys ready to die? After today, my 5-element sect will issue a blood-killing order to your fire monkey clan. If you dare to set foot on the territory of my human race again, my 5-element sect will do its best to kill you until your clan is exterminated. The voice in the darkness continued. Although it was plain, it gave people a chill in the spine. However, such self-introduction and open declaration of war still shocked the people in this world. How come another 5-element sect suddenly appeared? Aren't the people of this sect far away in the endless sea? Why did they appear here? And they are confronting the Fire Monkey clan? Soon, the cultivators thought of the upcoming Immortal Fate Conference and suddenly realized that the people of this sect might come to participate in that kind of competition. It's a pity that they were involved in this matter. At the same time, such a domineering speech fell into the ears of the upper 3 realms of the God Tree Valley, and they were instantly moved. These inland sects in the ancient Xuanai were not unfamiliar with the 5-element sect. This is a real top-level sect. Although it is far away overseas, it has been fighting with alien creatures for many years and is very good at fighting. There are at least a dozen Mahayana masters in its sect. It's so scary. Moreover, there is a real semi-immortal weapon inside their ancient sect. This is a real immortal weapon. Absolutely terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that a top sect like the 5-Elements sect is more than 10 times stronger than their God Tree Valley. Because the foundation of the 2 sects is not at the same level at all. Now, the people of this sect have also been provoked by those monkeys. Doesn't this mean? Thinking of this, the elder of the God Tree Valley who was about to leave said in an instant, "Brother from the 5-Elements sect, we are all human beings, so we should advance and retreat together. Let's attack together and kill all these arrogant monkeys." At this moment, the ancestors of the God Tree Valley seemed very excited. They had suffered such a big loss before, but considering the real combat power of those monkeys, they were unwilling to fight to the death with them. After all, under the same realm, the strength of the demon race is definitely stronger than that of the human race. The great powers of the God Tree Valley compared themselves and believed that in order to take down the 5 demon monkeys, at least more than 10 great powers in the tribulation period would be needed to ensure a sure win. In this way, they were naturally unwilling to go to war for such a small matter. But it was different now. Someone took the lead in confronting those fire monkeys, and their aura was extremely powerful. The ancestors of Shenshu Valley would naturally not miss this opportunity to beat the fallen dogs. Even if they couldn't win, they would stop fighting at that time. But if they won, it would definitely be a very proud event. The sudden abnormality naturally attracted the attention of the 5 demon monkeys. Roar in the void, 5 huge white apes transformed into their true bodies, which pushed up the world and turned it into dazzling peace. The darkness was gone. However, this gorgeous demon light did not last too long. The buzzing sound continued, and the dark aura spread again, covering this galaxy. The demon pattern disappeared immediately, and the dim light merged into the void. Damn human race! The demon saint of the fire monkey clan sacrificed the void divine fire, igniting all directions. The flames were dazzling, burning everything, and reflecting the dark light. This is the interweaving of Tao and Tao, the collision of the void divine fire and the dark energy, entangled together, and extremely boiling. Unfortunately, this blazing divine fire did not last long, and was covered by darkness again. Even if the 5 demon saints attacked at the same time, they still could not stop the explosion of dark light. It is conceivable how powerful this unknown strong man who suddenly appeared was. The surging dark light seemed like the tide of stars, endless and drowning the blood-colored demon light. The body of one of the beaked fire monkeys was entangled by these dark lights similar to black snakes, and the spirit in the sky was boiling. Its flesh was corroded and became dry, and its demon power was lost, and the divine light was gone. Not long after, a demon saint-level beaked fire monkey was on his deathbed, and his life was coming to an end. His demon body was corroded and turned into skin and bones, with only his last breath hanging on. The shocking changes in the sky frightened the onlookers, and countless strong men trembled with fear. It was just a short fight, and a demon saint was beaten into such a miserable state, which was simply horrifying. In an instant, the might of the 5-element sect once again lingered in the eyes of many cultivators. 1 against 5, so powerful, how could they not be in awe? Seeing this, the demon monkeys were furious. They couldn't even find the trace of the other party, and one of their fellows was about to be beaten to death. This was really a great shame. They still claimed to be invincible demon saints. Who would have thought that after gathering the strength of 5 people, they couldn't even touch the shadow of the other party? Human race, you deserve to die. A beaked fire monkey demon saint roared sadly. At this moment, even the upper 3 realms of the God Tree Valley felt incredible and felt a little embarrassed. They were also a great sect of the human race. They had confronted those demon monkeys before, but they felt the pressure and didn't want to make a big deal. So they chose to avoid it. But now, the ancestors of the God Tree Valley saw a very shocking scene. That is, they were all great powers in the crossing tribulation period, but they could actually fight 1 against 5 and solve a demon monkey with the blood of gods and demons in an instant. How terrifying is this? How many strong men with such strength are there in the 5-element sect? Roar, seeing his companion being severely injured, one of the demon saints, the fire monkey, used the mustard seed space method to collect the companion. The other 3 demon saints once again faced the endless darkness and killed the faint breath. For a time, the blood-colored aura in the sky once again enveloped this world, and the void was stagnant and fell into a boiling state. All kinds of magnificent powers burst out, shaking the heaven and earth, which was more terrifying than the destruction of the world. However, those dark lights were really too prosperous. Countless black snakes drilled into the void, and under the cover of darkness, they crossed the sky and rushed through. With a sound of shoo, another demon saint was entangled by those weird powers. Then, the corrosive aura, the flavor of decay, dryness, loss and other dark side powers burst out with all their strength. Not long after, the fire monkey followed the former's footsteps, and the demon body began to wither and turn into dry bones. He became dying, extremely creepy. Roar, damn human race. Even the fire monkey at the level of demon saint suffered from the attack of those dark laws that ate away bones and hearts. He could not break free, could not get rid of them, and could only let them entangle him. Then he rolled on the ground in pain, struggling constantly. The divine fire lingering around him even ignited the space, trying to expel that negative divine power. But it was useless. This was a dark power that was not inferior to the power of curse. Even though the demon saint of the fire monkey clan was rampant, it was difficult to hurt the dark Taoist in the shadow. This powerful person from the 5-element sect, who was in the tribulation period, used the dark corrosion law to his heart's content, and even his Taoist body did not manifest. In a blink of an eye, 2 demon saints were severely injured. Although they were not really dead, they were seriously injured and were dying. If it were not for the help of his fellow tribesmen and the strength of his own demon body, he would have been wiped out by that strange Luo long ago. Even so, the remaining 3 fire monkey demon saints also had the idea of retreating. This unknown strong man from the 5 Elements sect was indeed much stronger than the people in the God Tree Valley. This made these unruly demon saints feel frightened. If they didn't find a chance to retreat, they might really be left here completely. 5 Elements sect, our clan will remember you. A fire monkey demon saint roared, with all the hair on his body standing upside down, and thousands of red flames, comparable to another rising sun. At the same time, the other 2 demon saints did the same. The 3 suns were blazing, hanging upside down in the sky, extremely dazzling. The 3 suns released their divine brilliance at the same time, lighting up all the darkness, which was extremely shocking. The darkness disappeared at this moment, and a shadow appeared in front of Luo Yan, watching the 3 suns bursting, which was actually the demon monkey taking the opportunity to escape. These monkeys run pretty fast. A teasing voice sounded, with a feeling that was both dull and youthful. Disciple thanks the elder for helping. Luo Yan bowed respectfully, and did not presumptuously ask why he did not pursue the victory and kill the monkeys. It is necessary to be humble in front of the elders of the sect. Earlier, Senior Brother Baimei told me that there is a junior he is optimistic about who needs my help. The person you are talking about is you, right? The shadow said. He has no entity, or he has not shown his true form, but appeared in an alternative form. But no matter how I look at it, I think you are very ordinary. Huh? That's not right. The black shadow looked at him again, and then said, no wonder, you actually carry the power of fate and faith at the same time, and your attainments are extraordinary. You are really capable of combining the 2 laws of emptiness in one body. If you can master both of these great powers, you will indeed be able to shoulder the responsibility of prospering my 5 Elements sect in the future. The elder of the law enforcement hall murmured softly, like a kind of scrutiny, constantly looking at Luo Yan. For a moment, Luo Yan felt as if his second spiritual body was seen through. But this was only seeing through the second spiritual body, and had nothing to do with his original body. May I ask the elder's name? I am very grateful. Luo Yan saluted again. Wangling Department, Play Ghost. The Black Shadow replied. Since he was the next generation of General Affairs Hall successor designated by Senior Brother Baimei, he didn't mind chatting with the young man in front of him. Otherwise, ordinary disciples of Xianji Hall would not be in the eyes of a peak power like him. Although the strength of those monkeys is average, if you force them, you can also leave them behind. But behind them, there seems to be a great old monkey shadow standing. If I continue to attack, I will definitely provoke the counterattack of that mark. That old monkey is very powerful. Not to mention the original body, even if that guy Long meets him, he will feel extremely afraid. Venerable Plague Ghost explained and told the young man in front of him some inside information. In the era when the Mahayana Masters did not appear, the great powers of the Crossing Tribulation realm were the strongest in this world. Therefore, the old monkey who could make the rulers in the Heavenly Secret Hall feel fearful must be extremely powerful. After all, the races and sects that have existed in the true spirit realm for tens of thousands of years have their reasons for existence. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed up by other forces long ago. Disciple understands. I am very grateful for the elder's help. Luo Yan hurriedly expressed his attitude. He had predicted the disaster that would come next, so he informed the White Eyebrow Elder of the situation here through the Gilded Fairy J token. And this Ghost Master came to help him out under the instructions of the White Eyebrow Elder. Although this is only a second spiritual body, there is a reason for it, and Luo Yan naturally does not want to give up. If the White Eyebrow Elder did not help, he would not have been so radical just now and would have chosen to slip away in advance. Fortunately, the White Eyebrow Elder did not care whether Luo Yan's body was the original body. He still sent the strong men of the Wulian department to rescue him. This feeling of being protected really made Luo Yan very useful and comfortable. With such a strong man protecting him, he was naturally fearless when doing things. In the past, the main body hated those second-generation immortals who had protectors the most, but if the person being protected was himself, it would be another matter. Okay, I will leave first. If you encounter such a situation again, just call me directly. For those old guys who dare to openly violate the unspoken rules and bully the weak, I will help you solve it. But if it is a battle between people of the same age, You can only rely on yourself. You either don't reveal your identity and don't participate in the fight. If your identity is exposed, you must fight to the end and make the reputation of my 5 Elements sect. Especially the people of my Xianji Hall, you are not allowed to lose. Otherwise. On the eve of the Immortal Fate Conference, the Ghost Venerable naturally understood the purpose of this little guy coming here. This is the way top sects like the 5 Elements sect do things. Either you are honest and don't reveal your identity. Once exposed, they would either die or win the fight. The worst case scenario would be a draw. They couldn't lose, even if it meant death. Because when they went out, they not only represented themselves, but also the face of the sect. They couldn't afford to lose, and they couldn't lose. Disciple, remember this. Luo Yan bowed. Chapter 636, Illusion City. Try carefully soon. What happened in the Divine Tree Valley was transmitted back to the 5 Elements sect and was known by Luo Yan's original body. I can save you, but I can also destroy you. The monkey is dead, and he died at his own hands, Luo Yan murmured. Such domineering and decisive words were actually said by Luo Yan himself, which was a little unbelievable. The second spiritual body was like his secondary personality, a little lazy, not fond of meddling in other people's business, but the killing intention was extremely intense. After all, he was a person who mastered the way of the sword and the power of thunder. If he didn't have a little killing intention, he couldn't comprehend these two extreme laws. But the behavior of the second spiritual body at this time gave Luo Yan a headache. You know, the blood flowing in the monkey's body is golden. This shows that the other party is extraordinary, and is definitely the atavistic bloodline of some kind of god or demon. It is extremely precious and very rare. Moreover, the Monkey King was born with divine power, which should belong to a kind of law of power. If you can contact and observe for a long time, you will definitely be able to comprehend this so-called law of power. But now this road is gone, how can Luo Yan not feel heartbroken? What a good experimental material, but it was killed by the second spirit body. Luo Yan shook his head, forced himself to calm down, and then began to think about the whole story. After a long time, he opened his eyes and found no trace of anyone secretly instigating. It should be the subjective behavior of the monkey. To be honest, the Monkey King made such a choice, which was really beyond Luo Yan's expectations. Luo Yan even felt sorry for its ending. If it weren't for the second spirit body, if Luo Yan himself was there, he would most likely let the monkey live, leaving a favor, and let the other party owe him a favor. In order to maximize the benefits. Instead of shouting and killing directly. This is Luo Yan's way of doing things. Although it seems a bit mercenary, it has many benefits. It is not easy to bring disaster to yourself. Alice, it's a bit of a pity. But since it has been killed, let it go. Luo Yan sighed softly and stopped thinking about the monkey. Perhaps, this is fate, which is fickle and unpredictable. A companion who was on good terms with you the moment before, will kill you the next moment. Based on this situation, Luo Yan can only put aside the idea of studying the blood of the Monkey King. Fortunately, he had prepared for the special blood flowing in the Monkey King's body and collected a lot in advance. If another Monkey King with golden blood is cultivated through cloning in the future, there should be no problem. Therefore, from a practical point of view, the death of the monkey does not have much impact on Luo Yan. Originally, in my imagination, the second spirit body should take a simple path of destiny. Now it seems that the second spirit body has perfectly inherited my personality and will not do it completely according to my wishes. Or, his subjective thoughts are another self. Luo Yan frowned, feeling a little helpless. The second spirit body is not his subordinate and will not do things completely according to Luo Yan's ideas. The second spirit body has its own thinking and does whatever it wants, and even the original body cannot interfere. Of course, Luo Yan's original body can forcibly suppress the second spirit body and dissolve it. But this approach is not worth a loss, and Luo Yan naturally will not consider it. Judging from the Monkey King's incident, the second spirit body's personality tends to be emotional. He will do whatever he wants and never talk too much. In fact, this is Luo Yan's hidden nature in his heart. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, in order to achieve a certain goal, he often suppresses his original intention, and likes to plan before taking action, pursuing a maximum benefit. But because of this, he also loses a bit of humanity. Now, the second spirit body is completely different from the original body. Although he majors in destiny, he likes to take revenge. He kills decisively and does not consider the consequences of the follow-up. Forget it, it's okay to be a little emotional, as long as you can take the right path of cultivation. Luo Yan whispered, shaking his head helplessly. These are all his own ideas, so how can there be right or wrong? It's nothing more than different positions, different angles, and different views on things and people. During the time when the second spirit body went to the ancient Xuanzhou, Luo Yan found some very interesting things through the token authority of the gilded fairy jade. That is, in the past 100,000 years, there has not been a single example of a person becoming an immortal in the Five Elements sect. This is seriously inconsistent with the positioning of an ancient sect that currently has more than a dozen Mahayana masters and countless disciples. Even if becoming an immortal is difficult, there should be a few examples after so many tens of thousands of years, right? But what puzzled Luo Yan was that the stories of becoming an immortal recorded in the sect were once 80,000 years ago and the other 30,000 years ago. Only in these two ancient histories was it recorded that there was a Mahayana ancestor in the Five Elements sect who broke through to the legendary realm. Such stories of becoming an immortal naturally aroused Luo Yan's curiosity. So he asked the spirit of the immortal weapon, wanting to watch the ascension scenes of the two ancestors. The answer of the spirit of the immortal weapon was very interesting. It was not included. Such an answer instantly became suspicious in Luo Yan's eyes. You know, the original body of the Five-Finger Mountain was a flawless immortal weapon with amazing power. Even if it was divided into two halves, it still belonged to the category of immortal weapons. Therefore, in the true spirit realm, basically no one can command this immortal weapon ancestor. As long as someone ascends, Wuxi Mountain will definitely record the entire ascension scene. After all, Wuxi Mountain even recorded the preaching scenes of Wuxing Taoist, the founder of the Five Elements sect 390,000 years ago. Based on this situation, would he not make any records of the ascension of two ancestors in the Mahayana realm? Luo Yan didn't believe it and began to doubt it. So, the two examples of ascension were instantly magnified and seemed a little unreal. Next, Luo Yan relied on the authority of the Gilded Immortal J token to continuously retrieve various information and then classify it. After a long period of repeated attempts, Luo Yan finally noticed something wrong. The current Five Elements sect seems to have an invisible big hand that is secretly controlling everything. Is this what you want to tell me? Luo Yan whispered. Now think about it, the story of the giant mountain and the sacred tree told by the white-browed elder is not just as simple as removing the termites. Luo Yan knew very well that for such a top-level strong man, every word and action was not aimless. There must be a deep meaning. Now, Luo Yan really found a very unusual place from those clues. It is too strange that a human race sect like the Five Elements sect, which is so prosperous, has few people who can ascend to the earthly immortal world. Either the difficulty of becoming an immortal is very high, so that in the past 100,000 years, even in the top sects like the Five Elements sect, almost no one can achieve immortality. Or someone is hiding in the dark, controlling everything in the dark, preventing them from becoming immortals. Or, the current practice of the law is problematic, or it has been tampered with, and it is impossible to become an immortal at all. The above three speculations all have certain possibilities. Even Luo Yan himself dare not be sure which of the reasons is caused. White-browed elder of Xianji Hall. Luo Yan knew very well that a ruler of Xianji Hall, a great power in the crossing tribulation period, actually gave him his personal token. Since he didn't want to accept him as a disciple, he must have other intentions. It's just that the white-browed elder likes to hide his intentions when speaking, leaving people to understand. Therefore, in a short period of time, Luo Yan really doesn't dare to guarantee that he can understand all the elder's meaning. There's still too little information that can be ascertained at present. Let's take it one step at a time. Luo Yan sighed, his heart and energy mixed. For such a big man, he can't be careless and think about it. Luo Yan sensed his physical condition and found that most of the conditions for breaking through to the next realm have been met. The necessary conditions for breaking through to the God transformation realm, psychic particles, Five Elements essence, soul strength, and origin laws. None of them can be missing. When the second spiritual body came out of the colorful ancient world, Luo Yan unknowingly gathered all the prerequisites for breaking through the God transformation realm. Although those origin laws are not the laws of emptiness such as the fate mysterious force, they are still enough for breaking through the current realm. Luo Yan estimated that after the second spiritual body came back and understood those origin laws, and the psychic particles from visualization were enough. He could use this to break through to the God transformation stage. It was so fast. After I have so many origin laws, I can adjust the direction of my practice. Perhaps, I can also try the foundation method of the true dragon clan. Luo Yan thought, looking at the jade bottles filled with the essence and blood of many exotic beasts and species in front of him, shining with brilliance. His mind was in turmoil. Based on the current situation of the second spiritual body and the abnormalities in the five elements sect, Luo Yan felt a sense of precariousness. So he decided to make multiple preparations. The inheritance of the five elements sect, the foundation method of the true dragon clan, the inheritance of the giant spirit clan, and the path he chose are four completely different directions. Luo Yan is ready to try them all. Then take a completely different path. After trying many ways, there is always a way to step into that realm. The true dragon clan's method is, after all, a foreign method, and there may be some drawbacks hidden in it. Luo Yan thought over and over again, and felt that he still couldn't take the risk of taking his body to practice the methods of other races. After all, if even the inheritance of the five elements sect itself has problems, those widely circulated foreign cultivation methods, will there be no tricks? Especially after the second spirit body went to the colorful ancient world, it brought him a very heavy news. That is, some very terrifying creatures can actually rely on the ancient scriptures passed down to revive again in the bodies of these younger inheritors. Hearing such news, even Luo Yan himself felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, thinking that the water in the cultivation world is very deep. There is a great terror in it. It seems that we still have to use the members of the Illuminati to do experiments. Let's not practice the foundation method of the true dragon clan first and see what their results are. Luo Yan made up his mind and decided to pass on this true dragon method and let the members of the true cultivation tower practice first. In the center of the ancient Zuanyu, there is a newly built giant city, covering an area of nearly 10,000 miles, floating in the clouds, which is very magical. Below this giant city, there are endless mountains, with peaks standing tall, and spiritual objects such as Ganoderma lucidum and wild ginseng taking root in the middle of the peaks. Pure spiritual energy gathers, and the fragrance of spiritual medicine is fragrant. In the clouds, the colorful clouds are blazing, the spiritual energy is surging, and it is filled with all kinds of misty light, as if it is the scenery above the 33rd heaven. It looks both charming and ethereal. Outside this illusory city, many virtual law bands have been set up to isolate everything. In the clouds, there are many creatures entrenched, looking ahead, as if they are considering how to enter the city. There is something strange in this city, which actually makes me feel scared. A cultivator in the God transformation stage spoke. His face looked more vicissitudes, but he also met the standards for participating in this Immortal Fate Conference. The Immortal Fate Conference is a grand event held by the Earth Immortal Alliance, and only the true young generation of geniuses are qualified to participate. The highest cultivation limit for this conference is the God transformation stage. Because practitioners beyond this realm are no longer suitable to appear in this Immortal Fate Conference. Their battlefield is the 10,000 Spirits Heroes Conference held after this. I heard that as long as you come to this illusory city, the first stage of the Immortal Fate Conference has already begun. Not far away, many people looked serious, and were studying what to do to enter the ancient city. The virtual law ban in front of them was a natural moat that separated everyone from the illusory ancient city. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared on the cloud, and it was desperate to rush into the interior of the huge city. With a boom, the red clouds covered, causing a huge tremor, making this world hazy for a moment. A black demon bird wanted to forcefully pass through the virtual law bands and enter the illusory city, but unfortunately it hit an invisible barrier, and instantly fell down with blood on its head. Buzz! The law band guarding the outside of the illusory city was activated and triggered by the demon bird, causing the cloud to be submerged by runes, and the spiritual energy rippled for dozens of miles. What's going on? There is no news, so how can we get into the city? Someone frowned and discussed with a person next to him. Standing here, the cultivators could see the magnificent, majestic and tall illusion city. The place was full of flowing colors, giving off a breath of the avenue. Since this is the first test, there must be a possibility of passing it. Some cultivators began to try to bombard those forbidden laws, with a blazing spiritual light in their eyes, trying to find some key information. Under this continuous attack, someone shouted, "I know. You see, every time I bombard, there will be a ripple in those forbidden laws. And, as the bombardment continues, there will even be a narrow crack on the forbidden law, but it will soon disappear. Hearing this, the eyes of all the cultivators present lit up. Chapter 637. There are three kinds of stone symbols: black, white and gray. The second level tests that if you bombard the void forbidden area, cracks will appear. Such words made countless people feel moved. Doesn't this mean that as long as the power of the Taoism is strong enough, it can break through the forbidden layer and enter the illusion city? Is this the test of the first level? It's so simple. The people present thoughts secretly. So, a large number of cultivators followed suit, exerting their most powerful magical powers, shining with dazzling spiritual light, trying to blast the forbidden layer. But what makes people feel helpless is that even if there are many people attacking at the same time, there are still very few creatures who can blast the forbidden layer. Because the forbidden layer of the virtual law seems very fragile, but it is actually indestructible and cannot be torn apart at all. The magical powers of ordinary people hide it, and not even a ripple can be produced. Of course, there are also figures with extremely strong strength. They shouted loudly, mobilized all their strength, and shot out a dazzling divine light. In the end, under the gaze of everyone, a passage was blasted out. But this passage can only be passed by the original owner himself, and the rest of the people who want to take advantage are all blocked outside. As a result, a large number of creatures naturally took action, constantly bombarding the void in front of them, trying every possible way to make a passage. After all, this is the top immortal fate conference within the human race. If you can't even pass the first level, what qualifications do you have to say that you are a genius of the younger generation? By then, won't it make others laugh? For a time, the energy on this cloud was surging, the roar continued, and the most terrifying divine brilliance burst out. The spiritual light rushed into the sky, like a thunder that exploded continuously, causing a huge wave. There were roaring sounds of Taoist magic everywhere, shocking people's ears. No, there are other ways to get in. Someone whispered, pointing to a young boy with a childish face, motioning everyone to look over there. In front, the boy was not very old, and even looked very childish. The spirit and soul were very young, definitely not more than 100 years old. The young man did not follow the others and used his magical power to bombard the void city. Instead, he exuded the power of the law that was extremely strong, entangled with those invisible ripples. Not long after, an entrance that could allow one person to pass through and enter the illusion city was opened. The young man turned around, with a smile that looked down on the world on his face, and walked in leisurely. The strange eyes of the young man with a tender face became a provocation in the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. It made people feel unwilling. Obviously, in addition to the extremely powerful power of the Taoism, the power of the law can also open a way to enter the entrance of the illusion city. After these living examples in front of them, the cultivators also understood that the so-called first level is actually a test from two dimensions. That is, the power of the Taoism and the strength of the law. As long as one of the two conditions is met, you can enter the ancient city of illusion. Such a screening rule makes it clear to all those who come to participate in the Immortal Fate Conference that those who are strong can directly bombard the barrier. Practitioners who are outstanding in the attainment of the law only need to show the aura of that law and pass the test of the void law band to pass. Although the two tests are different in terms of method, the ultimate goal is the same, which is to screen out the most powerful geniuses to the greatest extent. Luo Yan stood in front of the void law band, watched for a long time, and began to try. A blazing blue thunder appeared in his palm, and then the lightning rushed into the sky, followed by a buzzing sound. Thunderstorms appeared in the nearby area, blooming with terrible divine brilliance, as if it was a world-destroying thunder punishment. With a crack, the thunder struck on the invisible ripples, rippling countless ripples, and even a crack opened. But soon, this crack disappeared in an instant under the blessing of some great power. This blue thunder is very powerful, but it still seems a little stretched when facing the void law ban. With my current cultivation level, even if I use the most powerful means of attack, it is difficult to break this barrier. It seems that the test intensity of this first level is really high, Luo Yan whispered. With such a forbidden law in front, at least more than 90% of people can be screened out. Those who can enter the inner part of the illusory city are definitely the best of the younger generation. Either they are powerful or they have amazing attainments in the law, and there is always one aspect that is very outstanding. Luo Yan kept looking at the illusory forbidden law in front of him, and he could hear the roar of many Taoist laws in his ears. It was other creatures attacking the invisible barrier, which seemed very lively. But the strength of this illusory forbidden law is too strong. Even though there are many people participating in this fairy fate conference, there are very few young strong people who can directly pass this test. Those who can open a passage and enter the ancient city of illusory are all powerful and terrifying. Even if Luo Yan used the Blue Thunder Law, it would not work. He still lacked a little power strength to break through that layer of obstacles. In fact, this is also normal. After all, his current body cultivation realm is only the nascent soul stage, and there is still a big realm between him and the spiritual transformation realm. It is understandable that there is a gap. Even though the second spiritual body was transformed from the 5 key mixed element beads and had a deep foundation, it was an indisputable fact that it was weak in terms of realm. You know, this Immortal Fate Conference is the top event of the human race after all, and the intensity of the natural screening will exceed the imagination of ordinary people. Compared to those Xianjiao in the transformation realm, I am still a little bit behind in terms of attack power. Then, let's try the law perception next. Luo Yan stopped using his magical power, and his hands were secretly combined up and down. The 5-color Dao rhyme appeared in his palms, and he approached the void law. The 5 kinds of streams of heaven and earth Dao, cyan, brown, red, gold, and blue, appeared in turn, swallowing and exhaling the essence of spiritual energy, interweaving together, and transforming into colorful divine phoenix. After a while, a gap appeared on the void law that could be passed by one person. A single 5-element law is not enough, but the 5 laws are combined together to barely open a passage. The difficulty of screening at this level is indeed amazingly high, Luo Yan said to himself, putting away the 5-color divine light in his palm. He had to burst out with all his strength to open a gap leading to the illusion city, which was simply horrifying. Wow! Luo Yan stared at the passage in front of him, and did not choose to walk in it the first time, but disperse the divine phoenix and let the gap disappear. His eyes moved slightly, and then he gathered his killing intent, condensed the sword law, and continued to try to open a gap. Unfortunately, it was useless. The attacking power of the sword, like those blue thunders, could only create dense cracks, but could not blast open a passage. Obviously, the power of the Tao was not powerful enough. After these 2 attempts, Luo Yan had roughly figured out that his so-called strongest attacking means was actually far from enough in this Immortal Fate Conference. However, the Fate power and the 5-color magic power lived up to expectations and were able to blast out a passage respectively. With the power of a single attribute, even if it is sword and thunder, it is difficult to launch the ultimate attack of the current realm. But once the 5 elements, or fate, or other principles are added to the thunder, it is possible to blast open this law ban. This shows that the path of the original body is not wrong. The path of a single law, even the extreme law, will have great limitations. Luo Yan's eyes flashed with wisdom, analyzing everything. Although he is the second spiritual body, he is also a part of Luo Yan, and naturally follows this habit of exploring everything. When other creatures were still worried about entering the ancient city of illusion, he had already used this lawless law ban to study the means of attack he mastered and the attainments of the power of law. He regarded this first level of lawless law ban as a way to test his ability. The opening and closing of the void channel many times made the creatures around him feel stunned, and they didn't understand what the Taoist in green was doing. Only some people with deep breaths saw this scene, and their eyes kept scanning, and then their eyes suddenly lit up, and they also began to test their abilities. After all, the divine pattern on this virtual law-free ban is very special. It can not only test the strength of the power of the law, but also detect the attainments of the power of the law that one has comprehended. It is definitely the best touchstone. Huh? This little guy has extraordinary skills. Which sect is he from? Although he is still a little short of the power of the law, his attainments in the power of the law are very outstanding. In just such a short time, he has opened the divine pattern law ban 5 times. He is definitely a good seedling. Inside the ancient city of Zhuang, a majestic voice murmured, as if observing the many creatures participating in the Immortal Fate Conference this time. The outstanding performance of the young man in blue naturally caught the attention of the Elder of the Earth Immortal Alliance, and he decided to pay more attention to him. But this attention only lasted for a moment, and then he looked elsewhere. Because there were so many geniuses participating in this Immortal Fate Conference, so many that it was dazzling. Countless top sects have sent core disciples to participate. Who doesn't have 1 or 2 amazing skills? Buzz. After testing his ability, Luo Yan stepped into the passage. The ancient city of Illusory was filled with a faint white mist, which severely obstructed people's vision and prevented their spiritual consciousness from reaching out. Even if one used the most powerful spiritual ability, it would be obstructed by the white mist and could only see things within a few miles. Once one exceeded this range, one would fall into hazy perception, which was both vague and ethereal. In the center of the ancient city, there was a huge open-air square, on which stood countless people who had passed the first level of the test. Outside the square, there were many exquisite small houses, arranged in the shape of the 9 palaces in 8 diagrams. There were many of them, and roughly estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of them. The size and structure of these exquisite small houses were almost exactly the same, and they looked very orderly. Fellow Taoists, we have been here for some time. I wonder if you have figured out the rules of the second level of the assessment. A young man spoke up. He was dressed in white, his whole body was white, his figure was slender, and his aura was amazing. He looked around at the cultivators. These mists and the densely packed houses seemed to be the key to this level. Someone observed for a long time, and then said a fact that most people present basically agreed with. Because in this city, only these 2 things are the most bizarre, as if they are hinting at something. In addition, the Immortal Fate Conference, in addition to the collision of the younger generation of the human race, is also held by the Earth Immortal Alliance specifically to recruit members. From this, we can know that blindly competing in force may not be the real intention of the Earth Immortal Alliance. Regarding this point, it can be seen from the previous Void Law ban. The screening mechanism does not refer to the strongest strength, but also the talent for cultivation. That is, the attainments in the law. The creatures present are a group of people with extraordinary identities and backgrounds, strong strength, and broad vision. Naturally, they soon realized this. Perhaps, it is not yet time to really announce the rules of the second level. A young strong man guessed. Because there are still many people outside who have not come in, the strong men participating in the Immortal Fate Conference have not yet arrived. No, those exquisite little houses seemed very special. Someone spoke, and the third martial arts eye between the eyebrows bloomed with divine brilliance, and saw something different. After saying this, he summoned a spirit body, crossed the fog, came to a small house, opened the door, and looked around. After a moment, his real body also disappeared here and entered the small house. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the others present were moved, and they followed suit, transformed into clones, and opened the door of the small house. Soon, all the people who did this had their pupils glowing, and then disappeared on the spot. Huh? Is this the rule of the second level? Luo Yan also opened a small exquisite house, and then saw a stone tablet inside, with a few lines of words engraved on it. There is a Holy Spirit in the mist, which cannot be resisted by human power. Every 12 hours, the Holy Spirit will appear once and hunt down the creatures in the mist. After the Holy Spirit eliminates the monks and the mist to a certain extent, the remaining 10,800 owners of the exquisite houses can enter the Mirage Realm and start the final competition. Seeing the words on the stone tablet, Luo Yan finally understood the rules of the second level and what they were. In short, there is a powerful Holy Spirit in the mist that will attack people, and its strength is so strong that no one can resist it. The exquisite house is a safe place. As long as you hide in it, you can avoid the so-called Holy Spirit's pursuit. It is unsafe outside, but safe inside, which will inevitably create a tense atmosphere. Because the number of exquisite houses is limited, this is also part of the rules. Interesting, the rules of the second level should be more than this. Luo Yan entered the exquisite hut, and the door of the exquisite hut closed instantly. He guessed that the second level might be the time when the competition was the most intense. There were holy spirits outside and practitioners fighting inside. Chapter 638, Horrible Night Rules, Strange. In this quiet room, in addition to the stone tablet, there are 3 stone runes, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 gray, which exude a mysterious atmosphere. Luo Yan picked up a white stone rune at random, and a magnificent voice came from it. The Earth Immortal Alliance will only recruit 108 domain envoys this time. After arriving in the Mirage Realm, the 36 cultivators who hold the most single stone runes can join our Earth Immortal Alliance. Each cultivator can only choose 1 color of stone rune in the Illusion City. Sure enough, when he heard this majestic voice explaining, Luo Yan's previous guess was instantly confirmed. The 3 colors of stone runes represent 3 different choices, which makes people dare not easily draw a conclusion. Luo Yan reached out to the remaining 2 stone runes, but saw that these 2 stone runes were already in an illusory state and could not be caught by him. He tried to put down the white stone rune. Suddenly, the other 2 stone runes solidified from the illusory state and became a state that could be touched. Obviously, the rule is like this. If you choose a white stone rune, you can't get the other 2 colors of stone runes again. Which one of the 3 colors of stone runes should I choose? Luo Yan whispered, and then decided to let fate decide. Not long after, Luo Yan's body began to have the mysterious power of fate. The divine eyes of the hexagram between his eyebrows opened and closed, capturing his own cause and effect line, turning it into fortune, and making deductions and calculations. After a long time, the brilliant light in his eyes faded, and the divine brilliance in his sight disappeared. He took a fancy to one of the stone runes and put it away. This stone rune is of great importance. Luo Yan guessed that the subsequent tests should be related to this stone rune. At this moment, the secret in the exquisite hut alarmed everyone who entered. Everyone knows that this exquisite hut under their feet will probably become the key for everyone to fight for in the next period of time. At that time, the most intense competition will surely break out. The storm is coming. On this day, the entire ancient city of Zuwu was shaken. The first level of the Zuwu prohibition was very strong. Without super high attainments in the law, or the strongest individual strength, it was almost impossible to pass that barrier. But even so, there were still a large number of Xianjiao who passed the test of the first level, which made many people see the strength of the younger generation of the human race. How vast is the territory of the human race in my true spirit realm? There are at least thousands of Hengsha worlds under my jurisdiction. The human race in thousands of realms has returned to itself, which has created the current glory and strength. Next, it will be the most prosperous and brilliant period for the Xianjiao of my human race to fight. In the distance of the cloud, someone exclaimed. The sound was like a bronze bell, echoing around. This is an elder in the ancient Zuanayu great sect, and also an old figure. Although he has not set foot in the upper 3 realms, his strength is still unfathomable. At least far beyond the current young generation. He has lived for more than 4,000 years, and is definitely a living fossil. Hey, the first level is so difficult, I wonder how difficult the next few levels will be. A powerful figure watching chuckled, his eyes blooming with divine brilliance, looking at the many young figures in front of him who were densely attacking the void and made such a judgment. Every time the Immortal Fate Conference is held, its rules may change to a certain extent, but that kind of intensity is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can bear. A wisp of breath, a trace of law, is enough to make an ordinary cultivator in the God transformation stage feel despair. Because this is the top event for the entire human race, a gathering of geniuses among geniuses, and those who can pass it are all at the peak of their generation. For a time, the Immortal Fate Conference was held as scheduled, attracting countless eyes. Many powerful cultivators came to the clouds, waiting for the moment when the first level ended. At that time, they will be able to see the actions of the people inside through the illusion outside. Watching the fights between those young geniuses is definitely a feast, and people say it is worth the trip. Therefore, the holding of this Immortal Fate Conference has caused a huge sensation, causing many old people to come out of retreat and start paying attention to this peak collision of the younger generation. From another level, this is actually a test competition among the internal forces of the human race. The stronger the younger generation of a sect is, the more brilliant the future of this sect will be. It shouldn't be like this. The Kilin child of our clan has mastered the power of the 5 elements since birth. He can go into the sea and into the river, move mountains and clouds. He is definitely the pride of the younger generation. But why can't he even pass the first level of the void law? An elder of a small family was shocked, his turbid eyes were full of disbelief, and his muddle-headed attitude was full of desolation. You know, that is a natural spiritual body, a real treasure body for cultivation. Now, he can't even blast through the first level of the assessment? How ridiculous is this? Is that void law too strong, or is his own Kilin child too weak? A slave is a slave. I have a very limited vision. I only know about the innate divine body, and I think I am invincible in the world. But where is this place? This is the top event of the younger generation of our human race. Which of the young people who can come here is not a dragon and phoenix among men? Strong innate talent is certainly very important, but in the subsequent practice, it only accounts for a small part of it. Personal comprehension, inherited scriptures, state of mind, concentration of spiritual energy, strength of soul, etc., Each one is very important. After all, when a cultivator's cultivation realm reaches the stage of transformation, no matter how powerful your innate divine body is, the help it can provide to his strength will be very limited. Because the cultivators who set foot in this field already have the ability to manipulate the origin of heaven and earth and change their own path of cultivation. Not far away, someone saw the old slave sneer, his face full of sarcasm. Strong innate talent will indeed take advantage of many things at the beginning of cultivation. But the later the practice, the importance of innate talent will decrease dramatically, and it can even only play a role of icing on the cake. Once they reach the spiritual transformation realm, as long as they want, they can transform their bodies into an acquired spiritual body at any time. It looks amazing, but in fact, it doesn't have much effect in personal combat. Otherwise, the territory of the human race is so vast that even a Mahayana master can't fly to the end in his lifetime. With such a vast territory, there are still very few cultivators who can break through to the upper three realms, or even the refining void realm. This is the fundamental reason. This is the constraint of the laws of heaven and earth. It seems to be everywhere, but it is actually extremely difficult, affecting every aspect of every cultivator. Even for a glorious sect like the Five Elements sect, at least 90% of the disciples in the sect can't practice to the spiritual transformation realm in their lifetime. This is one of the strongest forces in the endless sea, but it is still the same. It is conceivable how difficult it is to break through the realm of cultivation. The origin law alone can stop countless disciples in the nascent soul stage. This is the most real world of cultivation. For those favored children, breaking through the realm of cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking. But for ordinary cultivators, just to condense the 5 elements of the secret method, they need to be busy for hundreds of years to gather the cultivation resources to break through the current realm. The saint of my sect has entered the 2nd level. I hope he can make a concerted effort and become the domain envoy of the Earth Immortal Alliance. In this way, the war between my sect and the Heavenly Wolf clan may get a certain amount of resources tilted. An old man sighed with expectation. Joining the Earth Immortal Alliance, becoming a part of this loose alliance, and then tilting in certain things, this is absolutely reasonable. After all, the human race's territory is too large, and foreign races invade every moment. Which territory has greater pressure and which territory has less pressure is always determined by people. Since they are human beings, there will inevitably be various interest transfer relationships, as well as closeness and distance. For example, the cultivation resources mobilized from the inland sects, and the inland cultivators sent to participate in the war, can go to the 5 Elements sect to help, or go to the Great Zhaoshan Xingshan Gate to garrison. Anyway, there are only so many people and resources. If you take more, he will take less. If he takes more, he will take less. In this way, the importance of the Earth Immortal Alliance is self-evident. The Earth Immortal Alliance seems loose, but it is actually the most powerful. The members it recruits are either recruited from many small worlds in Hengsha, or the most talented people from various sects and religions. In addition, there is a vague connection with the Earth Immortal Realm, which makes the Earth Immortal Alliance from a loose alliance to a veritable leader of the human race. In the past, many sects always liked to obey the orders of the Earth Immortal Alliance in public and disobey them in private. But now, if anyone dares to have such an idea, they will definitely be forcibly dealt with by the Earth Immortal Alliance in the name of the carelessness of the human race. The first level is okay, it's just a test of strength. As long as the gap is not that big, you can get in with a little tricks. The real strength is still to come. The 2nd level alone is enough to screen out more than 99% of the cultivators. Some big shots gathered together, so they took out the food on spiritual fruits, and fine wine, and sat cross-legged in the clouds, and then began to wait. Although there is no explicit prohibition on the images in the Immortal Fate Conference, they will not be spread privately, but need to open their minds and watch with their hearts. Therefore, if you want to watch the battles between the younger generation, you must come here and watch it live. The younger generation of my 5 Elements sect, this time there are nearly 100 people, and almost most of them have entered the 2nd level. I wonder how many will be left after this 2nd level. How many young disciples will eventually be qualified to get the Earth Immortal Alliance envoy? Deep in the clouds, several Taoists with deep breaths sat cross-legged, with a strong aura of the 5 Emperor's secret treasures. They talked there, and their eyes kept looking at each other. Although the disciples who came to participate in this conference are very powerful and talented, there are too many top sects in the true spirit realm, and the competition is very fierce. Even with the strength of the Five Elements sect, if the reincarnations of the exiled immortals are not dispatched, no one can guarantee that they will definitely get the quota of the Earth Immortal Alliance. After all, there are only 108 quotas, but there are so many large forces to share. That kind of pressure makes people feel terrified just thinking about it. I heard that the people from the Law Enforcement Hall also sent people to participate in this conference. An old man said. I also heard about this matter. They are still as protective of their children as always. Even the demon saints of the Fire Monkey clan were crippled. They are not afraid of being picked up by the old monkey. Another old man said with a smile. Although they are all from the Five Elements sect, the 12 forces in the sect actually prefer to act independently. Generally, they will only gather together when facing a big enemy. Therefore, they are also happy to see the jokes made by the Law Enforcement Hall. As time passed, more and more monks came to the ancient city of illusion. Countless creatures gathered in the huge central square, with shadows and looking around. At the same time, the fog between heaven and earth restricted people's consciousness and blocked their vision. In the distance, the 10,800 exquisite cottages all bloomed in the mist, like the morning stars in the winter night, very conspicuous. 2 more days passed, the test time of the first level was over, and the ancient city of illusion was completely closed. Buzz! The moment the ancient city of illusion was closed, it happened to be night, and the sky and the earth were dark. At this time, the fog outside rose, and the thick fog enveloped this world. In the second half of the night, there were continuous screams, and then they were swallowed by the fog, and they could not cause any waves. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the exquisite cottage, was alert. The constant sound in his ears made his hair stand on end. A sense of horror spread in his heart. He always felt that there was some kind of terrifying creature lingering nearby, making him feel uneasy. The power of destiny is the most sensitive to the crisis of oneself, which will make Luo Yan feel this way. It is conceivable that if it were someone else, the sense of horror would probably be dozens of times stronger. After all, as long as you stay in the exquisite hut and don't go out, the crisis will not spread in. There is a kind of attitude of isolation from the world. At this moment, Luo Yan felt that his spiritual perception, under the blessing of the power of destiny, was still able to sense the movements outside as if it was not sealed. At this moment, it seemed that there was a terrifying creature carrying out a most brutal massacre in the fog. Anyone who was targeted could not escape that kind of peeping. The next day, when the darkness dissipated, the divine brilliance in the exquisite hut was gradually fading. Luo Yan was also squeezed out of the exquisite hut. However, the stone talisman on his body was intact and was brought out by him. At the same time, a message came from the stone talisman. As long as you hold the stone talisman and persist to the end, you can enter the 3rd level. This means that the 10,800 exquisite huts are actually just safe houses. The real key lies in those stone symbols. Luo Yan had a hunch that after today, this illusory city would no longer be peaceful. Sure enough, when the exquisite huts disappeared in the mist, countless complicated eyes were cast on the group of people who were safe and sound last night. Envy, jealousy, coldness, bloodthirstiness and other emotions were endless. Chapter 639, Gang Up On and Beat, the Law of Space. The one being chased. Luo Yan raised his eyes slightly and could see densely packed figures standing in the center of the square. There was still a lot of blood that had not dried under the feet of this group of people, which was very dazzling. Obviously, what happened last night did not seem so peaceful. The power of the terrifying Holy Spirit was beyond everyone's imagination. Luo Yan noticed that many of the faces of the group of people in the cloud square were still filled with horror, fear, and fear. The uneasy mood could be felt even from a long distance. What happened last night? A strong man from the exquisite hut asked. No one knows. I only know that when the night came, my 5 senses were blocked, and my whole body seemed to be fixed and I couldn't move at all. It seems that a very terrifying creature passed by me. Then the person next to me suddenly exploded, splashing blood all over me, a young Taoist responded. Originally, he was wearing a white robe, with a slender figure, outstanding temperament, and a strong aura. He was definitely a powerful genius. But at this moment, his body was full of bloodstains, his pupils were dilated, his face was pale, and he was full of fear. Obviously, what happened last night really scared him. Even the well-informed descendants of the great sects were horrified and scared. Because the feeling of being powerless and like a lamb to be slaughtered was too scary. You know, He came to participate in the Immortal Fate Conference, not to die. Some people were killed without even knowing what the enemy was and the rules of the Immortal Fate Conference. How could this not make other people panic? It was too scary, and no one wanted to experience it a second time. Is that the so-called Holy Spirit? A strong man who came out of the exquisite hut whispered. There was a stone tablet in the exquisite hut, on which this information was recorded. The Holy Spirit only appears at night and cannot be resisted. Beside, countless eyes were cast over, looking at those monks who came to the ancient city of illusion one step earlier and occupied the exquisite hut. At this time, they all walked out of the hut unscathed. The most blazing brilliance flashed in the eyes of those people. If you think about it carefully, you can guess that there must be some unexpected tricks here. Last night, the people in the illusory city were terrified, and everyone was on the verge of death. But those of you who came out of that exquisite little house were unharmed, and everyone was in perfect spirits. Brothers, can you tell me if there is anything extraordinary in that little house? Otherwise, why didn't any of you suffer any persecution? The young man smiled, hinting at something, and directly pointed out everything. At this moment, all the creatures in the square cast their eyes over, looking at those who came out of the exquisite little house. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely cold, and the situation on the field was clearly divided into two groups. On one side were the 10,800 people in the exquisite little house, and on the other side, there were so many figures that it was difficult to count. For a long time, no one responded. Luo Yan and others also noticed something strange, and the aura on their bodies suddenly appeared, ready for a fierce battle. Boom! Not long after, the ground shook, and a scaly beast as big as a hill walked towards this side. The scales on its body shone with cold light, and every step it took was like an earthquake. This was a king-level beast with the blood of gods and demons. It was very strong and was one of the most powerful in its own race. It made countless creatures afraid of it. Since no one can explain, let's catch someone and ask him. The beast stared at a strong man who came out of the exquisite hut and rushed towards him. The people around saw it, all watched coldly and paid attention secretly, all wanting to find out what was in the exquisite hut that allowed them to avoid this disaster. The beast roared, its eyes were as big as bronze bells, and the sound waves were mixed with an invisible great power. It opened its bloody mouth, and its breath shook the 8 directions, as if it was going to shatter this space. At this moment, the young strong man who was stared at also took action. He raised his hand and shot out a hazy light, protecting himself inside and blocking the bloody mouth. Then, a fierce battle broke out in the void, and the terrifying aura was overwhelming. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with the sound of the surging demonic power and spiritual light colliding, like thunder in the rain, loud and deafening. The sound of bang, bang, was endless, and the momentum was unmatched. But the demon body of the king-level beast was too powerful, and ordinary magical skills were actually difficult to break that kind of barrier. But the random attack of the king-level beast was comparable to a mountain, with great power and almost impossible to resist. In the end, the body of the young strong man was forcibly blown up, and a black stone talisman with a faint light floated out. The stone talisman was not big, only the size of 2 small fingers, and it was shining with a bright light, but it attracted the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, everyone's heart was greedy, although they didn't know the real purpose of the black stone talisman. But it was definitely a good thing. Perhaps the rules of the second level of the Immortal Fate Conference were related to this small stone talisman. In the distance, other people saw this scene, their minds were turning, and they were filled with a fighting spirit, so they turned their eyes to the figures coming out of the exquisite hut. Since the stone talisman can be robbed, everything is much simpler. Brother, what is the use of the black stone talisman? Someone directly asked the king-level beast, wanting to get more information. The king-level beast's demon body became smaller, grabbed the stone talisman, and then closed his eyes to perceive the information inside. After a moment, the scale-armored beast opened his eyes and said very cheerfully, "The stone talisman is related to the subsequent tests. Whoever holds the most will get the final place in this Immortal Fate Conference. In addition, the exquisite hut seems to have some rules that can allow us to avoid the attacks of those terrifying creatures." The king-level beast didn't care and directly told everyone the information of the stone talisman in his hand. Because he was the king beast of the demon race, the reason he came to participate in this conference was to fight and to compete with the human race's genius. Naturally, he had no intention of joining the human race. Therefore, this black stone talisman actually means little to him. Brother Taoist, I am here to ask you for advice." Hearing this explanation, the monks beside him could no longer hold back and stared at a strong man who came out of the exquisite hut. A thunder with countless electric lights descended, and a thunder fox emerged, attacking the front with endless arcs of electricity. Crack! The strong man who could enter the ancient city of illusion in the first time and seize an exquisite hut was definitely not an ordinary person. He then cast dozens of runes, transformed a dragon's body in the void, and rushed towards the thunder fox. A very amazing battle broke out between the two sides. "Grab the stone talisman!" someone shouted, and a chain reaction was triggered in an instant, causing other people to cast magical skills and continuously attack the periphery. In an instant, this ancient city of illusion was submerged by various Taoist lights, and the power was surging, which was terrifying. This was a big melee, and countless people attacked 10,800 people including Luo Yan. The scene instantly became extremely chaotic. The roar of magic tools, the brilliant light of Taoist magic, the roar of the beasts of the blood of gods and demons, etc., were endless. There was a big melee everywhere, and there was no place to rest. Luo Yan heard a scream. At least a dozen people were hit by hundreds of attacks at the same time. Their bodies suddenly exploded in the void and turned into a ball of blood mist. Then they were ignited by the majestic energy light and burned into nothingness. Not even a trace of powder was left. Only the stone talismans fell out, with black, white, and gray, 3 colors of stone talismans blazing in the air. The cultivators who saw this scene caused a sensation again, and then began to scramble for these stone talismans. At this moment, Luo Yan was also targeted. At the same time, at least dozens of extremely terrifying attacks were all directed at him. The cultivators who can enter this illusory ancient city basically have very powerful offensive capabilities, and the lowest will not be lower than the god transformation realm. Therefore, these powerful attacks made Luo Yan feel terrified. He dared not resist and could only turn into a flash of lightning and escape. In fact, except for Luo Yan, almost every cultivator who came out of the exquisite hut was targeted by countless people. After all, the cultivators who could participate in this conference were all the best in various sects, and the gap between them was not very big. It was okay for one person or a few people to attack, but once the number of people increased, the quantitative change led to qualitative change, and the superimposed magical power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in the face of so many attacks, no one dared to choose to resist, and fled quickly, not daring to look back. However, the ancient city of illusion was so small that even if there was a fog blocking it, Luo Yan and others could only turn around and move in the square if they wanted to escape. Clang! An ancient sword drilled into the void, locked Luo Yan's position, and stabbed straight at him. The sword-killing intent contained in it made Luo Yan feel frightened, and he could only turn his body into a spirit butterfly and escape into the third space between nothingness and reality to avoid this flying sword. Boom! Not far away, another giant hammer flashed with divine light and smashed down from the sky, suppressing the space, trying to knock Luo Yan out of this space. Bang! On the other side, there was a phantom of a pagoda floating in the sky, blocking the front and preventing Luo Yan from leaving. There were other magic weapons all around, also shooting out pieces of energy light, rushing towards Luo Yan. They looked like they would not give up until they destroyed him and snatched the stone talisman from him. At this moment, Luo Yan seemed to be targeted by everyone in a tacit understanding. These guys are extremely powerful. It's okay to fight one-on-one, but in this situation, if I really dare to turn around and fight them, I will definitely be attacked the most violently. Luo Yan's face turned black. Being chased by so many people, he really had no way out. He could only escape into nothingness while the blue thunder was quickly pulling away. He rushed into the crowd, flying to where there were more people, hoping to bring more chaos. However, not everyone will choose to escape. There are still strong men standing at the top of the young generation who look disdainful and look down on all the cultivators. Ridiculous. So what if there are many people? How dare a group of ants attack this king? You all deserve to die. Not far away, a young man in a purple gold robe growled, lotus flowers bloomed under his feet, and his divine aura resonated with the heaven and earth. A terrifying invisible wave appeared, shocking people. Puff! The strong men who participated in the siege nearby, in this wave of lotus flowers blooming step by step, their souls were unstable, and then they retreated with blood, their faces horrified. This is really too weird. Just by taking steps, can you defeat all enemies in an instant? Obviously, This is a kind of magnificent power, mixed with momentum, with a tyranny that suppresses the universe. If you don't set foot in this field, you will suffer the most serious indiscriminate backlash. Then, the young man in the purple gold robe turned from passive to active and began to fight back. Relying on his own strength, chasing a group of people. At this moment, his strength was imprinted in everyone's mind. Get up. After being chased by the cultivators for a while, Luo Yan decided not to hide his strength anymore. His figure turned into nothingness and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. Only those who opened the martial arts eyes could vaguely catch a phantom shadow, with a mysterious breath that made them tremble. At this moment, those figures who lost their target were stunned and seemed a little at a loss. And those cultivators who opened the martial arts eyes felt a breath of the law of emptiness and were unwilling to fight with such a strong man now, in order to avoid a most violent counterattack. After all, he is a strong man who can comprehend the law of emptiness, so it is always better to be careful. There is no problem with gathering everyone's strength to besiege, but if they are asked to take the initiative to become enemies, and it is at the beginning of the second level, naturally no one is happy. In less than an instant stick of time, all the cultivators in the area where Luo Yan was had dispersed. Brother, this breath of law should be the legendary avenue of destiny, right? What a good trick. Suddenly, a bright woman appeared beside Luo Yan, with a graceful figure, charming and attractive, and exuding a floral fragrance. She walked straight towards this side, with a strong law charm on her body, and an extremely strong spatial fluctuation appeared. Oh? You are also extraordinary. It is rare to be able to comprehend the law of space to such a degree. Luo Yan looked at the woman in front of him, and the hexagram divine eye between his eyebrows cast into the void, capturing her fortune. At this moment, he could see the woman's fortune drill into the void and then drill out of the void, like colorful clouds, floating and sprinkling. My little sister has never fought with someone who has practiced the avenue of destiny. I wonder if you can fulfill this wish of mine. The woman not far away was wearing a lotus skirt and came slowly, as brilliant as the morning glow, and even her black hair was shining with a crystal brilliance. The lotus-skirted female cultivator chuckled, and her bell-like laughter echoed around, causing the void to ripple and part of the space to collapse. At this moment, she looked both beautiful and attractive, yet extremely dangerous, like a flower with thorns. Chapter 640, he looked like a madman, gritting his teeth, helpless against the attack of the laws of space, which was like a spider web spreading silently. At the same time, this supreme power is like a starry sky map in the dark night, lighting up there and erasing all the energy. Luo Yan could feel a special force squeezing the current space, shaking his escape light out of the void, and the space cracks were obvious. There were traces of the void being torn everywhere, filling every area. Those broken space cracks carried an extremely blazing space force, and anyone who touched them would be seriously injured. Luo Yan frowned, and the spiritual power in his body was running. There was a green thunder explosion under his feet, and he fled to another place with a crack. For this type of attack, he could only choose to avoid it. Crack! Crack! Behind him, countless space tears, like a porcelain bottle about to be broken, followed closely with an unimaginable supreme power. As soon as Luo Yan flew to place, the space behind him was broken, and a strong attraction came from it, trying to pull him in by force. Moreover, the power of the space law is not limited to this. Thunder is the fastest in the world, and the blue thunder is especially so, very fast, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. But even so, the space cracks coming from behind followed closely behind Luo Yan, even faster than his thunder escape light. No matter how Luo Yan fled, the crackling and crackling sounds of space shattering would ring in his ears. It only takes a blink of an eye to catch him and blow him up. At this moment, if Luo Yan had not taken the initiative and could freely choose the direction to escape, he would have been caught up by the lotus skirt female cultivator. But with a continuous pursuit, the area for Luo Yan to move and turn became less and less. The aggressive figure behind him made him feel dissatisfied. Since you want to fight, then satisfy you. Luo Yan's face turned black, and he didn't care to hide his figure anymore. He stopped in front with murderous eyes. This lotus skirt female cultivator relied on the convenience of the space law to chase behind him like chasing flies, which made Luo Yan angry. When had he suffered such a big loss? No, I have to fight to let the other party know how powerful I am. Thinking of this, Luo Yan shouted, "Five-color divine light, suppress it." In an instant, there was an endless surge of colorful rays of light, rolling out, shaking the void, and forcibly squeezing out a white passage. It was like a calm lake, with a 5-color lotus emerging, moving like a madman, and being as quiet as a cunning rabbit. The moment it emerged, there was a majestic pressure that was present, and it was intimidating all directions. The moment the 5-color divine light appeared, it also had the surging power to penetrate the void and fix everything. Swish! The 5-color divine light shot forward, like a falling meteor, passing through, so fast that people had no time to react. At this moment, the dazzling light was unmatched, both gorgeous and beautiful. Behind the extreme beauty, the most terrifying danger is hidden. In the past, Luo Yan's move could be said to be invincible, everything was fixed, and all methods could not be invaded. It was almost impossible to be cracked. Unfortunately, the next moment, something shocking happened to Luo Yan. The lotus-skirted female cultivator stretched out her slender white hand, flawless and spotless, with a crystal-clear body and a graceful figure, glowing all over, like a female fairy from the sky. The space also became distorted at this moment, and the 5-color divine light that came over penetrated into the void, turned a corner, and attacked somewhere else. In Luo Yan's stunned state, the magic that he had cast to suppress the sect was actually forcibly changed by someone. It was really shocking. Roar! Not far away, a fierce bird with the blood of gods and demons crossed the sky and was fighting fiercely with a young Taoist. A streak of white light attacked with a mighty murderous intent. They wanted to escape, but found that their bodies could not move, as if they were forcibly fixed by a supreme power. Not long after, this white light directly penetrated their bodies. Moreover, this blazing divine light was still spreading, and it penetrated the bodies of more than a dozen people again. One strike, but there were a lot of casualties. Oh, brother, your attack is quite fierce. If I am not mistaken, that white light should be a shocking blow that combines the 5 basic laws, right? It is indeed very powerful. It's a pity that it can't hit me. The black hair of the female cultivator in the lotus skirt is like a waterfall, and her white skin is shining and shiny. She is very attractive. She speaks softly and smiles. She reaches out her hand again, and countless space cracks spread from in front of her. In just a moment, you can see that the void in this area is all occupied by these void cracks, revealing the breadth of cutting everything. Although the opponent's attack is powerful, it is useless if it can't hide her. But she has mastered the law of space. Whether to fight or retreat is all up to her. In this case, let the Taoist in green see the power of the law of space. Buzz! In an instant, the extremely blazing power of space poured out, making the heaven and earth tremble, as if it was going to destroy the world. Nothingness is in sight, ravines are everywhere, the power of space is shocking. Luo Yan frowned and looked at the void in front of him. There were cracks everywhere, which made him feel extremely difficult. It felt like he was thrown into the turbulent flow of nothingness and left this world. This lotus-skirt female cultivator relied on the convenience of the law of space and was too unscrupulous. At this moment, Luo Yan personally faced the person who mastered the law of space, and finally understood the horror of the law of space. All the magical skills and treasures that were used could be transferred away by the opponent. His attack was in vain. This is what made Luo Yan feel most disgusted. The attack of the lotus-skirt female cultivator could hide him, but his Taoist magic power could not hit the lotus-skirt female cultivator. It was so infuriating. Brother, according to my observation, the stone talisman should have 3 colors, black, white and gray. I wonder what color the stone talisman you got is. The lotus-skirt female cultivator laughed softly. Her delicate body glowed, covering her, like the 9 heavens mysterious lady descending to the earth, with a majestic aura and an ethereal fairy posture, looking both sacred and otherworldly. At this moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that a fairy descended to the earth. Crack, her mind moved, and the space in this area was all broken, with a sense of tearing, covering Luo Yan, wanting to raise her hand to suppress him. The law of space is one of the strongest laws. This has never changed. Therefore, the lotus-skirt female cultivator wants to completely blow up this green-clothed Taoist. Do you want to use that immortal magic? Luo Yan turned into a green thunder and dissipated, and this thought flashed through his mind. But soon, he put this idea behind him. Because it is inappropriate. The current situation is very complicated. Luo Yan feels overwhelmed by a random descendant of a great sect. If there are other strong people involved, causing him to expose his trump card in advance, he may be targeted by others in the future. After all, No one who can come to this ancient city of illusion is a mediocre person. In such a big melee, if there is no great power to suppress everything, it is not a good thing to be too prominent. Since you want to chase, then let you chase. I see what you can do to me. Thinking of this, Luo Yan put away the idea of fighting with him and turned to escape with one mind. In the back, the lotus skirt female cultivator freely shuttled through the void space, strolling leisurely, and casually played a series of divine patterns, causing the space to turbulent and countless cracks. Unparalleled power. Her speed is extremely fast, which can really be called the fastest in the world. Every time she can appear farther away before Luo Yan, and burst out that terrifying space power in advance. Fortunately, the thunder that Luo Yan mastered is also extraordinary, even if it is not as good as the space law of this lotus skirt female cultivator. But with a blessing of fate, by observing the causal fortune line of the lotus skirt female cultivator, Luo Yan can always avoid the terrifying space crack attack. The other cultivators who were at the center of their fight were in bad luck. They were either enveloped by the five-color divine light or eroded by the void ripples that filled the sky. Ordinary creatures that were contaminated by these two powerful forces would instantly turn into light rain and dissipate, and could not even resist for half a breath. It was really terrifying. Even if there were very powerful young warriors who could barely avoid such a terrifying attack, when they saw such a powerful figure, one in blue and one in white, they all tacitly aimed at other people. Anyway, there were a total of 10,800 creatures who had entered the exquisite hut. It was not difficult to choose an opponent that suited them. Brother Deo, don't run away. Come closer and talk to me. After this fight, I am more and more interested in you. You are able to comprehend so many laws of heaven and earth and integrate them perfectly into one. Brother Deo, you are really powerful. I suddenly feel a little reluctant to leave you. The silver bell-like laughter of the lotus skirt female cultivator came from the void, with a special charm. It made people's hearts ripple. Despite the words, the lotus skirt female cultivator was merciless. The extremely blazing space law was imprinted into the void, submerging that area. Then, the void collapsed on a large scale, and the space turbulence burst out, attacking the creatures in this area indiscriminately. In an instant, countless people were killed and injured. Crack. Under the turbulent void, there was no one standing. Unfortunately, Luo Yan, who had predicted the actions of the lotus skirt female cultivator in advance, just smiled contemptuously and turned into thunder again and disappeared here. Later, even the lotus skirt female cultivator could not stand this endless pursuit, and thought that this could not go on any longer. Thinking of this, the lotus skirt female cultivator offered a dead branch, which released a monstrous divine power, instantly fixing the void in the five-color divine light. But what surprised the lotus skirt female cultivator was that the green-clothed Taoist priest did not dodge or evade in the face of such a powerful suppression, and allowed himself to be swallowed by the turbulent flow of space. But after an instant stick of time, this guy actually reappeared in front of him, without any injuries on his body. Incense divine power. The lotus skirt female cultivator sensed that special Taoist charm, and the originally charming and seductive fairy instantly clenched her silver teeth, feeling exasperated. Isn't this the typical rogue? Not only is it fast, but it can also predict her moves in advance. Now it has even used the weird means of resurrection again. How can the lotus skirt female cultivator fight? It is already difficult to hit, and it can be revived infinitely? It really broke the lotus skirt female cultivator's defense. Brother Deo is too much of a jerk, isn't he? I used the power of thunder to escape, the avenue of destiny to escape, and now I'm even using the power of incense and fire. Good. 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 It really opened my eyes. The eyes of the female cultivator in lotus skirt moved, and she was completely convinced. She mastered the law of space, and she thought that few people in the world could match her. Because those with higher cultivation levels than hers would find it difficult to block the space, she could escape into nothingness and disappear in that space. Those who are not as strong as her can instantly realize the horror of the law of space. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is invincible in the same realm. But when she came to this ancient city of illusion, she met a very difficult guy for the first time. Even if all means were used, that guy just stood still, and no matter how he hit, he would not fight back. Anyway, the Taoist in green clothes who could use the power of incense and fire to revive even mastered a supreme magical power that was immune to Taoism. If it weren't for the powerful law of space, which made the female cultivator in lotus skirt almost invincible, she felt that she really couldn't beat that guy. Brother Deo's methods are really powerful. He can master so many laws of heaven and earth to such a terrifying degree. I am willing to admit defeat. After trying to block this space several times, the female cultivator in lotus skirt found that she really couldn't do anything to the Taoist in green. Because, as long as she blocked the space and fixed all the nothingness, the guy on the opposite side began to borrow the power of incense, and then kept wiping out and reviving. This cycle repeated again and again. It seemed endless. As a result, the battle fell into a stalemate, becoming a struggle between the laws of space and the power of incense, in a state of continuous consumption. But if the space was not blocked and only the cracks of nothingness were used to attack, the Taoist in green would be like a swimming fish, slippery and could not be hit at all. Since Brother Deo has such a skill, I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. The female cultivator in lotus skirt smiled helplessly and decided to give up. Suddenly, the world dimmed, and an extremely charming style was revealed. Luo Yan remained calm and did not respond. The divine eyes on his forehead were shining with divine brilliance, and he was always in a vigilant and alert posture. He did not give the lotus skirt female cultivator any chance to attack. Forget it, I'll go somewhere else and see if I can grab a stone talisman. After the lotus skirt female cultivator said this, her delicate body disappeared here. It seemed that she really escaped to another place. Wow! Suddenly, Luo Yan heard the sound of space tearing, and a crystal jade palm stretched out, bursting with endless energy light, and ripples of nothingness rippled, trying to completely kill him at this moment. Puff! Luo Yan was indeed imprisoned by the law of space, and his body exploded in an instant. But with the power of faith, he soon revived, and there was a flash of blue thunder under his feet, and he left this area. Luo Yan mastered the mysterious power of fate and could see the cause and effect line of the other party. Naturally, he would not make such a mistake and fall for such an obvious trick. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Illusion, Mysterious Light, Pursuit. Very embarrassing. Not to mention during the battle, even on weekdays, any abnormality would not escape Luo Yan's eyes. Wanting to take advantage of his carelessness and set up an ambush, that was a foolish dream. He was not one of those second-generation immortals with little experience in fighting. Watching the green figure escape without hesitation, the lotus skirt female cultivator finally chose to stop this time. With regret on her face, I should have taken the time to go to that Hensha small world and learn the inheritance that was specifically used to imprison the laws of heaven and earth. The lotus skirt female cultivator knew very well that any law of heaven and earth, as well as magical skills, actually had corresponding methods to deal with. No one is invincible, and no law is perfect. There are ways to crack them all. It's just that the inheritance that specifically targets the power of the law is not manifested in this world, and it needs to go to the very distant Hengsha ancient world to learn it. Previously, the lotus skirt female cultivator didn't want to delay too much on the road, so she gave up the idea of going to that ancient world. Otherwise, if she really learned that kind of inheritance secret method back, this green-clothed Taoist would definitely lose today. Those three-colored stone runes look very important. I have to choose a new target. The lotus skirt female cultivator whispered. Her eyes were flowing, her figure was graceful and charming. She tore the space open and went in. Luo Yan felt relieved after the vague killing intent disappeared. The lotus skirt woman was really too scary. The space law was everywhere and could not be hit at all. Any magical power and Taoism that was used to attack her was distorted by the space and ran away. It was really a headache for Luo Yan to be an opponent with such a person. He would always be the passive one to be beaten, and it was impossible to fight back. But before Luo Yan could rest for a while, another purple-robed Taoist flew forward and hid him. With a dingling sound, a strange treasure emerged in the void, emitting endless Taoist light and rippling like water waves. When Luo Yan's body was invaded by this invisible ripple, his soul began to tremble. This is a copper bell, simple and old, like an ancient god, trying to assimilate Luo Yan. Various complex Taoist patterns rose in the void, suppressing and killing him. Just escaped from the pursuit, and encountered a crisis again. Chila. A silver snake rushed over, and a thunderstorm appeared in the sky, turning this land into a thunder domain. Luo Yan felt very uncomfortable at this moment. The lotus skirt female cultivator before was fine, After all, it was the law of space, and he couldn't do anything to that guy. He could only let her go wild. But now, this purple-clothed man dared to attack him, obviously not taking him seriously. Luo Yan decided to teach him a lesson. He summoned the thunder in the sky, turning this land into a world of lightning, and turned it into an ocean of silver arcs. Buzz! However, the purple-clothed Taoist flashed, and then took out another lifelong spiritual treasure. This is a divine pestle, raised in the air, releasing a huge treasure, suppressing the boundless thunderstorm. Can it be like this? Luo Yan, who saw this scene, was silent for a moment. He did not feel the intense fluctuations of the law coming from the other party, and thought that he was looking for death by overestimating his own abilities. Who would have thought that the purple-clothed man would give Luo Yan an unexpected ending? Because the way the other party broke his Taoist magic was very simple, that is, to use his natal spiritual treasure. After all, the Immortal Fate Conference only restricted ordinary external objects, but the natal spiritual treasure was obviously not in this category. Just after the fight, the purple-clothed Taoist sacrificed 2 natal spiritual treasures. Isn't this a complete cheating? Don't ordinary people only sacrifice 1 natal magic treasure? You guy, you condensed so many natal secret treasures, aren't you afraid of being backfired by the spiritual treasure? Luo Yan sneered. The natal secret treasure is indeed very powerful, but it is also a limitation. Once the spiritual treasure is destroyed, the cultivator's body will inevitably suffer a Taoist injury that is difficult to heal. This is not like the existence of the second spiritual body. If it is gone, it is gone. At most, you can spend more spiritual power to condense another one. The natal spiritual treasure is linked to the cultivator's body. Once it is destroyed, it means the end of the Tao. Moreover, a treasure requires an extremely vast spiritual power to nourish. The spiritual power required to consume 2 treasures together will be a very terrifying level. It is terrifying enough to suck a cultivator in the God transformation realm dry. Dancing on the tip of a knife, isn't it also a kind of practice? The purple-clothed Taoist said with a domineering tone. He was tall, even his hair was purple, and there was a blazing divine light flashing in his pupils. Under Luo Yan's gaze, those purple hairs turned into dragons, blooming with shocking purple rainbows, and constantly attacked him. At this moment, the monstrous killing intent suddenly broke out. Obviously, this is another natal treasure. I don't believe it today. If I can't deal with that lotus skirt woman, I can't deal with you. 3 life treasures, so what? Watch me blow you up. Luo Yan shouted, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and there were 5 colored streams of light in his palms. The diorama of heaven and earth on his body kept rising and falling. Sometimes it was the law of fire, and sometimes it turned into the law of gold. The 5 laws of heaven and earth intertwined together and merged into a colorful phoenix. Moreover, there were thunders around this phoenix, and there were arcs of electricity flashing, which was extremely shocking. In the void, the purple dragon and the 5-colored phoenix collided with each other, causing various strange phenomena. The collision sound was harsh, dyeing this area into a world filled with Taoism. In the end, Luo Yan's magic of the sect was still better, and the dragon transformed by 3,000 hairs was blown up. But before Luo Yan could make the next move, the purple Taoist took out another treasure bow, without arrows, and just pulled it out of thin air. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their colors, and endless streams of light converged on the bow of the treasure bow, and the sound of winds and thunder was loud. Luo Yan felt that his soul was locked by some terrifying thing, and there was a crisis from the dark, which seemed to be about to erupt in an instant. No wonder you are not afraid of the backlash of your life treasure. It turns out that you are walking the path of magic tools. This time, Luo Yan really broadened his horizons. There are actually people who practice the way of magic tools, secret treasures, and those external objects that have given birth to spiritual wisdom. This is naturally different from the ordinary avenue, which makes him feel extremely surprised. For such an opponent, Luo Yan is probably really powerless and cannot blow up the opponent. Because no matter how powerful the 5-color divine light is, with Luo Yan's current cultivation realm, it is difficult to smash a peer who uses spiritual treasures as the foundation of cultivation. Thinking of this, Luo Yan can only drive the mysterious power of fate, cover himself in it, and then leave this area. He doesn't want to continue to entangle with this guy. After all, there is no point. But the purple-robed Taoist refused to give up. He bent his bow and shot an arrow that disappeared into the void and rushed towards Luo Yan. He looked like he was going to pierce him. This precious bow was extremely powerful and had the function of automatically tracking and locking the enemy. One arrow shot out was enough to kill an ordinary cultivator in the spiritualization stage. Unfortunately, Luo Yan was most sensitive to the power of locking the enemy. He used the power of fate and the power of faith in succession, and also separated a fake body with his own spirit and energy. He used a trick to escape from the shell, and only then did he get rid of the arrow. Hand over the stone talisman, and I will spare your life. Suddenly, a loud and majestic voice rang in Luo Yan's ears again. In front of him, a young man in brocade clothes stood there with a layer of misty light on his body, which contained him. It was like the sun, moon and stars, releasing the eternal and immortal divine light. Another one has caught up with me. It's really troublesome. Luo Yan smacked his lips twice, and then looked depressed. Anyone who has entered that exquisite little house will inevitably be attacked fiercely by the others. At this moment, Luo Yan can feel his pressure doubled, because there are people everywhere, and they are all staring at him. One person stopped, and the other quickly stepped forward and took over the battle. Anyway, Luo Yan was not allowed to have a moment of leisure, similar to a round-robin battle, and he was waiting for the eagle. This was the tacit understanding of everyone on the field. Moreover, the ancient city of illusion was only this small, and even if Luo Yan wanted to escape, he couldn't. He could only raise his hand to meet the enemy. Luo Yan also stood horizontally in the void, surrounded by 5 colored flowers blooming. They were the flowers of the avenue formed by the 5 laws of heaven and earth gathered together. Gathering the power of the 5 elements, it was like a big tree blooming, presenting the ultimate mystery of the law of the avenue. It was both dazzling and powerful. The young man in brocade clothes also displayed his top magical powers, playing a piece of mysterious runes, bursting out a mystery of light. The power of the law of light attribute is very rare, but it is extremely powerful, like the rising sun in the sky, both bright and powerful. Next, the 2 sides launched the most peak battle, neither of them gave in, and the sound of bang and bang continued. But after a moment, Luo Yan fled again. Because more people saw him, they completely ignored the one-on-one rules and all attacked Luo Yan. If he dared to stay in the same place for a while, there would be several more figures attacking him. They used the majority to bully the minority and formed a trend of beating. These people are not mediocre, each of them is extremely powerful. If they are placed in the outside sect, they are definitely the core of a religion, or the existence of the Son of God. Therefore, Luo Yan did not dare to be careless about the joint attack of these people. Once you are not careful, you will suffer. Not only Luo Yan himself, but also other places. Everyone was fighting fiercely, and the scene suddenly became a mess. As long as the monks came out of the exquisite hut, they were all targeted, because the importance of the stone talisman is self-evident. It will run through all the tests that follow. As night fell, the fog outside was hazy. Finally, this fierce melee gradually subsided. Because the 10,800 exquisite huts actually appeared again in the fog, releasing starlight, looming. Let's go and fight for those huts. Someone shouted. Countless people rushed into the fog and rushed towards those exquisite huts, as if they wanted to occupy a position as soon as possible. After all, the second night is coming, and that kind of terrifying creature may appear again. At this moment, the only safe place may be in those exquisite huts. Luo Yan also wanted to participate in the fight, but after the hexagram divine eye between his eyebrows saw his next causal fortune, he gave up this idea. According to the peeping of the fate of the mysterious power, if he won the right to live in an exquisite hut again today, tomorrow morning, more people will come to beat him up, and even some top geniuses will attack him. At that time, countless fellow cultivators will attack him without a moment's rest. Thinking about this, Luo Yan hesitated for a moment and decided to give up the fight this time. After all, he had already obtained a stone talisman and was qualified to enter the Mirage realm. In this case, it was really unnecessary to expose his strength too much and arouse the fear of others. As soon as the midnight arrived, a strange wave echoed in the entire illusory ancient city, and countless creatures, including Luo Yan, were instantly unable to move. A group of people could only sit cross-legged on the ground with their eyes wide open, looking around in panic. An illusion suddenly appeared. Step. 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 In a trance, Luo Yan saw a 1,000-foot staircase in front of him. He did not spend too much effort and stepped over all the stairs. Then, the illusion disappeared. Luo Yan easily got rid of all the illusions, but his body was still unable to move. He carefully observed the sight and noticed that the fog around him seemed to become thicker. The visibility was extremely low, and the spiritual consciousness could not be explored. The line of sight could only see the range of dozens of meters in front of him. With a whoosh sound, the divine eye of the hexagram between Luo Yan's eyebrows opened and stared into the void. Faintly, he caught a glimpse of an unusually surging figure floating in the sky. At the same time, a majestic, even indescribable, majestic force invaded and penetrated Luo Yan's body. Luo Yan felt this sense of Taoism and subconsciously condensed the mysterious light of destiny to protect himself inside so that he would not be peeped into by that invisible wave. Then, the mysterious light from the 9 heavens fell, blazing and dazzling, and with a puff sound, it completely shattered the body of a cultivator. Blood flowed all over the ground, and there were traces of minced meat everywhere. What is that? Luo Yan was shocked and felt his scalp tingling. What exactly is that strange Holy Spirit? Is it killing people randomly, or is it deliberately selecting targets? It should follow some kind of law and then deliberately select targets, right? Combining the previous illusion and the strange mysterious light, Luo Yan guessed. The mist in the sky covered his eyes and blinded his consciousness, but it could not stop the observation of the cause and effect fortune by the Guoxiang divine eye. At this moment, countless mysterious power threads were floating in the sky above the ancient city of Zhuang. Those were the fate lines of the strong. In the observation of the Guoxiang divine eye, the more blurred the fate line was, the easier it was to be attacked by those holy spirits. Pop! Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded in front of Luo Yan. The body of a young strong man exploded, and the blood mist splashed all over Luo Yan. This kind of blood rain could not be covered up, and it seemed to fall deliberately, which made Luo Yan frown. Chapter 642, Immunity to Taoism. Asking Zhuan Guang, what happened to the young swordsman at night not only made the people in the ancient city of Zhuang feel uneasy, but also made the people watching the battle outside feel confused. What on earth is going on? Why did the spirit body of my younger generation explode in an instant? Outside the clouds, an old man with a strong aura frowned, his tone full of displeasure. If it was a one-on-one duel, he would not complain if he was defeated by those young generation geniuses. However, now he was inexplicably deprived of the qualification to continue. Anyone who saw it would think that it was the people of the Earthly Immortal Alliance who were deliberately doing bad things. If there were no people from the Earthly Immortal Alliance here, the old man really wanted to go forward and ask for an explanation. If the rules of the Immortal Fate Conference are not transparent, how can the people who are selected convince the public? That mysterious light should be a disaster similar to the asking for the way, right? At this time, a great man in the upper third realm pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The so-called night rules can hide those juniors, but they can't hide them from the broad-minded strong men like them. Ask the way tribulation. How is that possible? Isn't the ask the way tribulation one of the 12 heavenly tribulations? Only the venerable people of the upper 3 realms will encounter this tribulation. What virtue and ability do these young people have to be qualified to encounter such a great tribulation? Hearing this, the people around hurriedly whispered in disbelief. But the majesty of the great power of the upper 3 realms cannot be challenged, and even subconscious doubts are not allowed. Therefore, the great power just glanced over here, and a lightning bolt struck down, directly hitting the man who just whispered. His eyes turned black, his whole body trembled, and the sound of electric arcs continued. This was regarded as a punishment. That kind of mysterious light is naturally impossible to ask the way tribulation, but the people in the Earth Immortal Alliance are fully capable of making a replica to test the belief of those young people in asking the way. The voice on the cloud came again, like an explanation. It's difficult to say that it's difficult to survive this kind of mysterious light tribulation, but it's not difficult to say that it's not difficult. It mainly depends on whether those young people have a firm understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Other great powers also echoed this view. In simple terms, the so-called night rules are not about randomly selecting targets. Instead, they are screening out those mist fish that have mixed into the group of geniuses but whose Dao hearts are not very stable. It is just a layer of terrifying creatures to make those young people who don't know the reason feel frightened and panicked. Its true core is not as terrifying as imagined. I believe that with the keenness of those genius young people, they should be able to discover this soon. In the ancient city of Illusory, Luo Yan can see the huge black shadow, like a dark cloud covering the clouds, and exuding a strange breath. Under the traction of this breath, Luo Yan only feels that the spiritual power in his body seems to be rippling out uncontrollably. Fortunately, the fate of the mysterious power is special enough to block the kind of traction that seems to be there and not there. Not far away, there is a mysterious light from the 9 heavens, and the humming sound seems to come from outside the 9 heavens. Countless strange runes whiz down and rush towards the monk sitting cross-legged below. Some people are at peace under the illumination of this mysterious light, and their eyes flicker, obviously aware of something. But some people's bodies were directly crushed and exploded, making people feel trembling. I really thought it was some terrifying Holy Spirit that launched a surprise attack in secret. Calmness, indifference, panic, fear, confusion, shock and many other emotions floated in the square. At this moment, there are all kinds of sentient beings. On the 3rd day, the exquisite cottage retreated into the mist again, and the fighting this time became more fierce. Because just last night, another small group of people's bodies were blown up by that weird Holy Spirit. Even if someone noticed the abnormality, they thought it was not a creature, but a screening rule. But for their own considerations, they did not make it public. So, under this high-pressure environment, the boundless melee broke out again. The entire illusory ancient city was full of traces of fighting, and the divine brilliance of various magical skills appeared in the world, shaking the sky and the earth, and endless winds and clouds rose and fell. Countless battle groups broke out, and looking around, they were all people fighting. This time, since Luo Yan did not enter the exquisite hut again, the attention paid to him instantly decreased a lot. In addition, he was very good at escaping, and he was very slippery, and he could almost dodge all attacks. Therefore, the number of people who were still targeting him became fewer and fewer. But fewer did not mean that no one would come to attack him. Clang, a blazing sword energy, carrying the murderous intent in the sky, slashed straight over. Luo Yan frowned and used the thunder escape technique to dodge, but the sword energy was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, chasing him and slashing. In the end, Luo Yan still used the 5 colors divine light to suppress the sword energy. In front, a black-robed boy with an extremely powerful aura was suspended in the air, and 9 spiritual swords were floating behind him. The rippling sword intent was so strong that it made people feel numb and their souls tremble. Sword cultivator. And a real sword cultivator. The surging sword intent made the surrounding area empty instantly, and no one wanted to get too close to the black-robed boy. Obviously, the power of the sword cultivators is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Don't hide your weakness anymore. The aura on you is extraordinary. You are definitely not a mediocre person. You want to hide your edge, that's impossible. Fight with me, the black-robed boy said. He doesn't look very old, and seems to be a young sword god, but his spiritual perception is very sharp, and he noticed a lot of different things. Because the spiritual perception of sword cultivators is the most acute, beyond the imagination of ordinary people, naturally see through the external disguise of the Taoist in green. The black-robed boy looked straight at Luo Yan, with a simple and sincere face. A sword cultivator who has inherited the sword way. Luo Yan frowned. In front of such a sword cultivator, his thunder power was instantly defeated, and he had no ability to fight with him at all. Perhaps the 5-color divine light barely had the ability to fight with him, but Luo Yan took a look at the 9 swords on his back and gave up the idea. He had already obtained the stone talisman, which was equivalent to being invincible at this level. He was full and had nothing better to do, so he would fight a sword cultivator to the death. You are very strong, and your sword will is also very strong, almost impossible to stop. I think I can beat most of the people you want to challenge. But fighting is something that I don't like, I'm afraid you really can't force it. Luo Yan stood in the clouds and replied softly. Seriously speaking, what he hated most was fighting with sword cultivators. Because sword cultivators are stubborn, it is recognized. Even many monsters are not as stubborn as sword cultivators and will never turn back. Therefore, once they are entangled by sword cultivators, either they lose or the sword cultivators die. There is no second choice. Luo Yan naturally doesn't want to provoke such a sword madman. Oh, you want to escape? The black-robed boy held a sword, his eyes full of cold sharpness, and he didn't deliberately target him, but his murderous intent was naturally revealed. Luo Yan just smiled and didn't respond. He is not the original body. He has comprehended the sword will, and the main point of the fate power is not to be involved in cause and effect. As long as the second spirit body doesn't want to, the cause and effect line under the same realm can't find him. I can feel your true heart. It seems that you are not unfamiliar with the way of swordsmanship. I can feel the taste of swordsmanship in the mixed artistic conception on you. Draw your sword, let me feel your sword. After saying this, the black-robed boy said no more. 6 spirit swords flew out from behind him, forming a sword energy array in the void in front of him. In an instant, it turned into a sword energy cage. The cage continued to expand and turned into a sword energy world, containing the universe in boundless. Inside, the sword intent spanned 800 miles, and the sword energy was as ethereal as clouds and mist. Cut! The black-robed boy shouted. Wow! The long river of sword energy constructed by the 6 spirit swords, like a realm, carried the power of heaven and earth, and enveloped Luo Yan's head. This is a domain, and it is also the law of the extreme way, which is extremely amazing. Sword cultivators are best at fighting, and they also like fighting the most. Therefore, for powerful practitioners, the black-robed boy will certainly not miss the opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. I said, if I don't want to, you can't hit me. Luo Yan's eyes were indifferent, and a mysterious divine light appeared on his body. The sky was full of mysterious power, which suddenly distorted the void. The boundless sword energy cut through the void, shuttled in, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it seemed as if the previous block had become blank. There was no one in front, and the blazing sword energy even shattered the void, but did not hit the Taoist in green. With a flash of bright light, Luo Yan disappeared. It is indeed a good ability to avoid most attacks. The young man in black robe said indifferently. His eyes condensed slightly, turning into a sword, and the sword intent linked the heaven and the earth, and it rained in this world. The raindrops continued to fall. Each raindrop was a sword, covering this area, forming a rain sword world. Wow! 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 The raindrops kept falling, densely packed, like a downpour, invading the clouds and spreading continuously. At this moment, all the void was covered by raindrops. The black-robed boy believed that under this attack, the opponent would have nowhere to hide. Seeing this, Luo Yan remained calm, with arcs exploding under his feet, flying away. At the same time, the fate power on his body also released divine light, and the divine eye of the hexagram between his eyebrows pulled those invisible cause and effect lines, lingering around his side, forming a twisted force field, making himself in an unhittable state. The black-robed boy was surprised. The guy opposite him really had some skills. He was worthy of being a strong man who could grab a small house on the first day. Twisted force field, and can't be locked. Then break this force field and don't lock it. The sword intent in the black-robed boy's eyes was blazing, and his eyes were grim, containing terrible murderous intent. The green-clothed Taoist opposite him avoided fighting, which made him interested. He had never seen someone who couldn't be hit by a sword cultivator. Clang! Clang! The remaining 3 swords behind the black-robed boy all flew out at this moment, condensing into a sword cloud diagram. From bottom to top, there are 3 layers in total. 1 layer targets the flesh, 1 layer cuts the soul, and the last layer hits the mind. In an instant, there was a monstrous sound of swords, and the clanging sound continued, as if the world was boiling and the heaven and earth were shaking. At this moment, even the people around were affected, unable to move in the sword domain diagram, and were seriously injured by the sword energy. The range of this move is extremely large, and the sword energy is so dense that it is like a torrent of water, and it does not distinguish between occasions and boundaries. Even everyone is involved, and then cut by the sword intent and instantly hit out of the ancient city of illusion. This is the domineering of sword cultivation. In fact, at this moment in the ancient city of illusion, there are many people with the strength of the black-robed boy. Countless powerful ancient sex geniuses began to show their talents, suppressing all the cultivators with their own strength, using all kinds of magical skills at will, and the laws of heaven and earth gathered together, with the sound of rumbling and the momentum resonating. Even if they were in the center of chaos and attacked by countless attacks, they could still play their own style. There was a foreign king beast, Yan, who swallowed hundreds of strong men into his stomach in one bite, and then pulled them into another home world for a fierce battle. There was a Rakshasa from the bottom of the 9th netherworld. The moment he attacked, an endless sea of blood rose and fell, stirring the blood in a group of people's bodies and controlling them remotely. There was also a direct descendant of the mysterious Venerable, who no longer held back at this moment, and used forbidden magical powers to suppress all enemies in sight. At this moment, the chaos in the ancient city of Zhu reached its extreme. The owners of those 3 color stone talismans became the targets of everyone's attack. In addition, A young strong man felt that the excitement was not enough, so he talked about the stone tablets in the exquisite hut and the true meaning of those stone talismans. When the others heard that there was only one stone talisman left in the exquisite hut, that was the last chance. Even those strong men who were waiting and watching had to go down in person in trouble, those who had the stone talismans. Because everyone came to participate in the Immortal Fate Conference, they were naturally prepared for the battle. Now, all the rules are clear. If you want to go to the Mirage Realm and participate in the final battle, you must have a stone talisman. Therefore, above the void of the false ancient city, at least thousands of battle groups were launched at the same time, and various Taoist methods were magnificent and frightening. Endless Taoist lights appeared, rendering this world as if it was a night of thunderstorms, with rolling thunder, never stopping. Suppress. Looking at the endless sword energy, even the void was stained with sword intent. The second spirit body did not dare to be careless, knowing that the fate of the mysterious power might not be able to withstand the full force of the black-robed boy. So the second spirit body did not care about hiding, and even used the bottom trick of the main body. At this moment, 9 laws began to flash in his palm, and the light overflowed, presenting a majestic and magnificent aura. At this moment, the 9 laws of the basic 5 elements, swordsmanship, thunder, destiny, faith, etc. emerged at the same time, lingering in his heart and becoming one. In an instant, all kinds of changes came upon him, and a true law of mystery descended. Countless sword ki cut through the void and came through, but were easily blocked by the second spirit body and then annihilated. Even the murderous sword intent, under the ripples of these 9 laws, became less sharp and turned into nothingness in an instant. Chapter 643 Identification, Disguise. Above the stars, the highest level of Taoism, invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. The young man in black robe was shocked. This was the first time he had seen the legendary realm of Taoism, which really opened his eyes. Because Taoism immunity is actually something that any cultivator can learn and master. It is a supreme realm that can be mastered with just an epiphany. But that is why there are very few people who want to reach this realm. It is no exaggeration to say that even most of the upper 3 realms cannot do this. It is conceivable that when Luo Yan used such a method, the shock in the eyes of the black-robed boy was so intense. At this time, Luo Yan's face was indifferent. He raised his hand and condensed 9 rays of mysterious light, hitting the black-robed boy. Faced with continuous provocations, even a clay man would have 3 points of anger, let alone him. Suppress. Shua. At this moment, Luo Yan's second spiritual body seemed like a god, standing high in the sky, driving the boundless mysterious light, suppressing the sword energy in the sky, and suppressing the black-robed boy. The black-robed boy was unyielding and used forbidden methods to cut off the divine lights, but he was still powerless. The sword energy hit it, like a breeze blowing over a boulder, and it stood still. So he could only watch his body being pierced through. Before he died, the black-robed boy's eyes were full of disbelief. He was an invincible sword cultivator, the most powerful figure in the sect, but he would be defeated here. It is hard to imagine how much strength this Taoist in green clothes has hidden. But at this moment, the black-robed boy could no longer be seen. His body was crushed by the 9 mysterious lights, and not even a trace of blood appeared. Disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Luo Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the 9-color mysterious light, and his breath seemed a little unstable. Obviously, even he could not maintain the invincible state of Taoism immunity for a long time. It consumed a lot. Chi. Suddenly, a gray tornado came silently, causing Luo Yan to dodge subconsciously and fly away. But he was still too slow to dodge, and the boundless storm touched a little of his skin, like a knife cutting his flesh, and the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at his heart came instantly. That was the domain of wind, intertwined, not only silent, but also very terrifying. Even though Luo Yan's second spiritual body was composed of the 5-key mixed yuan pearl, it almost couldn't bear it and was crushed. Even though he only touched it a little. This time, it was really dangerous, and even Luo Yan himself felt lingering fear. Because those storms really caused great damage to his body. You know, even if the second spiritual body can rely on the power of faith to revive, it must be based on the premise that the 5-key mixed yuan pearl is not damaged. Now, his core was actually invaded. After a short rest, Luo Yan gathered the power of faith to repair his body and looked at the figure that attacked him. It was a petite black-clothed child. No, Or it could be said that it was the spirit fetus of the innate divine body of wind attribute, with a misty and ethereal breath, as if it was just a shadow. If you don't sense it carefully, you might really ignore the existence of this spiritual child. The black-clothed boy showed his bright eyes and white teeth, then performed the wind-forbidden technique, and in an instant, he collected the 9 spiritual swords. These 9 swords look pretty good, I'll take them. The black-clothed boy took away Luo Yan's spoils openly, not afraid of his revenge at all. Even though Luo Yan had shown very strong strength before, there was no one in the ancient city of illusion who was easy to deal with. They were all geniuses of a sect, a religion, or a school. Naturally, they were bold and fearless. You little brat, not only did you sneak attack me, but you also dared to steal my spoils. I have to teach you a lesson today. Luo Yan grinned, his face full of murderous intent. He had always bullied others, so how could he have suffered such a big loss? Luo Yan gathered the 5-color divine light again, and suddenly there was a flash of colorful clouds, containing the ultimate Dao light, and a ball of light that seemed like a blazing flame exploded and bloomed there. The 5-color divine light rushed through the sky, illuminating the entire area with a red cloud, bringing up a colorful glow. Buzz! But the black-clothed child just trembled slightly, and his figure turned into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared. Therefore, the 5-color divine light was rarely missed. You can't run away. Luo Yan raised his eyebrows and chased after him. Then, his situation was reversed. He was no longer being chased by others, but chasing others to fight. But the black-clothed child was not a good person. Although he looked easy to deal with, he was actually very powerful. Not only did he master the origin of the law of wind, but he also comprehended a teleportation magic similar to the world's end. Often, with a slight lift of his feet, he could go to a place nearly 100 miles away, and his speed was comparable to space teleportation. This made Luo Yan's pursuit very difficult. It was because the little brat ran too fast. Even with the thunder escape technique and the blessing of the destiny mysterious power, he still had a hard time chasing him. In this way, from noon to afternoon, and then to the arrival of night, Luo Yan spent several hours, but still failed to stop the black-clothed boy. How can a mortal like you understand the power of this god? The night came, the fog rose, and the black-clothed boy also stopped his steps, sat cross-legged in the square, and made a provocative sound. Luo Yan was so angry that his teeth itched. He used the destiny mysterious power to lock the breath of the little brat firmly, and then stopped looking at it. Concentrate on waiting for the arrival of night. Since there was only one stone talisman left in the exquisite hut. Therefore, the ownership of the exquisite hut that night was particularly fierce, and often dozens of strong men competed for one place. The melee was particularly fierce, with countless casualties, and the rumbling sound of the town never stopped. As a result, the blood mist on the square spread to the surroundings and lasted for a long time. The bloody smell was very strong. On the 3rd night, after the previous 2 experiences, the cultivators in the square had basically figured out the pattern of the Holy Spirit's attack on killing people. Therefore, the number of people who died on this night was the least. On the 4th day, when the last 10,800 cultivators came out of those exquisite huts, it meant that all the 3-color stone talismans had been selected. Buzz! In the early morning, there was movement in the sky above the ancient city of falsehood, and suddenly thousands of mysterious lights bloomed, shining on everyone. Wow! Luo Yan looked up curiously, and saw countless stars blooming in the sky, as if they were stars in the sea of stars, sprinkling precious light there. Then, a huge pulling force came from those stars, ferrying Luo Yan and other owners of the 3-color stone talismans over. Such a spectacular scene was like ascending in broad daylight, very amazing. At this time, a majestic voice spread throughout the entire illusory ancient city. The Mirage world will be opened in 10 days. At that time, those who hold the stone talisman can enter it. Above the cloud is a forbidden area, and no fighting can occur. Participants who have not obtained the stone talisman can automatically obtain a yin stone talisman after defeating 10 people in a row. After a moment, everyone present understood the intention of this voice. That is, those who have obtained the stone talisman have locked in the qualification to enter the Mirage world in advance. And others who have not obtained the stone talisman need to win 10 more victories to obtain those stone talismans. And this will be their last chance. As soon as such a rule came out, Luo Yan and others hovering over the illusory ancient city relaxed leisurely. Because the next battle will have nothing to do with them, they are naturally happy to do so. Sure enough, The battle that broke out in the illusory ancient city was extremely tragic. There were traces of the war everywhere. The fight for this exquisite hut was not in vain. Above the stars, the holder of the stone talisman showed a happy expression, looking at the battle below, with a proud face. The previous fight for the exquisite hut was finally not in vain. Now they can finally enjoy this result in advance. I wonder what the situation will be like in the Mirage realm. The people next to him also echoed. Since this area cannot be used for fighting, the expressions on their faces are no longer solemn, and their sense of vigilance is much less. Although the method of entering the Mirage realm has been revealed. But have you found something interesting? Not far away, a heroic purple-haired young man thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. His words were full of meaning, as if he was referring to something. Huh? What do you mean? A man in golden armor spoke. His eyes fell on the cloud below, and then looked at the stars under his feet, his expression constantly changing. At this moment, after being reminded by that person, most of the people present were thoughtful and guessed the intention of the purple-haired young man. Only a few people had a gleam in their eyes, as if they had thought of something. Luo Yan's eyes turned, and he figured out what the purple-haired young man was talking about. His goal was very clear, that is, after the group of people below had decided the winner, they would take advantage of their rest and attack, and snatch the stone talismans that those people had obtained. In this way, not only can they reduce their competitors, but also increase the total number of their own stone talismans. It is a plan to kill two birds with one stone, and it is definitely worth it. After all, the final rules of the Immortal Fate Conference have been announced on the stone tablet in the exquisite hut. That is, among the owners of the 3 colors of stone talismans, only the top 36 of each color will be selected, a total of 108. After continuous battles, let alone the spiritual power of those people, it has almost been exhausted. Just the magical power and Taoist methods mastered by the other party, I believe we all know it clearly. At this time, if we attack those so-called 10 victorious masters, isn't it equivalent to getting a stone talisman for free? The young purple-haired man laughed again, with a confident attitude and high spirits. Above the sky, such words were heard by everyone. Some people were silent, but more people were eager to try. After all, the person who could grab a stone talisman in the first 3 days was definitely the best among the participants of this Immortal Fate Conference. Compared with these people, even if they can win 10 games, what does it matter? In this case, what is there to worry about? Just use force to suppress them. Just grab it. Brothers, let's divide the areas that belong to each of us according to the layout of the chessboard. We play war chess. Once the person with 10 wins appears, it will depend on your ability. The purple-haired man with a graceful demeanor held up a chessboard, and then threw it with one hand, and there was a stream of light that instantly divided the ancient city of illusion below into 32,400 pieces. It was like the grid of a chessboard, formed by the crisscrossing of vertical and horizontal lines, very regular and orderly. At this moment, there was also an area corresponding to Luo Yan's feet. It was not large, and it was estimated that it was only a dozen miles in size. But there were quite a few cultivators in this area. Of course, if someone is unwilling to take action, or if they are not as good as the cultivators below, the rest of the people can do it for them. At this time, the purple-haired man continued to cast a spell, setting up a dazzling white line above the ancient city of illusion and the stars below. With this as the boundary, the sky and the ground were divided into 2 distinct worlds. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan was slightly stunned. This approach made him feel a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But no matter how he searched through his memory, even if he used the chip's search ability, he still couldn't find the similar place. Since I haven't encountered it before, how did that inexplicable sense of familiarity come from? And that guy, I'm afraid he's not simple. Luo Yan murmured, with runes jumping in his eyes. He closed his eyes and thought. After a long time, Luo Yan finally woke up. The so-called familiarity was actually a strong sense of disobedience. Because a cultivator in the god transformation realm, a chessboard he casually took out, the mysterious light on it could so easily cover a huge city covering tens of thousands of miles. This seems a bit abnormal no matter how you look at it. Seriously speaking, if Luo Yan were to implement it himself, even with the support of spiritual treasures, he would probably not be able to do this. If there is something wrong with that guy. Luo Yan's eyes flickered, and he thought of a possibility. That is, The purple-haired young man with a strange face was actually deliberately guiding Luo Yan and others to fight with the people below. If you think about it from this direction, there must be other deep meanings. At this time, Luo Yan's mind was full of flying thoughts. He was thinking whether the second level had been completed and what the guy really wanted to express. The Immortal Fate Conference is different from ordinary Xianjiao battles. Generally, it will test people from several aspects, rather than simply competing in personal strength. This can be proved by the previous cases of the Immortal Fate Conference and the first level of the Void God Ban. As the supreme organization of the human race, the Earth Immortal Alliance only considers strength as one of the aspects in selecting members, but it is by no means all. The previous terrifying Holy Spirit tested the perseverance of cultivation, and the Stone Talisman qualification and the exquisite hood is a manifestation of strength. Dao Heart and Strength have appeared, then what will be the test this time? Luo Yan murmured. However, since he had already noticed something wrong, Luo Yan would naturally not do it as the purple-haired young man imagined. He has his own ideas. Chapter 644 Clues, the Blue Stone Talisman. Even the strongest among the strong can easily send out a mysterious light to a range of tens of thousands of miles. Although it is borrowed from the power of the magic treasure, Luo Yan is ashamed of his inferiority to such supreme power. It is no exaggeration to say that such ability has exceeded the power of a cultivator in the spiritualization stage. However, this abnormality is very small, so small that ordinary people cannot detect it. Therefore, in Luo Yan's opinion, the guy who stood up and spoke earlier definitely had some purpose. If it is not unexpected, the purple-haired young man is likely to be an elder of the Earthly Immortal Alliance in disguise. In addition, if I am not mistaken, the stone talismans obtained by those people below should be different from the stone talismans in my hand. At this moment, Luo Yan thought of something, which made his mind become particularly calm. This Immortal Fate Conference may not be as simple as imagined. In fact, there are still many people who noticed this scene, but no one said it out loud, and they all wanted to see what the purpose of the purple-haired young man was. Is it really to get a few more stone talismans? But now we have not reached a mirage world. Even if we have more stone talismans, there will be great changes after we reach that world. Therefore, there is no need to rush. Next, the cultivators above the stars looked down at the fierce battle below. Countless energy lights surged, heavy murderous intentions rose and fell, and the magical powers were powerful and erupted in large numbers. Looking around, there were intertwined runes everywhere, the bright light was dazzling, and the energy fluctuations never stopped. The overwhelming momentum rushed straight into the sky, so powerful that it was unparalleled at the time. Finally, someone killed 10 strong men, obtained a stone rune, and then flew towards the sky. At this time, one of the 32,400 people standing on the stars also started to fight without hesitation. In an instant, there were thousands of auspicious lights, bright colors, and sparks that collided with earth-shaking sparks. The two launched a most intense confrontation, but because the people on the stars were waiting for the opportunity, they had been watching the battle for so long. Naturally, there was not much suspense about the outcome of this battle. Following closely, others followed suit and began to scramble for the stone rune. After all, from another perspective, they were also reducing their competitors. Boom! A huge noise came from the ancient city of illusion below, and a divine mist burst up and stirred the sky. A burly, strong man in black armor stood on the air, and the Dao light around him was blazing, like a raging flame. Kill! The man in black armor was really powerful. In the melee below, he killed 10 people in a row, and finally got his stone talisman at the cost of minor injuries. Then, the man in black armor spread out the stone talisman and let the pulling force pull him to the sky. A smile appeared on his face, because being able to get to this point has proved his strength. The man in black armor believed that with his own strength, he could shine even in the Mirage realm. Now, it's just the beginning. With this idea in mind, the man in black armor was getting closer and closer to the position of the white line. Seeing that they were about to cross the white line, someone finally couldn't help but spread the word, Dao, will you take action? If you are not strong enough and dare not take action, just squeak, I am happy to help you. Not far away, a strong man with divine light all over his body teased, and was a bit serious. After all, the role of the stone talisman is there, which is related to the final result, so it is naturally coveted by others. Hearing such provocative words, Luo Yan was not annoyed, and had no reaction and ignored it. It seems that he doesn't care about the battle situation in his area at all. Dao, since you don't want to take action, I will take the stone talisman that is delivered to your door for you. Above the stars, the hair of a strong man was glowing, like a giant of light, rushing towards the man in black armor in an instant. The man in black armor below looked at the figure falling from the sky and was immediately furious. Is it coming towards him? He had obviously won 10 victories, but he was attacked by someone and caused trouble again. He was really furious. The black-armored man gathered his magical power and attacked the man, trying to fight him. Unfortunately, although the black-armored man was quite powerful, there was still a certain gap between him and the 32,400 people above the stars. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to finally grab the stone talisman. What's more, the black-armored man was injured in this melee just now. So, the two of them collided countless times soon. As time went by, the black-armored man's face became paler and paler, and his body was about to be broken. Obviously, the injuries from the previous melee accumulated at this moment, and finally broke out. Chi. Suddenly, a blazing white light fell from the sky, forcing the strong man who was wrapped in the light of the Tao to retreat, saving the black-armored man. Luo Yan's figure also descended. Dao, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my spoils? The strong man, who was glowing all over, shouted like a small sun across the sky. You've crossed a line. Luo Yan said slowly, not caring about this terrifying murderous intent, and was not affected at all. His sight shifted slightly, and he saw that the black-armored man's body was covered with scars, and he looked like he was seriously injured. Luo Yan raised his hand, and the life essence that was extremely dense in his palm condensed, and then all of it was injected into the black-armored man's body. With a replenishment of these life essences, the black-armored man's condition improved a little, and finally he was no longer seriously injured and dying. He was finally pulled back from the brink of death by Luo Yan. Thank you, brother. The black-armored man bowed his hands to thank him. You don't want to take action yourself, so why don't I take over? The strong man hidden in the light of Taoism questioned with great power. The moment he opened his mouth, there was a dazzling sound of winds and thunder, as if the gods above the 9 heavens were about to bring down divine punishment. You've crossed a line. Luo Yan repeated again. It seems that you are deliberately looking for trouble. The strong man with the golden light on his body was extremely angry. He didn't make a move earlier or later, but waited until he defeated the black-armored man before he stepped out to save him. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the other party was coming for him. Then, the light on his body began to retreat, revealing a slightly gloomy but Taoist face. I'm just looking for trouble, so what? Luo Yan used his clever strength to push the black-armored man far away, and then said calmly. He guessed that this battle would inevitably break out, so he threw the black-armored man far away to prevent him from being affected. Good. 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 Since you are stubborn, then stay. At this moment, the gloomy young man's eyes widened, like a bronze bell, and the divine light on his body surged, and his might was extremely strong. Oh, I hope your strength is enough for your tone. Luo Yan whispered. If he met those truly invincible geniuses, he might choose to retreat. But it was obvious that although the guy in front of him was also very powerful, he did not make Luo Yan feel afraid. Luo Yan attacked directly, and his palms clasped together. A colorful rainbow condensed, carrying the breath of destroying everything, interweaving the power of multiple laws, and hit the opposite side. Kill. The gloomy young man's face was ugly, and he burst out with endless divine light, surrounded by mysterious runes, and fought back. In an instant, the two geniuses who had obtained the stone runes and locked in the 3rd level in advance collided with each other. Bang! The divine light and the 5 colored rays of light collided with each other, steaming up countless smoke and haze, rippling above the 9 heavens, looking extremely terrifying and intimidating. The power of the Taoism they played was very strong, attracting the attention of the cultivators above the clouds. Aren't they going to kill the latecomers below? Why are their own people fighting? If I can't suppress you here today, how can I have the face to return to the sect? The gloomy young man roared, running the complex runes, exuding an astonishing breath, and hit this side again. Then don't go back, kill you. Luo Yan scolded lightly, without giving in. In his indifferent eyes, there actually emerged a breath of the sun, moon and stars, but it soon disappeared and turned into a large piece of 5-colored runes, rumbling. Luo Yan knew very well that his cultivation level was still a little short of the mark, so that the invincible magic of the sect could not play a big role, and then it was blocked. This was not because the magic of the five-element sect was not strong enough, but because his own cultivation level was not enough, and he could not embark on the road of true transformation. For such a fact, even Luo Yan himself had to admit that the gap between him and the real cultivators of the god transformation stage was small, but it still existed. But soon, he adjusted himself. Since the power of the magic was not enough, then use the law of the great Dao to make up for it. A vertical eye burst out from Luo Yan's brow, shining with brilliance, which was not visible to ordinary people. Strands of fate and mysterious power flew, and runes shuttled through them, containing the most fierce murderous intent. Boom! The two of them fought again, causing the sky to ripple, and the void was filled with brilliant divine light, which was very amazing. The noise of their fight made even the other figures above the stars look over, with an attitude of watching a show. Only a very few strong men, after seeing Luo Yan's desperate move to save the black-armored man, narrowed their eyes slightly, and I don't know what they were thinking. Bang! 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 The two fought very fiercely, and the Dao light they casually shot out was a top-level magical power, which was very scary. Among them were rare magical skills, such as the small five elements yin-yang fist and the thunder whip. Although Luo Yan didn't use such scriptures and magic often, he still had them. He read them a few times casually and wrote them down, and then kept fighting with a gloomy young man in front of him, using various scriptures and magic at will, with infinite divine power. For a while, above this void, divine light shone in all directions, and thunder descended, which was so terrifying that it made people tremble with fear. I have to admit that I underestimated you. But you can never be my opponent. The gloomy young man shouted, hanging above the sky, like a young god and demon piercing the sky, with great power. You can't. Luo Yan responded, also tit for tat. He knew very well that the power of the five-element sect's magic to suppress the sect was far more than that. Even if it could not achieve the legendary sweeping of everything, it was definitely not something that ordinary magical powers could resist, and suppressing the person in front of him was no problem. But at the same time, Luo Yan also knew that it was difficult to do this. Because the realm of the gloomy young man's cultivation was indeed one realm higher than his. Even if there was a 5-key mixed primordial bead to fill it, this subtle gap still existed. In addition, those who could come to this ancient city of illusion were all the best among the major forces. When encountering a genius of this level, the gap in realm was infinitely magnified, causing Luo Yan's magic to lose its previous sharpness. This made him understand a truth, that is, the true spirit realm is vast and boundless, and there are really too many strong people. It's really not that easy to fight against a higher level. Although Luo Yan relied on the power of the 5-key mixed origin pearl to sneak into this immortal fate conference, there were too many cultivators in the transformation realm here. If he didn't use his real killer move, it would be difficult for him to survive in the subsequent battles. The pressure was simply terrifying. You know, the descendants of Mahayana masters like Zhang Cheng, who stood at the top of their peers, are probably just at the edge of the transformation realm. They didn't even come to participate in this event. Therefore, even Luo Yan himself had to face up to this gap. It seems that I still have to use Taoism to be immune. Luo Yan's eyes were grim, and he no longer chose to entangle with it. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and 9 colors like fireflies rose. For a time, the aura of the 9 laws shook the world, bursting out with infinite mysterious power, pressing the gloomy young man to be unable to move. Get out of my way! The gloomy young man roared, veins popping out on his forehead, and he tried his best to use the ultimate secret technique of the sect, emitting endless divine light, trying to escape from this control. Unfortunately, his secret technique was eclipsed by the legendary immunity to Taoism. It was completely ineffective. With a puff, the gloomy young man's body was instantly blown up, and blood rain poured down from the sky. Huh? He is immune to Taoism. Above the stars, countless eyes were surprised. Even the top few Xianjiao cast their eyes over to observe the changes in the breath of the Taoist in green at this time. Don't look at the fact that there are 32,400 people here, and each of them is a powerful existence among the younger generation who suppresses a region or a state. But the number of Taoist practitioners who can master this realm is definitely not more than 2 digits. What an amazing concept is this! If converted into the 5 realms of sword cultivation, sword energy thunder sound, sword light differentiation, sword energy condensation, sword birth of all laws, Sword destruction of all laws. For comparison, immunity to Dao law corresponds to the 4th level, the terrifying level of one sword creating all laws. Among this group of people, there are definitely no more than 3 sword cultivators who can reach this level. It is conceivable that when Luo Yan displayed this level of Dao law in front of so many people, the shock he brought to others was so shocking. At this moment, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of countless people, and they regarded him as an object that should not be provoked. Chapter 645, 108 Stars, Heavenly Gang in Earthly Evil Positions, Meaning. Soon, a black stone talisman with a gleaming glow fell from the place where the black-robed boy disappeared. Luo Yan was about to put it away, but he found that the stone talisman he was holding was now sending an invisible suction force. It was as if it wanted to forcefully absorb the black stone talisman. In order to verify this, Luo Yan took out his gray stone talisman, but found that the strange suction force still existed. But apart from this, there was no other abnormality. But Luo Yan still found something wrong. Because he was the first person to enter the exquisite hut, the 3 kinds of black, white and gray stone talismans at that time could not coexist in the hands of the same person. But now, Luo Yan holds both the gray and black stone talismans. Is it because after leaving the exquisite hut, the rules of these 3 stone talismans have changed? Luo Yan thought secretly. Although he found the abnormality, it was not enough to solve the mystery of the stone talisman. Luo Yan turned his head, raised his hand to the young man in black, and called him to his side. You try to see if you can pick up these 2 stone runes. The young man in black didn't understand why, but he listened carefully and did as he was told. Sure enough, under Luo Yan's gaze, the other party was completely unable to put away the 2 stone runes, black and gray. At this moment, the 2 stone runes seemed to be non-existent in the eyes of the young man in black. Luo Yan's eyes flashed with thought, but he did not continue to stay here, but chose to return to the stars. He carefully thought about the difference here, and felt that there was a clear difference between the blue stone rune and the black, white and gray stone runes. But now there is too little information, which is not enough for Luo Yan to guess more accurate information. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the black, white and gray stone runes may be collected by one person at the same time. And it is very useful. Stone runes. Luo Yan murmured, his eyes flickered, and he fell into silence. At this time, the man in black was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with countless spiritual lights shining on his body, and a strong breath of life, performing secret techniques to recover from his injuries. Half an hour later, Luo Yan was still looking at the 3 stone talismans in front of him, 1 black, 1 gray, and 1 blue, 3 colors. The black stone talisman belonged to the gloomy young man, the gray stone talisman belonged to Luo Yan himself, and the blue stone talisman belonged to the man in black. What do these stone talismans of different colors mean? I just used the power of fate to tell a fortune, and it turned out to be a good sign. Luo Yan murmured, constantly looking and examining. He felt that these stone talismans might not only be related to the difference in color, but also in other aspects. But no matter how Luo Yan observed, he could not see the difference. It seemed that the 3 stone talismans in front of him were just ordinary tokens. But after Luo Yan's exploration for so long, he still noticed a hint, that is, the black and gray stone talismans were actually a little repulsive to the blue stone talisman. Moreover, this repulsion was very much like a strict level difference. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to get another white stone talisman to study. Luo Yan thought secretly. Above the clouds, the power of magical skills and magic was everywhere. Various runes and secret methods were intertwined, and the divine light was dazzling. It was extremely terrifying and shocking, and the murderous intent was extremely strong. The cultivators who had fought out of the ancient city of illusion still had to go through another difficult battle. With exhausted bodies, they had to fight against the 32,400 people above the sky. Facing a powerful enemy that was slightly stronger than them, even the most powerful geniuses felt powerless at this moment. Because those who could grab a stone talisman in the first 3 days were stronger than most people. This was a fact that everyone tacitly accepted. Now, they had to be killed by this group of people. It was conceivable that for the cultivators who were in the ancient city of illusion at this moment, how desperate it was. Are you really going to kill us all? A young genius who had just emerged from the fight and obtained the stone talisman was furious. At this moment, the smile on his face had solidified before it faded, because he was being killed by people above the stars. Weaklings have no right to speak. The strong man on the opposite side responded indifferently. His eyes were full of talisman light, and the breath bursting out shattered the void, and it was extremely powerful. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come and fight. The young Xianjiao holding the blue stone talisman shouted, and rushed towards the cloud. The two soon fought together, so that it seemed like a thunderstorm roaring above the sky, and the whole world was shaking in the constant roar. Damn it, you actually took advantage of others' misfortune. In the distance, another Xianjiao who obtained the blue stone talisman was pulled above the clouds, and then encountered an ambush and instantly became furious. Tisk, taking advantage of others' misfortune. You are worthy. The strong man on the opposite side had a very hot temper, and his eyes were full of disdain. Although the person in front of him was strong, he was not his opponent, so his tone was naturally full of arrogance. The weak should have the consciousness of the weak. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have won 10 so-called victories. To dominate a group of ants is nothing more than a bigger ant. But this is the end. Leave the stone talisman and go away. Maybe you can still save your body. The man said coldly, with divine light all over his body, like a piece of moonlight, flowing with a terrifying breath of Taiyan. Too much bullying. Kill. The Xianjiao who held the blue stone talisman was used to being spoiled in the sect. How could he have suffered such humiliation? So he was furious in an instant, and directly used the secret method of the ancient sect to attack forward. The strong man on the opposite side was fearless and also used great magic power to block this attack. At this moment, the entire domain of the ancient city of illusion was in chaos. Whether in the sky or underground, the most tragic battle broke out. The blazing halo covered the sky and the earth, and the divine power was extremely intimidating. The cultivators below had never thought that even after winning 10 battles, they would still have to face the attacks of the top players. They were angry about this situation, but they had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in this Immortal Fate conference. Besides, it was absolutely impossible for them to admit defeat before they had fought a battle. For the people above the stars, if they could subdue the cultivators in their area, they could not only obtain stone talismans, but also have the pleasure of playing with the weak. Therefore, many people enjoyed it. But at the same time, there were also a small number of people who never took action, as if they were examining something. Brother Dao, did you find something? Suddenly, a divine voice came to Luo Yan's ears, asking him directly for his opinion. Luo Yan looked up and saw a familiar figure in the distance, the ancient moon saint whose energy was so strong that he looked like a small sun. This was not the first time they had met. Previously, among the people who were invited by the Wanbao Pavilion to go to the colorful ancient world, there was the other person. Unexpectedly, they were close to each other again this time. I guess that the 3 stone symbols we hold, in addition to the final qualification for the conference, should also be keys. For example, they are used to open some key places, or to obtain something. As for the blue stone symbols in their hands, it is a bit uncertain, but Luo Yan nodded and did not hide too much, and said his guess. Being able to walk out of the colorful ancient world safely and soundly has already proved the strength of this son of the heavenly Dao sect. With a common experience, Luo Yan did not mind showing some goodwill. Because these things, the other party only needs to observe carefully to find them. Oh? Keys? The son of ancient moon asked curiously. The sun god's light on his body was like a furnace, melting the essence of heaven and earth at all times. The fiery rime of Taoism could be felt even by people far away. In that case, wouldn't it be easier to just snatch the stone talismans from them? Why do we have to leave them here? Guyu Shengzi was puzzled, his eyes full of doubts. Luo Yan shook his head, as if he was refusing or denying, and continued to speak. The stone talismans in their hands are blue, and the final trial results are the top 36 of the 3 types of black, white and gray stone talismans. I guess that the purpose of these blue stone talismans may be other. Luo Yan said most of his guesses, but still kept some. It's not that he deliberately kept it to himself, but he was not sure about the real purpose of these stone talismans. Some outrageous guesses are easy to make people laugh. Hearing this explanation, Guyu Shengzi's eyes burst into burning light. He first looked at the 3 stone talismans in front of Luo Yan, then looked away, and finally nodded. Thank you, brother, for clearing up my doubts. Guyu was very grateful. The fight in the ancient city of illusion continued, and various talismans surged, like the surging tide, rushing into the sky. Even though many people felt the strange sounds coming from above the clouds and guessed that there would be some kind of change later, they could not stop. There was still a chance to fight. If they did not participate in the fight, they would not even have the chance to enter the Mirage Cloud realm. With a swish sound, another young genius in the area belonging to Luo Yan obtained the blue stone talisman and flew towards the sky. This time, due to the example of Luo Yan's previous great power, the people above the stars did not choose to interfere. Luo Yan turned into rainbow light and went down to block the genius from moving forward. Do you want to stop me like they did? The armor of the man who came was covered with bloodstains, his fiery red hair was flying, and his aura was both flamboyant and a little weak. Despite this, he still looked unruly, like a ferocious beast cub. Yes and no. Luo Yan responded with a smile. If you agree to one of my requests, I will let you go and have the opportunity to enter the Mirage realm. What if I don't want to? The red-haired young man's long hair stood up, murderous, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. I know a few swordsmanship, please appreciate it. As for whether it is useful or not, you can judge it yourself. Luo Yan chuckled, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, with a sword spirit and sword energy. What request? The red-haired young man looked at him for a long time, and at the same time, he sensed that the monks of other battle groups basically lost to those who had the stone talisman earlier, and he knew that the blue-clothed Taoist in front of him was absolutely terrible. Not to mention his current weak state, even if he fought with him in his prime, I am afraid that his chances of winning would not be great. Therefore, he decided to listen to the other party's conditions first, and then make plans. Smart guy. My condition is very simple. When we get to the Mirage realm, you have to lend me the blue stone talisman on your body. Luo Yan smiled, and the long sword in his hand disappeared. Although Luo Yan didn't know the function of these blue stone talismans, it didn't stop him from making preparations in advance. Is it that simple? The red-haired young man looked suspicious and a little unbelieving. Luo Yan didn't explain anything, but just made way. The red-haired young man was silent, and without much hesitation, he was taken to the stars by the blue stone talisman in his hand. Next, Luo Yan continued to act as a road blocker, and basically most of the geniuses agreed to his request. During this period, he encountered several stubborn people. Luo Yan didn't show mercy and chose to suppress them violently. If you don't accept it, then beat them to it. Simple and straightforward. During this period, he never killed anyone and saved all of them. In the ancient city of falsehood, this non-stop fighting lasted for a total of 10 days. 10 days later, the entire Zhuang ancient city became deserted, the ground was covered with bloodstains, and no figure existed. At the top of the Zhuang ancient city, in places that resembled small stars, stood more than 30,000 powerful figures. Obviously, the previous fight had come to an end. Unlike the empty areas of other people, there were 22 figures with deep auras lurking behind Luo Yan. Not far away, after being reminded by him, the ancient moon saint also did the same thing. However, the ancient moon saint seemed a little more domineering. Those who obeyed were left behind, and those who resisted were killed directly. In the far distance, there were also many such figures, who did not kill, but chose to spare the lives of those who held the blue stone talismans. Because they also saw some clues, the blue stone talismans held by those people were of two different types from the stone talismans they held. Interesting, it seems that the Earth Immortal Alliance is making a big move. Outside the Zhuang ancient city, an old man with a fury-like appearance smiled and twisted his beard. When the people around heard this, they immediately turned their eyes over, waiting for the great man's follow-up explanation. Fortunately, the old man did not keep them in suspense, but said directly, according to past practices, the number of Imperial envoys recruited by the Earthly Immortal Alliance each time is actually not fixed, and there must be a deep meaning. But the number of those exquisite small houses that appeared earlier is a total of 10,800, which coincides with the number of a meeting. Meeting, taken from the annual records in the ancient book Huangji Jingxi, is an approximate number without boundaries. I have had the honor of seeing several scriptures in that book, which mention that there are stars in the north, a total of 108. These 108 stars are further divided into 36 Xiangang stars and 72 Disha stars. Each of these stars represents a specific location, and will only appear in troubled times. Hearing these confusing words, the cultivators present felt a little confused, wondering what this terrifying great man was up to. But there were still a few people who seemed to think of something when they heard about the 108 stars. Because the earthly immortal alliance is different from these big sects, big religions, and big clans. The earthly immortal alliance is respected by all human beings. The way they think about things is never from the perspective of a city or a region, but from the perspective of the entire human race. Chapter 646, No, Ask by Luo, Face Your Heart. Senior, are you saying that there are actually 108 quotas for the Earthly Immortal Alliance's territory envoys this time, which corresponds to the 108 stars? Not far away, an old man with white hair but a respectful face asked sincerely. In the cultivation world, people always judge seniority by their cultivation, even if the man in front of him looks quite old. You are focusing on this Immortal Fate Conference, so you will naturally see the so-called quota of territory envoys. A small quota of territory envoys doesn't really mean anything. What's important is the meaning behind it. In my opinion, the appearance of these 108 stars means that there will be another large-scale disaster in the territory of our human race. The old man with an immortal style shook his head and sighed. He was in a very high position, so what he saw was naturally different from that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the identity of the Earthly Immortal Alliance was there, which meant that the opening of the Immortal Fate Conference would not be just a simple selection of geniuses. After this, there should be a series of hidden movements. The cause of the disaster. The people next to him were puzzled, with blank eyes. Obviously, with their status and position, they were not qualified to find out such news. Of course, there were also a few practitioners from the top sects who fell into long silence after hearing this. According to ancient records, the coming of that stormy era may not be far away. Today's true spirit realm has already had some signs, which are slowly emerging. At the same time, a colorful vortex suddenly appeared above the sky of the false ancient city. The vortex was very large, as if it covered the sky and the earth, and it was like a circle of tree rings, both hazy and mysterious. It showed an endless sense of depth. At this time, all the Xianjiao above the stars felt a very strong attraction, slowly pulling them into the vortex. Tens of thousands of figures entered the vortex, and not even a trace of waves was stirred up, which seemed unusually calm. In the end, when all the Xianjiao disappeared, the colorful vortex dissipated. At this moment, the false ancient city also shrank in size and finally disappeared into the clouds. The next test of the Mirage World will not be revealed again, because it will involve some real secrets. The Mirage World, according to legend, is a world of Sumeru opened up by a fairy god from the earthly immortal world with great magic power. That world is very strange, or it is not an ordinary world of Hangsha. Most worlds are composed of the four basic elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, such as the Kangwu Zilazin world and the colorful ancient world where Luo Yan once stayed. Even the true spirit world is like this. The so-called four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire actually have another name, which is the basic five elements between heaven and earth. That is, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The concepts between the two are actually very similar, but people in different places call them differently. The Mirage World is different from the ordinary real world. This is a world composed of a kind of illusory power, and it is also called nothing by many people. The original meaning is a strange world without boundaries, infinite possibilities, and everything exists. With a buzzing sound, a dazzling white light flashed, and Luo Yan felt that he was in a hazy and blurred world. Wherever he looked, it was all white. This state lasted for an unknown period of time before the blurry feeling in front of his eyes gradually disappeared. Luo Yan fell to the ground holding the gray stone talisman, and his eyes swept around, but there was no one around. The 22 people who had stood behind him were now gone. It seemed that this long-distance transmission was a random transmission, which would scatter people again, and then separate them. After a short rest, Luo Yan recovered and continued to look at the world in front of him. Under his feet was a high mountain, with lush forests and green light everywhere. The mountain stream was full of exotic flowers and fruits, which made people feel relaxed and happy, and had the illusion of ascending to heaven in broad daylight. The forest on this mountain was very dense, and there was a rushing stream at the foot of the mountain, with silver nectar rushing, which seemed both quiet and deep. In front of them, there was a cliff with a pile of rubble scattered around. Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng were rooted in the cracks of the rocks. The blazing essence was lingering and the fragrance was fragrant. It looked like a paradise. In the distance, a white deer came over, its fur was shining, and invisible ripples were rippling under its four hoofs. In a blink of an eye, it swept across a distance of hundreds of feet. It was obviously a very advanced Taoist. This forest seemed like a treasure land in the world, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth and showing a vigorous vitality. The white deer paced and came to Luo Yan in an instant. Luo Yan was very calm and looked into its eyes. Seeker of Taoism, there seems to be no fear in your eyes. When the white deer spoke, there were strange visions and the Taoism rhythm emerged from heaven and earth, which was very magical. In addition, there was a very majestic pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on the top of the head, making people breathless. Senior has never hurt me, why should I be afraid? Luo Yan's eyes were clear, his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and his temperament was calm. The pressure from this white deer was indeed very strong, and it was most likely a great demon of the upper three realms. But even so, Luo Yan did not find it strange. Because it was not his original body that stood here, his second spiritual body was naturally fearless. The white deer walked past Luo Yan, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the mountain, looking down at this side. Seeker of the Tao, where are you from? The white deer spoke, its fur shining brightly, and its voice carried a sense of Tao, as if it was an extraordinary demon saint. Reporting to the senior, I came from the outer world of heaven. Luo Yan responded respectfully. Oh? The outer world of heaven. What kind of place is that? Is it as vast as my cloud world? The white deer demon saint stepped lightly on his front hoof, and a stream of light passed through the sky, rippling above the clouds, causing a shocking change and causing the great road to buzz. Wow! At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was on fire, causing the heaven and earth to turn upside down. The rays of light intertwined, and the Taorim appeared for 30,000 miles. The mountains have land, the trees have forests, and the fish have water. The three do not blend, but they really exist. So the junior does not know. Luo Yan thought for a moment, and then said. This white deer gave Luo Yan a very strange feeling, as if he was separated by a world, but he could still feel the vastness, power, and infinite power of the other party. But there was still a hazy and vague feeling. Therefore, Luo Yan did not dare to neglect and responded seriously. At the same time, he also realized that there was something in the words of this demon saint, as if he was deliberately guiding something. What if the mountains and forests look like this? Can they compare with the sky? The white deer demon saint continued to ask. His front hoof pointed again, and a towering, majestic mountain with no boundaries emerged. Next to it was a dense forest with ancient trees towering into the sky, as if covering the entire world. The scenes of these two pictures were both amazing, and there was an illusion of facing two worlds directly, which was beyond Luo Yan's imagination. In the eyes of fallen leaves, this forest is everything to it, and naturally it is also the sky in its eyes. The rebel left on the high mountains will also think that the ground under its feet is its sky. Luo Yan thought about it, and then gave his own explanation. He answered whatever he saw in his eyes, which was his habit. At this moment, Luo Yan could feel that his body seemed to be imprisoned by some majestic force and could not move. He could only stand there. Beside him, whether it was rocks or trees, they were all shiny, with a very rich essence of heaven and earth, flourishing. There were also many spiritual creatures around, appearing in the forest from time to time, many of which were rare and precious birds and animals. Even in the true spirit world, it is difficult to encounter them. At this moment, this is a holy place for cultivation, comparable to fairyland. However, such a peaceful and tranquil scene, in Luo Yan's eyes, was faintly filled with a sense of disobedience. Your eyes are full of exploration and doubts, as if you have discovered something. The white deer demon saint asked. I feel that everything in front of me is too fake. Mountains, rocks, trees, auspicious beasts, divine birds, precious medicines, and including seniors. Luo Yan pondered for a moment, then responded. He did not care about the reaction of this demon saint, but noticed something wrong at the first time. This white deer seems to be fake. Of course, Luo Yan's words are by no means aimless. Because Luo Yan sensed his body and found that the power that imprisoned him was very strong, so strong that he felt absurd and unbelievable. After all, Luo Yan had never encountered such a strange divine power that could seal all his spiritual power, and the 9 laws of heaven and earth did not exist and could not be driven out. At this moment, he seemed to have become an ordinary mortal, and he actually felt a sense of insignificance like an ant seeing a goshawk. Luo Yan believed that there might be such a great creature in the world, but it would definitely not be the demon saint in front of him. Because the key on his body was not right, lacking a sense of etherealness. This is very different from the reincarnation of the immortal that Luo Yan had met before. "Senior? Who are you? Why are you waiting here?" Thinking of this, Luo Yan asked back. As the conversation deepened, he found that this white deer seemed to have some purpose. "I want to find an answer," said the white deer demon saint. "What kind of answer is it?" Luo Yan continued to ask. "I want to know if there really exists in this world a person who controls the fate of thousands of creatures, beyond the rivers, seas, lakes, and countless creatures." The white deer demon saint's divine voice was loud, revealing an ancient and wild atmosphere. "Then did the senior find that person?" Luo Yan was curious, his eyes flickering. At this moment, he suddenly found that his body could move, and the lost spiritual power and the laws of heaven and earth all returned to his body. That kind of majestic and powerful power returned instantly. In addition, why is the question asked by this demon saint so similar to what the main body had thought before? At this moment, Luo Yan felt a sense of déjà vu. "I don't know either. Maybe I have met him, or maybe I will never meet him." The white deer demon saint turned his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. The sea of clouds there was undulating, dreamlike, like a fairy palace in the sky. "What about you? Why did you come to this cloud world?" The white deer demon saint did not turn around, and asked casually. Hearing this question, Luo Yan fell into silence. At this moment, the white eyebrow elder's instructions flashed through his mind. After thinking for a while, he discarded these answers, always feeling that something was wrong. This did not match the reason that Luo Yan imagined. While thinking, Luo Yan walked up the mountain. Strangely, at this time, he could actually take a step of hundreds of feet. All of the original restraints disappeared, giving him a sense of emptiness. This is a real breakthrough in space, coming in an instant, similar to the feeling of being close at hand and far away from the world. Luo Yan walked to the top of the mountain and stood side by side with the white deer. He did not answer for a long time. "It seems that you did not find the answer you wanted," the white deer demon saint responded. After speaking, the center of his head slowly transformed from pure white to extreme black. This kind of black exudes a faint stream of light, infecting everything, and it carries a kind of ominous, filthy, can confuse people's minds and pollute their bodies. It seems that the weird things in the 9 netherworlds are more terrifying than any ghosts in the netherworld, making people sink inadvertently. In just this moment, the surrounding heaven and earth began to surge, and the auspicious rare beasts and peaceful mountains and forests were slowly disappearing. The original paradise on earth has become a god-forsaken place in the Avasi hell. Even Luo Yan's own eyes began to be scattered, and his body was gradually collapsing. This is a very magical power, which allows Luo Yan to sleep without noticing, like the years without a trace, silently. After a long time, when Luo Yan's body was infected by the black and his crystal skin was full of black spots, he suddenly laughed softly. "Tisk, how can there be so many reasons and answers? I'm not asked by anyone, nor am I here for any path. I just feel a little idle, and feel bored after staying overseas for a long time, so I came out for a walk." In an instant, the black clouds tore apart, revealing a golden sun hanging high in the sky. The dazzling golden light sprinkled down, covering the mountain and driving away all the darkness. Crack, the body of the white deer demon saint cracked, and turned into a rain of light and slowly dissipated under this golden light. With a bang, the divine aura in the sky rushed into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the mountain forest where Luo Yan stood trembled, the ground kept humming, and then disappeared. "Is this the answer you want to find? Ha ha ha, it's really strange." The white deer demon saint disappeared completely, but before his death, he left Luo Yan a deer-shaped seal. The seal reflected the glory of the Taorim, shining and very sacred. At this moment, there is a magnificent palace above the mirage cloud realm. Inside the heavenly palace, there are 108 stars suspended, and powerful figures are entrenched in the stars. They are all the domain envoy elders in the Earthly Immortal Alliance, and they are also the inheritors of the current Xiangang Earthly Evil Star. In the Earthly Immortal Alliance, the domain envoy is not only an identity, but also represents a kind of inheritance. Each star sign represents a position, which is qualified to obtain the inheritance of the true immortal. This is also the real reason why the Immortal Fate Conference is sought after by so many people. After all, the true immortal method is rare, even in those top sects, There are basically few left. Chapter 647, Immortal Court, Earthly Immortal Alliance, Despair Cage, Big Fish Eat Small Fish. Or maybe it was intentional, and they would never pass down the real immortal method. A slender black shadow looked at the clouds below and chuckled. Did that little guy come from the endless sea? He was able to break through his own Dao realm so quickly. He has a good character. Not far away, the other Daoists were also talking to each other, and the little guy from Xian'an sect is also extraordinary. He was able to break through the Dao tribulation in such a short time. I think his future cultivation path will not be too low. The junior of Xian Dao sect, the direct descendant of the blood god cult. They are all very good. While chatting, these Earth Immortal League elders were constantly looking at the young generation of geniuses who are currently trapped in the Dao tribulation. Some famous Xian Jiao, such as Guyu Shengzi, Fire God Chongli, reincarnated Buddha and other human heroes, were all under their scrutiny. For the Earth Immortal League, whether it was the magic way or the incense and fire way, they were all part of the human race. Therefore, as the official power of the human race, the elders of the Earth Immortal Alliance do not care about the origins of those young practitioners. The premise is that they can pass their own assessment. There are many powerful people emerging from this Immortal Fate Conference. Don't look at the low level of these young people's cultivation, but at their age, whether it is strength or understanding, they have almost reached the extreme of that realm. At this time, a cold voice came from among them. Brothers, several of the sects behind those little guys just now are about to experience the immortal tribulation. Should we exclude them? As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell silent. The immortal tribulation is a disaster that affects many sects in the true spirit realm. Some ancient sects experience it once in tens of thousands of years, and some experience it once in 100,000 years, but no matter how long the interval is, the only thing that is certain is that the catastrophe is destined to break out. No one can escape. As for ordinary forces, they don't even have the qualifications to touch that disaster. The cause of this catastrophe is also very simple, that is, many immortal sects in the earthly immortal world want to borrow the Tao in the true spirit world and other worlds to breed immortal artifacts. The birth of an immortal artifact, in addition to some natural treasures, there is another very critical point, that is, luck. This luck is the luck, which dominates everything in the dark, can evolve all things, create all living beings, and possesses incredible power. Any practitioner who wants to go further on the path of practice must not lack this mysterious power. Breaking through the realm, avoiding disasters, etc. are all related to luck. It is one of the necessary conditions for breeding immortal artifacts. Therefore, the immortal artifact is also called the luck instrument, which has the effect of suppressing the luck of a sect. Because the cultivators who join the sect are different from ordinary casual cultivators, their luck has bound themselves to the artifact of the sect in a long period of practice. It has become a symbiotic state of prosperity and loss. At this time, the people from the fairy world will take away this artifact, and then refine an embryo to serve as the artifact of the sect. In this way, the original part of the sect monks will become more and more disaster-ridden after losing the blessing of luck. The most common is that when breaking through the bottleneck period, the difficulty increases several times, or even more than 10 times. Or the 12 heavenly tribulations encountered by the monks in the upper three realms are so powerful that they can hardly survive unless they become immortals. In the long run, even if there are no external enemies, this group of old people will slowly disappear in the long river of time. Those who should sit and die will sit, and those who should suffer disasters will suffer disasters, resulting in an extremely miserable second half of their lives. This is why many top ancient sects are basically the younger generation of disciples who rebelled against the sect. And the core reason why the higher the cultivation level, the more they cannot do without the sect. Because their luck has long been completely integrated with the sect, and it is almost impossible to separate them. At this point, it is the freedom of casual cultivators. Because their fortunes belong to themselves and do not need to be linked to any sect power. Naturally, their luck will not be affected by external things. But the problem is that casual cultivators lack inheritance, resources, and places for cultivation. They lack almost everything. Moreover, many precious resources are almost impossible to circulate in the outside world if they do not join the sect power. For example, refining the body and soul in the immortal pond is a resource unique to the big sect, and it is almost impossible for non-core disciples to enter. Not to mention drifting to the outside world. If casual cultivators cannot refine their bodies and temper their souls at a low level, then the difficulty of breaking through the realm in the future will become extremely great. Even the bottleneck period will last forever, and a casual cultivator will be stuck in a certain realm. Therefore, compared with the sect cultivators, it will be more difficult for casual cultivators to cultivate to a higher realm. This is also the fundamental reason why it is becoming more and more difficult to become an immortal in today's world. Because the environment of this world has changed, it has become a place for the immortal forces to raise their luck. Luck seems to be something ethereal and invisible, unseen, and unfathomable. In fact, everyone has it. For example, if one person jumps off the same cliff, he will fall to his death. Another person jumps off, but can survive by accident and embark on the path of cultivation from then on. This is the importance of luck. The gods and immortals in the earthly immortal world want to seize all living beings, which is these things in the dark. Use the luck of all living beings to nourish themselves. Only in this way can they become immortals. The root cause of all this is the chaos in ancient times, which caused great trauma to the gods in the earthly immortal world. But correspondingly, the holy spirits in other worlds suffered even greater trauma. In order to prevent the same thing from happening and to control the number of immortals, the connection between the three realms was cut off. Mortals, spirits, and immortals cannot coexist, separated in three worlds. But immortals also have selfish desires. By chance, there are supreme true immortals who discover that the world constructed by the spirit can absorb the purest source of the soul. For their level of existence, it is naturally useless, but it can play a vital role for later practitioners. So at the end of the ancient times, the descendants of the immortals and their disciples would hunt down the lower world in the spiritual world, just to increase the strength of their souls. In addition, there are other supreme immortals who have studied the way to quickly refine immortal tools. That is to use the luck of the power of the lower world to nourish a tool embryo, so that it can transform and evolve into a real immortal tool. From that moment on, many top ancient sects in the true spirit realm became a place to nurture tools. The immortal gods of the earth immortal realm will use the subordinate sects of the true spirit realm as chess pieces and make a layout for tens of thousands of years just to breed immortal tools. Things have developed to this point. Among the current human race, the top ancient sects are almost all like this. There are few exceptions. Once the immortal tool is bred, the upper world immortal will come and take it away. But the birth of this kind of luck tool is closely related to countless sect monks and is a part of them. Once it is taken away, it is equivalent to a gap in their own fortune. Those who don't have enough luck are doomed to die the moment they stand on the cliff. Faced with such a situation, those old people can only become the dust of the times, and then gradually withdraw from this big stage. This is the human race in the true spirit realm. The fate of many people has been determined since they joined the sect. Cultivation is like a cage, no one can escape. You can only follow this rule, with few exceptions. As for other alien races, their experiences are not much better than those of the human race. Borrowing corpses to revive, borrowing bodies to be reborn, borrowing methods to rebuild, borrowing spirits to play gods, etc. All kinds of drawbacks are rampant there. If you don't pay attention, you will be in trouble with those alien gods. For example, the widely circulated true dragon method. It seems that all races in the world can transform into true dragons, and it is the world's first-class supreme method. But in the eyes of real great cultivators, it is a big joke. Because at the end of cultivation, they will find that the so-called true dragon method is actually a monstrous conspiracy of the dragon realm ancestral dragon. Once someone transforms into a real dragon, the ancient ancestor dragon far away in the dragon world will have another blood food. After all, the cultivation of the demon race has always relied on devouring other demon beasts to complete the final transformation. It is almost the same as the poisonous insect. Therefore, compared with the alien race, the human race's way of only losing luck is the one with the least cost. Alice, immortal. If there is a day when this deity transforms, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill him and turn the world upside down. All the great cultivators present were silent, and then an old man said coldly, with a full tone of murderous intent, "Brother Shengwen, be careful with your words. We are part of the Earth Immortal Alliance, a subordinate branch of the Earth Immortal Realm Immortal Court. We are lucky to have the qualifications to escape the cage and not be bound by anything. Don't say such words that destroy the unity of the Immortal Court." Someone next to him immediately persuaded him. At this moment, their voices echoed in the void, causing more people present to sigh. The true spirit realm that governs thousands of Hangsha worlds is actually just a private enclosure of the immortal realm. How sad and ridiculous is this? Anyone who knows the inside story will feel a strong sense of powerlessness about this fact. It's really infuriating. In the Earthly Immortal Alliance, many bloody people have had an idea, that is, to attack the Earthly Immortal realm and kill all those filthy and sinful immortals, in order to relieve their hatred. Humph. I think Brother Shangwin is right. Those so-called immortals really take themselves too seriously. Which one of them didn't rise from obscurity and then practice all the way up? If you look at the beginning, they are also part of my human race. Now it's good, they are actually enslaving my human race. Not far away, another hot-tempered strong man shouted. Even though he is not a real immortal, he has no respect for the high and mighty immortals. Even his eyes are full of disgust. The so-called true immortals in the earthly immortal world are actually luck thieves who steal the luck of thousands of weak human races just to achieve their own success. If he encounters such an immortal, he will definitely find a way to kill him. They are a group of termites, the shame of the human race. You Taoist brothers are a little angry. How about you go and kill those reincarnated immortals who have been reborn in the ancient religion? At this time, a young man who had heard enough of their gossip said with a smile. He carried a sword on his back, which looked very old, but he exuded a very sharp murderous intent, and even the void was constantly rippling. Very shocking, Zhangjian, what do you mean by this? Are you mocking us? Or do you want to pick a fight? Others are afraid of the sword in your hand, but I am not afraid. The hot-tempered venerable glared at him. Even those little cultivators in the nascent soul stage have the ability to evolve a second spiritual body. How can a identified true immortal from the upper realm not understand this? With their abilities, there will probably be more reincarnated bodies of immortals. And there is a high probability that one is in the open and the other is in secret, specifically used to prevent certain accidents from happening. Therefore, people who can say such words are either pure fools or typical bad people. Oh? It seems that Brother Hoyu wants to fight with me. It's really boring to stay here, and I just want to kill time. As you wish. I dare not refuse. The young man with the sword on his back seemed not to understand the other party's glare, and turned excited, and the ancient sword behind him trembled. In an instant, a brilliant sword energy broke through the layers of nothingness and shot out of the domain, with a terrifying power. Do you think I am afraid of you? There was also a fiery red figure on the other side, condensing the true form of fire, burning fiercely, and even burning the space and distorting it. If you two want to fight, then go to Cheyenne Weishan. After all, we are all incarnations. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. As for the position of astrology behind you, it shouldn't be important. It might be okay to just find someone to inherit it. A majestic voice suddenly sounded, first snorting coldly, interrupting the momentum accumulated by the two, and then speaking directly. The two venerables, who were originally very angry, looked at each other for a few times and then put away their respective magical powers. The astrology inheritance of Xiangang Disha is not as simple as imagined. Can you just pick someone to accept the inheritance easily? This thing requires very high cultivation talent, understanding, state of mind cultivation, etc. There are so many issues to consider, so many that it makes people's scalps numb. Only the top Xianjiao of the human race has the possibility of accepting this kind of inheritance. Thinking back, they themselves were also selected step by step in this way. After all, it is the inheritance of the true immortal, and the qualifications in all aspects are extremely high. If they missed this opportunity to come to the Immortal Fate Conference, and wanted to look for one on their own, it would probably take them tens of thousands of years before they could find a suitable successor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 The Law of Life, the biggest variable in 1,000 years. If there is no suitable successor, they will not be able to escape the star phase they are in. As a result, they cannot participate in many subsequent competitions in the Earthly Immortal Alliance. The so-called star phase is a general term for a certain responsibility within the Earthly Immortal Alliance, such as Sirius represents disaster and war. People who are in the phase of the Tenlang star are often paired with it, and the two dominate the killing. But once you sit on the position of the star phase domain envoy, it will be difficult to step down. Unless you find a suitable successor, you will never be able to leave. This is also the limitation of the Star Phase Domain Envoy. Therefore, the convening of this Immortal Fate Conference is related to the future path of everyone present, and no one will be stupid enough to mess around at this critical juncture. Because if you miss this time, the next Immortal Fate Conference will be held, and it will be the turn of another batch of star phases to select those outstanding disciples of the great sects. They have no connection with this group of people. Therefore, the Immortal Fate Conference is actually more like selecting the true immortal inheritors who can pass the test and inherit their respective domain envoy identities. In the Earthly Immortal Alliance, all domain envoy identities are named by star phases. These star phases are based on the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, commonly known as the 4 directions. Under the 4 symbols, it is subdivided into 28 constellations. For example, the 7 in the east are called the Azure Dragon Star, the 7 in the south are called the Vermilion Bird Star, the 7 in the west are called the White Tiger Star, the 7 in the north are called the Black Tortoise Star, and so on. Each constellation is composed of several to dozens of stars. These stars have the corresponding true immortal inheritance in the Earthly Immortal Alliance. Only those who have learned those extremely difficult true immortal methods are qualified to inherit the star phase. Thus, corresponding to the numerous stars in the sky, it means the orthodoxy of the immortal court and the command of the heavens and the worlds. In the Earthly Immortal Alliance, obtaining the status of a domain envoy of the star phase is only the first step. Next, it is to compete with other star phases for a higher status. Finally, including the quota for ascending to the immortal court of the Earthly Immortal Realm, it is also necessary to compete. This quota is unique to the Earthly Immortal Alliance. As long as the realm is reached, you can ascend to the immortal world through the Ascension platform. It's a backdoor. It's just that this quota is very small, so small that all the Mahayana ancestors in the entire Earthly Immortal Alliance have to fight for it. This is the operating system of the Earthly Immortal Alliance. Manage people with people, select people with laws, save people with astrology, and lure people with the Ascension platform. When I came to participate in the Immortal Fate Conference, the old man Xianji, who is good at calculating fate, once said this. He said that this time the turmoil in the true spirit realm is likely to have a variable. He said that there was a drop of immortal blood, and the immortal bones collapsed the sky, and the entire world of 10 directions was crying for it. I guess the variable that the old man mentioned should refer to the immortal killer. The majestic voice sounded again. As soon as this was said, everyone present fell into a state of silence. But immediately afterwards, several loud voices sounded, "Kill the immortal? How is it possible? How old are these little guys? Can they go upstream and kill the gods who are high above?" The other astrological inheritors were shocked and shocked. If the old man Xianji, who was talking nonsense, did not calculate wrong, there would be at most 1,000 years before the turmoil of the immortal tribulation broke out. This means that these little guys who are only at the level of the spiritualization realm must cross 4 or 5 major realms in such a short period of time before they can defeat the immortal. How is this possible? Is this a feat that humans can do? You know, after a cultivator's cultivation reaches the middle 3 realms, his cultivation speed will slow down rapidly. The physical body, spiritual power, soul, state of mind, law attainments, etc., each of them requires a lot of time to temper, improve, and comprehend. Therefore, it is not surprising that there are many cultivators who can cultivate to the middle 3 realms in a few decades. But for cultivators in the middle 3 realms, if they want to prove the way to become an immortal within 1,000 years, they dare not even dream of it. Therefore, the emergence of such news is really too shocking, beyond their imagination. But the person who said this is the old man Xianji, an old guy who is closest to the realm of true immortals. At this time, even if the cultivators feel it is ridiculous, they can't help but have a glimmer of the idea that this is true. Have such a person appeared in the ancient history of our true spirit realm? Or is it the internal conflict between the reincarnations of those immortals? Not far away, the hot-tempered Hoyu Venerable muttered to himself, his heart trembling wildly. Then, he shook his head again. Since the old man Xianji said that the person was a variable, it was absolutely impossible for him to refer to the immortal God himself. Yes, there is. But that was in the era before the early Middle Ages. The cultivation environment at that time was different from now, and there were no major and minor heavenly tribulations blocking the way. The path was much easier. But in our ancient history, at least there has never been a record of such an example. A middle-aged Taoist with a solemn face said. He was also surprised and thought it was impossible to do it, because the world today is different from the ancient times. The current cultivation environment is very different from the ancient times when immortals and gods were everywhere. With constraints everywhere, how can one quickly break through the realm and even go against the tide to defeat the immortals? This is almost impossible. Maybe not. The majestic voice whispered. After all, people of the lineage of Old Man Xianji always like to talk and do things in a mysterious and ambiguous way. It should be that I misunderstood. Although he said this, in his heart, he thought that this was a very likely thing to happen. Old Man Xianji could appear in the earthly immortal alliance for 10,000 years, so his strength was naturally beyond doubt. If he was not absolutely sure, how could he let himself know such news? Even the other Xiangang Dishazinxiang venerables were secretly thinking in their hearts that the existence of the variable was very likely to be true. After all, the name of Old Man Xianji contains the word Xianji. How could such a top figure shoot without a purpose? The sights of many venerables passed through the clouds and fell on the tens of thousands of young people in the cloud world. They all wanted to observe who was the real variable and what was the difference between the supreme strong men who could go against the tide and defeat the immortals in the future. Unfortunately, the way of luck is mysterious and we can't directly break it. A great man in the venerable realm sighed. Luck is something so mysterious that even true immortals and gods who are good at playing with the secrets of heaven find it difficult to fully see through it. Otherwise, there would not be the possibility of variables. There are a small group of people whose luck is different from that of ordinary cultivators. From the outside, there is almost no difference, but in fact, their luck is so good that it is against the sky. For example, when you go out and pick up precious medicine, you meet a great cultivator who you like when practicing supernatural powers, and then you teach him the true method. When you are being hunted and have nowhere to go, the other party is reminded of the memories deep in his heart by a few words from the lucky person, and then he bows down. These are all manifestations of high luck. Although luck cannot be seen directly, we can guess who the other party may be through this immortal fate conference. Even though luck cannot be observed by normal means and there is no trace left, as long as you look for it carefully, you can still find a trace. For example, the strength of this kind of people cannot be too poor among their peers, because those with too poor strength cannot get here. At the same time, the other party's cultivation speed cannot be too slow, because if the talent is poor, it would be a foolish dream to break through 4 or 5 major realms within 1,000 years. If you continue to screen in this way, you will eventually be able to screen out. The most important thing is that since the variable has participated in this immortal fate conference, people with extremely high luck like him will definitely gain something. That is to say, the other party is very likely to appear among the 108 figures. That variable will definitely cause big trouble in the future. Brothers, my Kixing is least afraid of trouble, so let's reluctantly accept him as your subordinate. It's not a bad idea for me to even recognize him as my senior brother, said an old man in the venerable realm. Ahem. The same is true for my hexing, another old man said with his beard twisting his beard. Bullshit, you old immortals of the earthly evil stars, 1 foot is almost buried in the soil, and you are still pretending to be someone else's junior brother. Why are you old guys here to join in the fun? That person is destined to be the future pillar of my Xiangang stars. Not far away, someone immediately refuted loudly. Soon, the cultivators were arguing over the variable. Because luck is ethereal and unpredictable, but one thing is certain. The so-called variable, if you want to kill the high-ranking immortal god, you must break through to a similar realm to have this possibility. Simply put, the variable can become an immortal in this short period of time, or have the strength to kill the gods of that realm. In this way, it gives the cultivators an opportunity, a chance to ascend to heaven. There is a person who introduced them to the door and made friends with them, but fundamentally, they have no much connection with the other party. Even if they cause a big disaster, it will not be implicated on their heads. For such a variable, no one will not be tempted, and no one will not like it. This is a great opportunity. If someone guides their cultivation and helps them on the road, they may also have the possibility of becoming immortals. This is the real one person's enlightenment, and the whole family will ascend to heaven. Buzz. Below the mirage realm, Luo Yan broke through the illusion of asking for the way, and walked out of it, his consciousness returning to reality. The surrounding mountains and rivers were clear, the earth gradually appeared, The green trees were lush, the vegetation was dense, there were birds, beasts, snakes and rats, everything. It was like a real world. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and caught a flying bird. He gently exerted force, but the other party turned into a rain of light and disappeared in an instant. He gathered a ray of spiritual power and bounced towards the distance. The mountain in front was pierced with a big hole in an instant. The rules of heaven and earth in this mirage realm are so strange. All the media similar to reality are actually composed of some common energy. After Luo Yan's exploration, he found that the basic components of this world are not earth, wind, water and fire, but other energy media. This also makes what Luo Yan sees in front of him, although it looks like a physical entity, it is actually a kind of special energy. He looked up and saw 22 figures standing on the open space not far away. They were the group of people who held the green stone talisman before. At this moment, the faces of these people changed, and they exuded a strong breath of Tao. It was obvious that they were immersed in the calamity of asking for the Tao and could not get out. Faintly, a wave came from the air. Luo Yan curiously approached, and then sensed this wave of law. A strong breath of wood attribute emerged, and the surrounding trees were attracted, and then gradually grew wildly. In an instant, a green cage was formed, covering the man. The law of wood. No, this breath is very strong, it should be the law of life after sublimation. It's just that your attainments in the way of life are not high, and you can only barely touch the threshold. Luo Yan whispered, looking at the green cage in front of him. At this moment, the other party fell into a deep state of asking for the Tao. This is a test to test the Tao of oneself. If you can't understand it in time, you will be immersed in it and can't get out. Luo Yan was like this before. Because the foundation of this spiritual body is the mysterious power of fate, the calamity of asking for the Tao generated by it is naturally something related to fate. The man in front of him was also like this. Luo Yan, who was right next to him, could actually feel this extreme law. This was equivalent to someone walking the path of law that Luo Yan had comprehended in front of him, which was tantamount to hand-in-hand teaching. It was similar to copying homework one by one. Huh? There is actually such a good thing. Luo Yan's face showed joy. He felt a blazing Dao rhyme around him, and without thinking about the true purpose of the blue stone talisman, he directly shot out a 9-color mysterious light without hesitation, covering this area, forming a law domain, and preventing outsiders from approaching. Afterwards, Luo Yan naturally followed the Dao rhyme and comprehended the law of life. The breath of life can make all things grow wildly, and has the effect of healing and concentrating life energy. The most common one is to promote the birth of spiritual wood, precious medicine and other wood-attributed spiritual objects, so that they can reach the possibility of rapid maturity. In the Dao rhyme that Luo Yan sensed, there was a young boy, from commanding plants to use him, to ripening spiritual medicine, manipulating trees to attack opponents, and so on. This seems to be the growth history of a teenager, in which each growth stage of the wood attribute law is specifically manifested. Gradually, the teenager grew into a young man and dealt with wood attribute spiritual medicine for many years. Suddenly, he began to understand the truth and realized the true secret of life. A thought in flowers bloom. All the plants were controlled by his thoughts, matured in a very short time, and grew vigorously. Is this the most basic law of life? Blue runes flashed in Luo Yan's eyes, and there was a dazzling divine light blooming, analyzing everything in front of him. He emptied his mind and felt the so-called law of life. After a while, Luo Yan waved his hand gently, and a grass seed fell into his hand. Under the blessing of the law of life, the grass seed quickly took root and sprouted, and grew in the palm of his hand. Finally, a flower bud sprouted and a wild flower bloomed. Chapter 649, Observing Others' Dharma and Confirming My Dao Body. Is this the feeling of the law of life approaching? Although it is somewhat similar to the pure law of wood, it is much higher in terms of energy level. The most important thing is that using the law of wood to ripen plants actually has a price. Plants either grow slowly or die in a short period of time at the cost of their lifespan. But the law of life is different. It can keep plants in the most mature and perfect stage without affecting their essence at all. Luo Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he was amazed at the special power of the law of life. It must be said that this was definitely a pleasant surprise. Just by understanding the Tao of others, he could understand this special law of heaven and earth. It really saved him a lot of effort. Otherwise, if Luo Yan had to understand it himself, it would probably take a long time to gain something. But now, Just by watching the complete process of others performing the Tao, Luo Yan has touched the threshold of the law of life. This feeling of copying homework is really too comfortable. Afterwards, Luo Yan wanted to continue to explore the law of life, but found that the Tao rhyme stopped there. Obviously, that person only comprehended this much of the law of life. Just some superficial knowledge. What a pity. If it is the real law of life, it would not be limited to plants and trees. All living things in the world are under the control of the law of life. It can make people grow instantly, keep them young forever, and enlighten dead things. That is the real way of life. Luo Yan sighed, and even felt sorry. It is rare to have such a good opportunity to copy other people's homework. The manifestation of those Dao rhymes is mixed with everything the other party has experienced. Following the other party's memory, you can see the complete result of enlightenment. For someone with extraordinary understanding like Luo Yan, this is simply a great opportunity that comes to the door. If he is given a little more time, he may be able to comprehend the law and attainments that exceed the original owner's own. Forget it, take your time. It is rare to be able to get a glimpse of the path of the law of life. Then, Luo Yan cast his eyes on a figure next to him. That person was also deeply trapped in the calamity of asking for the way, and all the scenes of enlightenment were appearing repeatedly. Luo Yan followed the Dao rhyme directly and entered it, and then began his journey of peeping into the Dao. In the Dao rhyme, there was a young man in a beast robe, holding a wooden spear and swinging, stabbing, chopping, swiping, and shaking. The young man in the beast robe practiced spears for 10 years, and then used spear skills to hunt monsters. Later, the young man in the beast robe grew up and became a handsome young man, but his habit of using a long spear did not change. He practiced hard, listened to the elder stories, learned the magical powers of the spear, hunted monsters, and fought with peers. These scenes kept emerging, and finally, his spear was perfected and he realized the spear law of killing all around. At that moment, he was so majestic. The young generation of the entire wild clan was defeated by his front, and no one could defeat him. Even if he left the clan and traveled outside, he showed an invincible demeanor, and his defeated generals were countless. This glorious feeling made this spear genius obsessed and unable to extricate himself from the Dao calamity. Luo Yan naturally felt this as well. After he had comprehended the law of the spear, his consciousness had already withdrawn and returned to his body. He asked about his own Dao. Obviously, the Dao in this guy's heart had gone the wrong way. Next, Luo Yan also felt the Dao rhyme of a series of laws such as the law of instruments, the law of wind, and the law of cloud on other people. Even the laws of the 5 elements were manifested one by one. Luo Yan comprehended them one by one, and the whole person was rippling in the world of Dao rhyme. Time passed, and more than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, he carefully observed and comprehended the Dao of others, and then used his heart to sense and verify them one by one. Soon, he comprehended all the laws of the person in front of him. It can be imagined how high Luo Yan's attainments in the laws of heaven and earth, as well as his comprehension, are. It has almost reached an appalling level. Although the laws of heaven and earth that Luo Yan comprehended are still very superficial, they can only be regarded as a little bit of fur, and his attainments are less than 10% of 100%. But since you have already gotten a glimpse of the door, it means that you have entered the gate of this Dao. In the future, you only need to comprehend more, and you can reach a very high level of attainment. This is the most important thing. In the end, there was even a humming of the great Dao beside Luo Yan, and dozens of laws were intertwined to form a kind of terrible order. The vision was shocking and terrifying. A young Taoist holding a green stone talisman, who had survived the Dao calamity, was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but saw such a shocking scene in front of him. In an instant, he couldn't help but stay for a moment and wiped his eyes. It seemed as if he had seen something incredible. The guy in the green Taoist robe actually exuded the Dao rhyme of dozens of laws of heaven and earth. Is this still a person? Are you still a human? The Taoist was shocked, and his pupils were enlarged many times. It's really not like someone of our generation. Next to him, another young man in black who had survived the Dao calamity woke up and said leisurely. He also saw such a vision, and his face was full of shock, and he couldn't help feeling bitter. Dozens of laws of heaven and earth are gathered in one person. In this case, let alone them, even those great powers in the upper 3 realms cannot do this. Because the laws of heaven and earth are not magical skills, most of the laws are basically mutually exclusive with other laws. such as water and fire, life and extinction, light and darkness, etc. After understanding the law of water, it will become even more difficult to understand the law of fire. Not to mention accommodating these two conflicting laws into one's body at the same time. This is something he dare not even think about. Especially the extreme law that can affect the mind of the cultivator, compassion for the world and killing are combined in one. It's simply out of the ordinary. Obviously, he has comprehended the true meaning of the sword, but he can still not kill? Therefore, the appearance of the Taoist in green in front of them really opened their eyes. It turns out that many laws of heaven and earth can be comprehended at the same time, even laws of conflicting attributes can be perfectly integrated together. And there will be no offset between each other, as if you have me and I have you. He realized her Tao after observing it. The young Taoist said, and he felt a sense of familiarity with the Taoist in green. Thinking of this, a strange emotion flashed in his eyes. Haha, you don't have such an idea, do you? The young man in black next to him said bluntly. He even laughed out loud, full of sarcasm. If nothing unexpected happens, people like him, in terms of comprehension alone, are probably not much different from those reincarnated bodies of immortals. For such an existence, you actually want to follow his path. Really courageous. At this moment, Lu Ning turned into Big Mouth, constantly mocking. In his opinion, the guy next to him was really too ignorant, didn't know how much he weighed, and wanted to reach the sky in one step. This is a big joke. You don't even understand your own Dao, and you are qualified to learn from others to comprehend multiple Daos at the same time. Just save your energy and don't embarrass yourself. Hearing the rude ridicule of this guy not far away, Ji Zifen's eyes were full of anger. He wanted to fight with him and tear his mouth. But Ji Zifen knew very well that this was the truth. Even if someone else's Dao rhyme appeared in front of him, with his understanding, he couldn't comprehend it at all. Because he is not that kind of material. The simplest one is the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This thing is everywhere, but he has lived for more than 100 years and didn't even feel it at all. This is the most powerful proof. Therefore, understanding is the most enviable thing. It makes people feel both envious and jealous. Soon, Luo Yan ended his practice from that state of enlightenment. At this moment, his heart is like an eye, his spirit is like a god, and he can know everything around him the moment he closes his eyes. It seems as if he has a feeling of knowing everything. Although Luo Yan has dozens of Dao rhymes, each with amazing power, they are just a few strands of induction, suppressed by the power of fate and faith. Luo Yan glanced at the two people who had escaped from the Dao Ji, and then looked at the cultivators who were still immersed in the Dao Ji, and said with a sigh, it seems that this so-called Dao Ji of the red dust is a little difficult to pass. The reason why the Dao Ji can become one of the 12 heavenly tribulations that the upper 3 realms need to pass is because it is difficult to have a Dao heart. It is very difficult. It is so difficult that many great cultivators in the venerable realm cannot pass it. The reason why many cultivators sink here is because they confuse the so-called Dao heart with a desire to become stronger. These are two completely different things. Becoming stronger is becoming stronger, and asking for the Dao is asking for the Dao. The former can do whatever it takes to improve their own strength and achieve their goals. The latter is an explanation of this world, their own mood and the changes in the world. Therefore, the Dao heart is very difficult, enough to stump more than 90% of people. Judging from the current situation, if things go as expected, the possibility of the 20 fellow Daoists who have not passed the test of the Dao Ji until now breaking through to the upper 3 realms in the future will definitely not exceed half. This is the intention of the top leaders of the Earthly Immortal Alliance. It seems to be a very ordinary test, but it directly screens out the true geniuses and mediocre people. After all, fast cultivation, high talent, good understanding, and strong background are really nothing. There are many such people in the human race. After practicing for more than 100 years, a person who can't even determine his own Dao, I am afraid that his future immortal journey will end. Thank you to Dao brothers for protecting the law. I, Luo Yan, thank you here. Luo Yan gave a Taoist bow with a smile on his face. Brother Luo is polite. Lu Ning is ashamed. Ji Zifen. The other two returned the greeting. I wonder what plans the two Dao brothers have for the next step. Luo Yan asked. The two people on the opposite side looked at each other, and then sighed in unison. Since we met Brother Luo, we have really understood that there are people beyond people in this world, and there are heavens beyond heaven. Now, Since we have no chance to participate in the Immortal Fate Conference, we have cut off that thought that should not exist. Please ask Brother Luo to show us how to repay the favor we did in the second level. Lu Ning said. Although he and Ji Zifan are both unruly, proud and complacent Xianjiao level characters, at this moment, they have to recognize a fact. That is, the gap between them and the Taoist in blue clothes in front of them is really too obvious. Instead of competing for the illusory quota of the Immortal Fate Conference, it is better to repay the previous favor. What's more, at the end of the second level, Lu Ning was the first to come to the stars and saw the experiment of the Taoist in blue clothes beside him. Those of them who hold the blue stone talisman can't touch the other 3 stone talismans at all. But the final test results are based on the black, white and gray 3-color stone talismans. Isn't this just accompanying the prince to study? Waste of effort. Therefore, Lu Ning gave up the idea of competing for the quota of the Immortal Fate Conference, and instead wanted to return the favors he owed to others. Luo Yan nodded and understood their thoughts. They were both arrogant geniuses, so how could they be willing to owe others favors for nothing? Judging from the current situation, these 20 Taoist friends should not be able to wake up. Please take off the stone talismans on them, brothers. Since the rules of the third level of the test were not yet clear, Luo Yan did not intend to touch the blue stone talismans. He always believed that the elders of the Earth Immortal League would not shit without purpose and come up with a useless blue stone talisman. Therefore, it is better to be cautious. Wow! Lu Ning and Ji Zifan each got 10 stone talismans. Brother Luo, there is a situation. Lu Ning suddenly said. Luo Yan curiously leaned over and saw that the 11 stone talismans in Lu Ning's hands suddenly gathered together, and then burst out a landscape picture. The picture was reflected in the void, showing several figures, fighting each other, with the breath of the laws of heaven and earth rippling, and the divine power was amazing. Not far away, there were several more such battle groups, and it seemed that they were all fighting. Those guys started fighting so quickly. Ji Zifan whispered. The blue stone talisman in his hand also had the same function, but his action of collecting the stone talisman was half a beat slower than Lu Ning. Looking at the situation in the picture, Luo Yan's heart moved slightly, and he also took out the 2 stone talismans on his body. At this time, the black and gray stone talismans, compared with the previous ones, have an additional radar-like sensing function. There are many small red dots on the back of the black stone talisman, which seems to represent the people who hold the same color stone talisman within this range. The same is true for the gray stone talisman. With a picture of the blue stone talisman, all the functions of the stone talismans are clear. So this is the function. Luo Yan said to himself. He took the blue stone talisman from Lu Ning's hand, but the picture on the sky suddenly disappeared, and the glow in the stone talisman also dissipated. Obviously, the blue stone talisman that Luo Yan himself holds does not have such function. Chapter 650, In the Cloud Realm, Outnumbered, Outnumbered, Outnumbered. Let's go, brothers. We'll need your help next. Let's go pick up some leeks this time. Luo Yan threw the green stone talisman back to Lu Ning, and then his figure turned into rainbow light and flew towards the location reflected in the picture. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This time, Luo Yan wants to be a hunter. Wow! 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 With a projection of the green stone talisman, Luo Yan can clearly observe the battle situation of the people nearby. After the battle of others is over, he is ready to run over to take over the remaining game. It is better to wait for the tired to come, and to use the majority to bully the minority. This is the best. In front, a young man in a white robe had just defeated an opponent in a fierce battle of equal strength, ended the battle, snatched a white stone talisman, and then wanted to retreat. Swoosh! But at this moment, a bright green rainbow came from the horizon, with a blazing sound of wind and thunder, and in a blink of an eye it came to several miles away from the young man in the white robe. Another challenger? Are you looking for death? The white-robed youth's face turned cold, and his Taoist body burst into 3-colored misty light. A large bow appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he shot it far away. Then, he took out a long spear and took the initiative to fight. Boom! After a brief collision, neither of them retreated, and they fought hard with their bodies, and the runes were as blazing as the sea. This is a tough guy. At least in this competition, Luo Yan did not take the advantage he imagined. In the conventional competition of magical powers in Taoism, he was actually slightly inferior. Kill! The white-robed youth shouted, with confidence, and rushed again with a gun. But the next moment, the white-robed youth's face turned green, because he found that he was surrounded by 3 people at the same time. Looking at the tacit attitude of the 3 of them, it was obviously discussed in advance. "Fellow Taoists, what do you mean?" The white-robed youth held back his anger and shouted. "You were very aggressive before." Luo Yan scolded lightly, with a smile on his face. He did not use his ultimate power to fight the person in front of him, but chose a more clever way. That is a typical bullying of the weak with the strong. Don't think that Luo and Zhifan are weak because they did not grab any of the 3 kinds of black, white and gray stone runes. In fact, it is not the case. The fact that they can win 10 Xianjiao battles and pass the test of asking for the calamity has proved that they are extraordinary. They are definitely the first-class Xianjiao among the younger generation of the human race. Even if there is a gap in strength with the white-robed young man, it is not much worse. Such a strong opponent, 3 of them came at once. Despicable. The white-robed young man gritted his teeth. "Please go on the road, fellow Taoist," Luo also said with a smile. Although such behavior is indeed somewhat immoral and seems very rogue. But to be honest, it's really cool. Because he holds a science stone rune, he does not have the qualifications to hold the 3 kinds of black, white and gray stone runes, which means that he has lost the opportunity to compete for a place in the Immortal Fate Conference. In this case, what can he not let go? At present, keeping this Taoist body can also save the original body several decades of effort. If I can find someone to fight with and vent my depression, it will be even more comfortable. Bullying the few with the many and taking advantage of the fire. When has there been such a rich battle? It is really enjoyable to the extreme. Just use your magical powers. For a moment, this world is full of dazzling divine light, and the laws of heaven and earth are like stars of light and darkness, bursting out a most violent collision. Very amazing. Puff. Under the siege of Luo Yan and the other 2, the young man in white robes quickly retreated with blood gushing out. He is really strong. Even under the attack of 3 geniuses of the same level, he can actually hold on for hundreds of moves. The strength is absolutely terrifying. But soon, the face of the young man in white robes became distorted. He hates it. They are all people who came to the Immortal Fate Conference, and there is such a shameless opponent who joins others to besiege. Shouldn't it be a one-on-one battle? In the previous battle with the Taoist in green, the young man in white robe had clearly gained the upper hand. Perhaps within a few hundred moves, he could obtain another stone talisman. But now, all of them were destroyed. Otherwise, even if the spiritual power in his body was consumed, the young man in white robe had the confidence to defeat the Taoist in green. "I only have 2 stone talismans here, but you have 3 people, not enough to share. If anyone helps me, we can join forces, and you can help hold the other person, and I will definitely be able to defeat the remaining person. Then you can get 2 stone talismans. I can swear that I will never break my promise forced to do so." The young man in white robe could only speak out to discuss and want to destroy the alliance between Luo Yan and the other 2. Because the strength of these 3 guys is very strong, and they are strong people of the same level as him, it is really too difficult to fight 1 against 3. Even if the forbidden technique is used, the 3 people on the opposite side can feel it in the first time and retreat to a safe distance. It doesn't work at all. In desperation, the young man in white robe came up with this method of using stone talismans to attract others to rebel. On the other side, Luo Yan and Luo all laughed softly when they heard this. Luo Yan didn't express his opinion, but just smiled and stood there calmly. On the contrary, Luo felt very comfortable, much more comfortable than when he came to the 3rd level and could participate in the subsequent tests. What if the color of the stone talisman is different? It doesn't prevent him from beating people and showing his own style of a strong man. To be honest, the feeling of watching others being defeated is really great. Only Zhifan looked hesitant and seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Brother Luo, this guy actually wants to destroy our team. Do you think he is ridiculous?" Luo's laughter was very unbridled and loud, and everyone present could hear it. Hearing such sarcastic words, the face of the young man in white robe sank, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. But at this moment, in order to reduce his pressure a little, he could only suppress the murderous intent in his heart. As long as someone hesitated a little and stopped the other person, the young man in white robe could turn defeat into victory. At that time, he must tear this guy's mouth apart. "We don't even have the qualifications to hold the black, white and gray stone talismans. Do you think your words are ridiculous?" Lu Ning gave the answer. Hearing this, the young man in white robe was stunned, and then thought of a possibility, with a look of disbelief on his face. At this time, he thought of the previous scene, in which some strong men did not kill those with the green stone talismans. Thinking of this, Lu Ning's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing into the chest of the young man in white robe. He felt that his previous behavior was like a jumping clown. The young man in white robe's pupils dilated, and he murmured softly, "It turns out that the purpose of letting you go at the end of the second level is actually reflected here. Okay, let's stop here and send him off." Luo Yan interrupted. Although he has several killer moves, there will be no big problems when using them to fight against these top geniuses, and he is not afraid of most of the descendants of the ancient sect, the son of the Dao sect, but Luo Yan standing here is not the original body, so he naturally wants to do it as easily as possible. Going on the field and fighting hard is the most stupid thing to do. The second spiritual body does not have as many ideas as Luo Yan's original body. He wants to take advantage of the rare fighting opportunity to constantly hone himself. The second spiritual body's idea is very simple. If he can bully the minority with the majority and take advantage of the fire, why should he give people a fair fight? Isn't that asking for trouble? Crack! Luo Yan pointed his hand, and suddenly there was a sky full of blue thunder, rushing forward, causing the void to tremble. Not long after, the Taoist body of the young man in white robe was blown up. A stone talisman with a bright white light floated down, rippling in the void, and Luo Yan grabbed it. At this moment, he had all the three colors of black, white and gray stone talismans on his body. The moment these three stone talismans came together, they instantly merged perfectly together. Through these perfectly integrated stone talismans, Luo Yan could sense the specific locations of other people who held these three stone talismans. Are we going to start a big fight next? No. Maybe there is no need for that. Luo Yan whispered. The holder of the white stone talisman can only sense the location of the white stone talisman owner, and the same is true for the remaining black and gray stone talismans. By then, this mirage cloud realm is likely to form a situation where the holders of the three types of stone talismans fight each other. White stone talismans fight white stone talismans, black talismans fight black talismans, and gray talismans fight gray talismans. This is the most perfect expectation. After all, the Mirage Cloud Realm is a world with a very large area. If you don't have the ability to sense the location of the other party, just running around by yourself, the probability of running into others is no different from a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Not to mention wasting time, it will also delay the final trial results. Brother Luo, what do you think? Lu Ning asked, and Ji Zifan next to him also turned his eyes. In theory, we only need to wait for a while. When their fight is over, the remaining people will definitely have a lot of stone talismans in their hands. When that happens, we will take the initiative to attack, and we won't have to work so hard. This should be the easiest way. Luo Yan explained, and two plans flashed through his mind. In fact, the two guys in front of him wanted to find someone to fight with far more than they wanted to repay Luo Yan's favor. They would be happier if they could drag a few more so-called ancient sect geniuses into the water. After all, it is human nature not to want others to get what you can't get. Although Ji Zifan seemed to have some ideas, but I have a hunch that the later we get, the more difficult it will be to deal with the people we meet. Don't underestimate those truly peerless geniuses. In their eyes, no matter how many people there are, it's useless. Luo Yan thought about it and gave up the plan to reap the benefits. Because there are only more than 30,000 cultivators in this world, and if they are divided equally, it means that there are only about 10,000 holders of each type of stone talisman. Moreover, these more than 10,000 people were selected from countless human geniuses and entered here. Their strength, talent, magical skills, etc. must be first class. Therefore, Luo Yan believes that it will be more difficult to collect enough stone talismans as time goes by. With a reflection of the blue stone talisman, we can monitor the fighting state of those people and then make a judgment. Whoever is weak and injured is our target. Luo Yan smiled softly. Hearing this explanation, Lu Ning's eyes lit up instantly. He was very satisfied with this approach. Not only did he fight, but he could also satisfy his evil taste, and the danger himself would not be too high. It really kills two birds with one stone. Only Ji Zifan frowned. Looking at the blue-clothed Taoist in front of him, he was hesitant to speak. He hesitated for a while, but still said what he thought. Brother Luo, with your talent and strength, You shouldn't. Shouldn't you do what? Take advantage of someone's misfortune? Take advantage of someone's misfortune? So evasive. Luo Yan shook his head and glanced at him lightly, with a comfortable look on his face. Shouldn't a genius look like a genius? Proud, graceful, condescending, and overbearing. At this time, Ji Zifan responded again. This questioning was even more unpleasant. To be honest, if it wasn't for repaying the favor of the Taoist in green, he really didn't want to go along with the two people in front of him. Because it was really a bit embarrassing, actually joining forces to beat someone else. If it spread to the outside world, he would probably be ridiculed by his peers when he returned to his own sect in the future. They said he didn't have the slightest demeanor of a human genius. This is indeed a problem. Luo Yan's eyes fell on Ji Zifan and understood what the other party was worried about. A typical person who can't bring himself to lose face, he likes to fight one-on-one with others fairly, especially on such a big stage where many people notice him. Ji Zifan is even more so. This is also a common problem of many disciples of big sects, who believe that everything in the world should be upright. If you are not strong enough, you are not strong enough, not to do those empty things. At this moment, Luo Yan felt that Ji Zifan was so simple that he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Lu Ning, who was wearing a black Taoist robe, didn't feel ashamed at all, and even enjoyed besieging and killing other people. The comparison between the two was really ironic. Such a person is really good, but Luo Yan himself may not be able to use it. How about this? The next time you meet a suitable target, you go forward and fight with it first. If you can win and grab any stone talisman, it will be nothing for us, and the previous favor will be regarded as you have repaid it, Luo Yan said with a smile. Are you kidding? The life of a spiritual body, plus the qualification to enter the third level, such a favor, if he doesn't let the other party put in some effort, then Luo Yan would have saved his life in vain? How could there be such a beautiful thing in this world? On the one hand, he wanted to save the life of this Taoist body and return the favor, and on the other hand, he accused Luo Yan of being a rogue. This move of wanting both really made Luo Yan feel very uncomfortable. But since Ji Zifan only said a few idle words and didn't let him win in the previous battle, Luo Yan couldn't get angry. He just looked at him lightly with a flickering look in his eyes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.